What's up, chatters? I think my audio is a little distorted. I'm trying to fix it. I rewatched the VOD last night, and you guys said I was having audio issues. I actually, yeah, I was. I didn't know because I didn't. I doesn't hear it for me, but the audio, the game sounds distorted. My mic is fine. Just the game sounds a little distorted. It was like that last stream. I'm trying to fix that. So I swapped out some wires and cords, and hopefully that does it. But I don't know. We'll see. But what's up, everybody? What's up, 2K? Blade all should be judgment cut. That'd be sick. What's up, Mug? What's up, TRN first? Mug, you are not first. TRN was first. What's up, Hero? What's up, Kyoko? Blade buffs. Cut the lead down to 40, bro. Son. The Blade buff W, more Blade. Yeah, we playing Blade today. Yo, Necros has been playing Blade. I was talking to him earlier. He actually is enjoying him, which is pretty cool. That's pretty awesome to see. Let me start up the TikTok stream and then we can go ahead and get started. There you go. Okay. How's everybody doing today, though? P5X reload collab cooking me? It's cooking you. How is it cooking you? Today's plan is to play Rivals and maybe small chance to do some 2x at the end. Small chance. Very small chance. Yo, Psychic, thanks for the 47. I don't even know if the alert's gonna load. My computer's overloaded right now. I have all this stuff open. Yeah, I think the alert just full on froze. I think I need to upgrade my stream PC. Streaming to TikTok and OBS at the same time is just, it's too much for the computer. Computer can't handle it. It's too much for it. I think I'm gonna have to update the RAM, maybe? No sound detected. Uh-oh. Oh, TikTok can't hear. Uh-oh. Oh no, they can. Why did it say there's no sound on TikTok? They just lied to me. It's lied to me. Oh, that rare back thing needs to go away. Excuse me. I'm right here. I'm not AFK. Boom. Alright, let's see how fast Cyclops gets banned and ranked. Yeah, I got a lot of people mad at me saying, bro, you're fighting bots in those clips. Yeah, alright, buddy. When you get your cheeks blasted by Cyclops today, don't get mad at me. Cyclops was an OP, you're fighting bots. Yeah, alright, buddy. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that, buddy. Cyclops not OP, you're fighting bots. A lot of people that have been saying that to me is ridiculous, bro. Cyclops not OP. Bored of Deadpool? I'm gonna tell you that. He bored up Deadpool and Black Cat trash. Oh, he's my Necros? Yeah. I dimmed him some stuff. He wanted some blade tech. I told him, I showed him anti stacking and I mean that's the only main way he really needs like that, honestly. I actually rank 1 blade. Well, no one's rank 1 right now since the season just reset. But I'm about to get that thing today. Yeah, no one's rank 1 or anything. No one's on the blade leaderboard yet. I'm about to get it though right now. I'm rank 1 before with blade. I'm about to get it back again. Excuse me. All right, so the plan today, we're gonna play some Cyclops and Blade. I don't think I'm playing anything else. I'm not gonna lie to you. Were you ever rank 1 Blade? Yes, I was. I've been rank 1 multiple times. I have videos too. If you think I'm capping, I lost it because I had to go on vacation though. When on vacation, I had to go to a wedding. It wasn't my wedding or anything like that, of course, but I had to go to a wedding. But I'm about to get it back right now. Anyways, I got my shit to compile and then we're good to go. Let me take the stream out. And I gotta pin all this stuff. Pin this on YouTube. Oh, I'm logged into the wrong YouTube channel. I tried to pin it on the VOD channel. Give me a second. I posted a message and sent the VOD channel. Stop posting links. My own bot shot me. That's crazy. My own bot shot me for posting links. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, bro. You want to dance? Stop posting links. What the hell? What the helly? What the helly? Okay, let me take the stream out before I forget. Also, I think I need to do the Minecraft sponsor to stream because I'm running out of time because it's due on like the 14th. So I might have to do that at the end of the stream as well, but we'll see. If I'm too tired, I'll probably just do it tomorrow though. But I need to get that over with because I'm pretty late on doing that. I just have to play Minecraft for an hour. That's it. What else am I pinning? Oh, this. Money is money, get it done. Low key, I should probably do it right now, but I want to play Rivals. You don't remember tomorrow? Okay. Spam remind me at the end of the stream. Do not let me end this stream without doing it. Do not let me end this stream without doing the Minecraft sponsor. No matter what I say. Do not let me end the stream. Because low key, I had a rival sponsor last month and I forgot to do it. But then again, I only forgot because I accepted it the day it was due. And I booted up a stream and I forgot to do it. That was the only reason why I forgot to do that rival sponsor. Because I literally accepted it the day it was due. Oh, crap. I think he's fell. I accepted it the day it was due. I would have been done it. Because obviously I play Rivals every day. I have a Sharko plushie and the Pika plushie felt. Beating Ender Dragon under an hour? I've never even fought Ender Dragon before. You were at 99 out of a 350. How many sponsors you gotta do? I didn't do the mic one yet. The mic one didn't work. It's on them. That's not on me. The mic is literally right here. Wait, where's it? The mic is literally right here. It didn't work. Well, it's not it didn't work. It works. It's just that the LED part doesn't work. I'm not about to stream with a faulty device. That's not on me. Because all I would have to do is just switch this mic to that. But that's not my fault. It didn't work. Let me know if the audio is still distorted on the stream. Because yesterday's VOD, I looked at the stream and the audio was distorted on the gameplay. That's why I was like, what the hell you guys mean my mic is messed up? Or no, you guys kept saying yesterday my audio was messed up. I was like, what are you guys talking about? I looked at the VOD after I ended stream. Yeah, the audio was distorted when I was playing. It was weird. I don't know how it was like that, but whatever. I'm gonna play a quick play. Let me know if the audio is distorted. I don't think it's gonna affect it. I think it's only happening on OBS. So if you're on the red app or purple app, you should be able to hear it. I don't know why it did that though, because I didn't change any of my audio settings. So I don't know how this is happening. But I swapped out my USB-C cord because I use an audio mixer and I plug a USB-C cord into my game computer, into the audio mixer, and then this audio mixer is hooked up to the streaming PC just so it can get audio. That's how I transfer the two audios between the two computers.
I'll fight to end the darkness.
So yeah, it should be better. I think. Was it constant? It was random. I think. It was usually like you could hear it when I'm fighting. The audio was just lower and distorted. I don't know how it was like that. I don't know what caused it, but I'm gonna see if I can fix it this stream. That's why I was like, what the hell you guys mean my audio is messed up? But at the end of the stream, I'll probably watch the VOD again and see if I fixed it. I hope I fixed it because I don't see what would cause this because I didn't do anything. That's weird. Yeah. I'm gonna shoot my gun now. Do you hear it? Is it distorted? Or is it normal? Because it sounds perfectly fine for me. And then when I monitor the audio on my audio mixer, it sounds fine. But like on the VOD, it's just messed up. It's normal.
Bad luck's yours.
Okay. So like before I started streaming, I recorded like a 1 minute clip of me just shooting and just like playing. It was distorted, so I'm like, what? I don't know. If it ends up sounding weird, just let me know. Maybe I'm tripping, but I don't think I'm tripping.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This is a quick play. I'm warming up. I know. Let's go to ranks. Yeah, there are new drops. The new drop is Storm, right? So if you want drops, you know where to come to. I haven't played Blade in a few days. All I've been playing is Cyclops though, so I'm kind of like not warmed up. That's for sure. Gotta support. Worth it. Down to support for a Blade. That's worth it. It's doing it again, bro. Is it? Oh my god, how do I fix that? It is? Okay, I wasn't tripping. Maybe it's my audio mixer. I can hear that distortion. It's like noise suppressed. Okay, good to know I wasn't tripping. Let's try this. I changed the preset. Let me know if it's still doing it. The vocal is super clear, but everything else isn't. Yeah, it's still doing it. Oh my freaking goodness! I knew I wasn't tripping. Oh man. Yeah, it sounds a bit weird. It's worse now. That's so odd. Yeah, because my mic is perfectly fine, and like the song, the music and stuff. It's just the game audio. I have an idea. I have an idea.
I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
I can't do it yet. I'd have to do it after this match. I forgot. I forgot that's a character. It's a software issue. It might be a software issue because I switched up the chord and it was still doing it. Oops. Well, that guy killed me really fast. Yeah, I think it's a software issue. I might have to switch audio mixers. Because this one's gonna give me issues. I might just buy the same audio mixer, but then swap it out. Swap it out. Replace it. Have to get a replacement because this one is. I mean, it's the audio mixer. It works fine. It's just giving me issues. I think my version is just fucked. So I'm probably gonna have to buy that after stream. This audio mixer is like $400 though. So yeah. I mean, this thing to work. I can't afford to have this happening, especially when I use it every day since I stream. So yeah, this is not. When did it start happening? Yesterday. I didn't change any of my settings though on my stream or nothing, so I don't know why it's doing this audio issue. It's so weird. I didn't change any settings before starting stream. The only thing I changed was, I guess I tweaked some TikTok stuff, but that's TikTok Live Studio. That's a different app. That's a completely different app. I'm trying to think of what could fix it. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Yeah, it started yesterday because the stream before that was perfectly fine. I'm gonna see if I can fix it after this match. I'm going to, yeah, it sounds fine on TikTok. See, that's why it's so weird. It's like my OBS or something that's doing it. Because when I record videos on this, like I tried recording a video with this computer, with OBS on this computer, not on this one. It was perfectly fine. So like it's like a one computer thing. It's so weird. That's so weird. Oh, come on. God, this guy does so much damage. I can't wait for these guys that were mad at me in the comment section of my shorts saying, "Oh, you're fighting bots, Cyclops not OP. You're fighting bots, Cyclops not OP," to get so angry at this damn character because this character is actually so broken right now. I think he's literally top 3 DPS in the game right now. Dude, this character's really good. Drivers? I don't think anything drivers related. He's so busted. He's really good. Like, I don't know why they was getting mad at me. I think it might be an OBS issue.
I got you covered.
He's really damn good. Oh no, you're fighting bots. He's not broken. Y'all just don't want to see a new character be good. That's Poke. Son, what? I just don't want a Poke character to be good. This character is really good. You're tripping.
I had you covered this time.
Poke is always good, so I don't know how they said that to me. That's so weird. So the audio is only distorted for OBS. Huh. Maybe it's not my audio mixer because I use the same audio mixer to stream the TikTok. So like, I'm pretty sure it's just OBS. I think there's a setting in OBS that's messed up. I hope it's just OBS and not like my actual audio mixer because having to get a full-on audio mixer replacement would be ridiculous. Yeah, I think it's OBS. I think it was fine when I was playing Cuphead, was it? Because I don't know. I think it's random when it happens. I don't know how to trigger the audio distortion. It just randomly happens. I don't know how you can't hear it. Oh, I can't hear it. I don't know why I can't hear it. Cuphead was good. Huh, odd. What could it be? What? That's so weird. Y'all want to swap to PC this August? Is a Ryzen 5500 good with 5060 Ti? That sounds pretty good. That sounds good enough to win this game. How much RAM? I wouldn't get a computer unless it's minimum 32 gigabytes of RAM. I don't think 16 is definitely not enough nowadays for these games. That's for sure. 16 is not enough RAM. As crazy as that sounds to say, I never thought to say that. 16 is not enough. Oh my god, she's pushing me. Oh my god, CC rivals, bro. Can I play the game? Yo, there's no way this CC buff doesn't kick in. I got CC 3 times in a row, or 4. I got pushed, grabbed, frozen. Can we like be realistic?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Did you get into 20? No, I didn't get into 20. What do be my title falls into 20? If you guys stop spam my damn chat, please. What's up, Infer? What's up, Eli? How you doing? Huh. How do I fix this? What does this do? Do anything.
Anyone willing to help?
That's so random. I didn't touch any of my audio settings, so I don't know why it's doing this. That's such a random bug to have. Because my audio is just distorted coming from my game PC out of nowhere. But it doesn't happen on TikTok, even though I'm streaming to both with the same audio mixer. With the same audio device selected. Device, I mean like same mic or whatever. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Is this side? Oh, it's Arvis chasing me. Oh my god, it's so persistent. Oh my god, I actually can kill that guy, but he does his kick. His kick does percent damage. It sounds good on the Cuphead. Bro, so is it only for this game? How does that even make any sense?
The X-Men.
It just coincidentally only for the main game that I play. Okay, that's like, okay. I mean, I guess it's so random, but all right. The bug only happens on my main game. Okay. That's like very handy.
No there yet. Going to overtime.
So you're gonna C9? Okay, this guy doesn't care about the point. Bro, that guy has 34 kills, bro. What?
Another epic victory.
Is the audio bit rate?
Win.
Yeah, it does sound like audio bit rate, but that wouldn't make any sense. I think it's set to the same thing as well. That's audio settings. Oh, microphone wrong. Whoops. That's so microphone wrong. I still play Deadlock, not much. Hertz stereo. Disable Windows audio ducking. What the hell is this? I don't even know what this setting does. What is this? When did they add this? Windows audio ducking. What the hell does that even do? It was on. Windows audio ducking. Maybe this was it? Windows audio ducking is an automatic feature that lowers the volume of background apps like music and games when a priority sound such as an incoming phone call or notification is detected. What the fuck? Wait, it could be actually this. Why is this on? Try this. Why is that on? Okay, I'll do another test match. Because it's not happening for this computer or TikTok. It has to be something in my OBS. Because that doesn't make any sense that it's just happening on literally one app but not the other. That's so weird. Yo, by the way, I want a refund, by the way. Yo, them nerfing Black Cat that much but dropping this skin is actually ridiculous. I want a refund. I want a freaking refund, bro. Playing MR while Overwatch is a thing. Just face slapping head emoji. Hey, you're a cornball. I'm gonna just say you're a cornball. Let's see. Oh, I need to buy some stuff, huh? Hold on. I want that Punisher skin. Where's the Punisher skin? I was so busy fixing audio issues, I wasn't paying attention to the... Should I buy the Invis skin too? Oh, it's a bundle. $51% off. Oh, I should buy this instead of buying this, huh? I need a cloak skin. I have a cloak skin. Big Nas, I thought you're bigger than this.
616 frame one
For playing Marvel instead of
Yokin.
Overwatch. Are you this much of a cornball that you cannot just have two cakes and you want one? Like, holy shit, just play whatever game you like, bro. Stop trying to enforce your opinions on other people. It's actually so annoying. Go do something with your life. Yo, Trash, thanks for the 5. Nice. I got the Punisher skin. Anything else in here I need to buy? I am not buying that Loki skin. Get the Punisher effects.
Judge!
You seen Sinner's tournament? Yeah.
Judge! Jury! Execute!
Yeah. I already have the Psylocke skin. I have a cloak skin now, finally, though. Mantis? Nope. Don't care about this. I want the Johnny skin though. But I don't want to buy this. But I want the Johnny skin. Whatever. Just he doesn't have a legendary, does he? Does Johnny have a legendary? He still doesn't even have a legendary. I'll just wait. I'll just buy whatever his first legendary is. Sorry, Loki. Why would I buy that when I can use female Loki? Be realistic. Lock in. I actually have skins for my supports now. Nice. All my supports have skins now. I'm not playing Adam. W. Okay. Let's see if the audio is fixed, I suppose. It's so weird. Why is this a thing? It's randomly distorting. That's so weird. Have I restarted my computer today? Which I restarted my computer, just in case as well. I don't think I've restarted my computer today. Check in training moon. Yeah, but let me restart my computer. I haven't restarted my computer today. Oh, my intermission screen's lagging. Yeah, I need to upgrade this PC. Using TikTok Live Studio with this PC at the same time is just too much. It's too much. Oh, Windows has an update. Oh, God. Restart my computer, but Windows has an update, so give me a second. How's your day been going? It's been pretty good. Can't complain, can't complain. Good vibes. Chilling and good vibes. Wait, is the C&D skin a mini pass? No. You can just buy that. There was something I wanted to do as well. Yo, Cuphead actually went pretty well last night, no? We cooked up, no? Yo, Cuphead was actually a cookage. That clutch I did was crazy. That clutch I did was crazy, though. Nah, I need to go get a clip of that. That was a crazy clutch. Someone doesn't say new costume. Oh, the summer C&D. That one's not out yet. That one's not out yet. Nah, because when Elias sacrificed herself for me, and then I clutched that was fire. Why am I one red barring on? Oh yeah, there's a storm outside. My power might go out, by the way. I forgot to say that. So yeah, if the stream randomly just blue screens or whatever, you know why? My power went out. I'll try and come back though. But yeah, that clutch was crazy though. Oh, my computer's opening. Why can't I see TikTok chat? Why is it so delayed? I think it's because my computer's so laggy. I can't see all the TikTok messages. This is so weird. More chat settings. I can't see every message. What? On this computer I can, but on the one I'm streaming from, I can't see all the messages. That's so weird. It's like hiding messages from me. Yo, this app is so... God, okay. Like, no comment, man. No comment. Get banned again if I say what I want to say. Oh, give me a sec. I can't see TikTok chat. I wouldn't have a problem with TikTok Live Studio if they optimized it, but it's so poorly optimized. It's like trying to it's like I'm playing on a PS4. It's like a fighter. It turns my computer to a fighter jet. Like I don't know. Like OBS is so optimized for streaming, but then TikTok Live Studio is insanely unoptimized. It's like a Bitcoin miner is on my computer. It's going crazy. Like stuff is ridiculous. It's so laggy. I don't know how people play Marvel Rivals and live stream to Twitch with OBS or YouTube, and then also have TikTok Live Studio open on the same computer. I don't know how people do that. Like, I don't know how you do that. Like that, I feel like your frames are gonna be so damn low. Even on my gaming computer, when I try to live stream to TikTok and play on my gaming computer, play my FPS is like cut by 100. It lowers my FPS by 100. That's not normal. Why is an app lowering my FPS by 100? It's so laggy, bro. And keep in mind, I only have on if I'm doing it on my gaming computer, I only have a TikTok open. I don't even have OBS open. Yo, what's up, Joey? Thanks for the raid. I'm trying to fix my audio mixer. My audio mixer is making my game volume distorted. Appreciate the raid. What was you up to? Oh, my game's opening now. Oh, were you on Liza P again? Or were you on 2X today? I think you said you're gonna play 2X on Friday, right? Your stream lagging? It was lagging because what was it lagging? I don't know what was lagging. What's up, Anthony? Let me shout out Joy. Yo, what's up, those that are coming from Joy? You got a raid and run. That's perfectly fine. Because this stream's gonna be pretty long. If I can fix this audio issue though. So I don't want to stream with even your camera's lagging. Oh, that's not good. It's still lagging. That's because of having TikTok open, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Dude, I live streamed to TikTok in 30 FPS and I still lag. I live streamed to TikTok at 30 FPS, 720p, and I'm still lagging. That shows you how laggy that app is, bro. It's the TikTok that's making me lag. It's not my OBS. Like TikTok live stream just takes up so much resources, bro. Okay, let me know if the audio's still distorting. I'm gonna play Punisher and just shoot. Actually, no, I'll play Cyclops. They're still doing it.
Right on target. Got my eye on someone. Blasting through.
Double kill.
Is it doing it right now? Sounds fine. It'll probably just randomly happen later. It's random though. That's the worst part about it. I don't know how to fix it. It's so random. It just does it randomly. It's so weird. It just does it like every 5 minutes. Are you playing in that tourney? No, I'm not. I didn't get picked. Okay, yeah, it's not doing it. Whatever. Let's just go play ranked. Let me know if it does it again. I will try to... I don't know. I'll think of something to fix it if I can. Let's get this Cyclops good. Alright, so the characters I'm playing for season 8.5, I'm going to be playing a lot of Cyclops. Where's my strike roster? I need to add Cyclops to this. Oops. Let's see. Boom. We're gonna take some people out of the strike roster. Dee Dee, you're gone. Moon Knight, you're gone. I want to play Moon Knight. I can play Cyclops. And the more I still need for anti-dive. Phoenix, you're gone. Star-Lord, I don't want to play Star-Lord. You're gone. Punisher, we still need Punisher for group walls. I like Elsa. I'm gonna leave Elsa. Black Cat, neutered. Bucky, why is Bucky up here? What else? I think these are the characters I'm gonna play for this season. Namor is just for anti-dive. Punisher is just for root walls. Elsa, sometimes I feel like playing Elsa. But my main characters I'm gonna be playing this half season, will be Blade, Cyclops, and Cyclops. So yeah. Tanks could be Emma, Dino, if I need to fill. Any other tank I want to put up here? Oh, I'm probably gonna practice some Cap later tonight. I wanna add Cap to this. Oh, I could probably play Rogue now. Let's try Rogue buffs as well later tonight. If I play all games of a lie, remind me to try Rogue buffs. Strategist. We do Luna, Cloak, Invis, White Fox. I go Ultron. I think those are the sports I'm gonna play this season. Oh, Rocket got buffed through the roof, huh? Well, not this patch, last patch. He gets all stupid fast. I guess I'll add a Rocket just in case. So Rocket's really good in the triple healer as well. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're good to go. Excuse me. Oh, this is a free battle pass, right? Cool. All right, let's go play. I don't know if there's anyone online that wants to do it. I'm pretty sure everybody's watching the tournament. Everybody's watching Sonos 20. Oh my god, there's 284k people playing Marvel Rivals. Holy crap. God damn, that's a lot of people playing Rivals.
We did something! We did something!
Okay, now we have one more ult. I'm gonna switch to Namor real quick.
Okay. Yeah,
That's a lot of people playing Rivals. That's insane.
If anyone like needs me to ult too, let me know.
Oh,
I need heal, I need heal.
I thought it was my teammate talking. Send play Squirrel Girl.
I got died by Kingsman.
I
died to Kingsman again.
Dude, those teams are ridiculous, by the way. Does she have the teams on her Twitter? The teams are actually ridiculous. Because, oh, here, look at the teams. Look at the teams. So, there's 4 teams in total. Team 1 is Jinxie, Senna, Shroud, J3, Vanilla, and Rage. Team 2 is Armory, Super, RDC Dez, Bonnie, Sakura, and 7foot. Team 3 is Silky, Tony, Dylan, Flats, Arky, Ashland. Okay, I'm saying this now. I think the teams that are probably going to win this or go to the finals is Team 3 or 4. Because Team 4 is Kingsman, Joe Burt, Panu, Mari, Sunny, and Zoil. I think one of these teams are going to win this. They have Kingsman and Panu on the same team, which is ridiculous. Armory, yes, she's a pro, yes. And she's on the same team as Super and Dez, but and 7foot. But the thing is, Armory being a pro, she's a pro on support. It's gonna be hard to carry. It's gonna be hard to carry that. Like, I don't know. Kingsman versus J3's team is on right now. Shoot, maybe we watch the tournament. Y'all want to watch the tournament or what? We could watch it.
Okay. 3 healers here.
That was a great defense. We
You
take
should
those.
switch to 3 healers.
What do you mean? I think
Yes.
they win as bad as it could
Okay,
have
after this match.
Hey, trust me, no, I could.
Yeah, they
we
banned
won,
some
we
people.
won
Could've
a
gone
fight or
worse.
two.
I think we won 2 fights.
Yeah, it
so
could have
it's not
gone
bad.
worse. It could
It's
have
not
gone
bad.
worse. Okay. Do you want me to switch to a
Low
healer?
key, yeah, we could watch the tournament.
No. We don't have to. I'm just saying, does anyone think like?
Let's look at Panu's POV. Gotta support Panu, bro.
Want me to try I could try
Where's Panu at?
Tank women, yeah.
Just gotta support the homie.
I was playing.
Oops, someone's pressed unfollow.
Nice.
Let's go, Panu.
Okay, let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you a spot to throw your beacon. Follow me, Rocket.
You gotta
Okay.
support the homie.
Come to me, Sonny. Come in. We're gonna put it in a spot that they're never gonna break it. I want you to crawl.
I gotta
up
play
this
support.
wall.
Oh, come on.
Crawl up this wall where I
Let's see if
am,
somebody else goes it.
and then come and put it right there. Like just put it.
If no one plays support, then I'll play it. I saw that he got in because Jason didn't join. Bro, Jason don't need the money. Bro, let my boy Panu play, bro. Jason don't need the damn money. God damn it, I have to play support.
You look like $1,000,000.
Only $1 million.
Oh, get the Deadpool to switch, bro.
That much on these boots.
By me, bro. Yo, Deadpool, can you play support?
Suddenly I'm beginning to think this smirk is in the wrong line of work.
God, bro, it's been like how many seasons, bro? Why you still trying to play the fucking Deadpool, man? I'm gonna go support, but like if I don't heal good, don't get mad at me.
A fight to end the
Don't get mad at me.
darkness.
All good, man. Thanks for taking the bullet.
I'm only playing it because I want to use this cloak skin I just bought. He's lucky I want to use the cloak skin I just
I
bought.
got Gambit red. Looking backwards.
They don't know I want a 100k tournament playing support. They're not supposed to know that. We're getting dove. We're getting dove. Look at me, Rocket. Look at me, Rocket. Look at me, Rocket. They're not supposed to know that. I didn't win a 100k tournament. That wasn't me. They have a blade. Ooh. That guy's good. Yeah, we're getting rolled. Tastes cold steel. Audio still sucks? Oh, fucking hell, are you serious? The audio still messed up? My God, bro.
We got you, Herbie. Don't you worry.
We better test this out.
Bro, how am I even supposed to fix that? I think I have another idea, but I don't think it's something I can do. I swapped the cords out already, so it's not the cord. If I do a hard reset on my audio mixer, that's gonna fuck up the whole stream. I'm gonna have to like come back later. I can't just restart my audio mixer completely. Fuck Cyclops and fuck my rolls. Stream is fine for me. No, the audio randomly distorts for like a few seconds. It's like muffled, yeah. It's like muffled. You don't hear it? You really don't hear it? I mean, it's not that big of an issue, but like for how much my audio mixer costs, it's an issue to me. For how much my audio mixer costs, it's an issue to me. Yeah, it's muffled. Yeah. But the thing is, it's muffled, but like it's not muffled on TikTok. And I'm streaming to TikTok with the same audio device. And also, it doesn't happen on this computer when I use my OBS. And my mic is perfectly fine and the music is fine. It's just the gain. That's it. I don't know how to fix it. It's so weird. And it's randomly just started. How'd you guys die? Are they dying my own? Yeah, it's like the audio is going through like a noise suppression to like make it lower. It's weird. I'll try something after this match. And it's only happening on this game. I don't think it's happening on any other game. That's so weird. Because when we were playing Cuphead last night at the end of the stream, it was perfectly fine, no? Yeah, it's only in-game audio. But when I record a video with this computer's OBS, my gaming computer, it doesn't have it. Even though it's the same audio device. I think it's like, I have an issue with my OBS on my streaming computer. There's like a setting on that's like messing my thing up, I think. Oh, hell no. Why am I ace? Yo, why are we losing this? Because I shouldn't be ace as deep as support.
I agree.
Like, can I just play DPS, please? Can when you DPS, just go support?
Storm. We hold Gambit ult there because we weren't close enough.
Oh, brother.
Spending the full 6 seconds walking out. It's a short ult now. You can't pop it that early. Why are we like, backline?
I shouldn't be. I'm literally autopiloting the match right now, and I'm ace. Like, it's not normal. This cloak is trying to fucking one combo me. I can literally hear her behind me. How did she get me? What? Son, this match is... Can we swap, please, for the love of God?
0-2-0.
That's not the problem. Gambit's not there. Gambit's not the problem, man. You need to swap off Storm.
Wait, the Gambit isn't the problem, bro. Like, we're not... Yeah, we're not killing anything. Like,
give me a second. No. You are 2-4. You're 2-4, and you're telling me that I'm the problem.
I'm taking for DPS that can't do damage when they don't ult.
No.
Bro, it's fine. It's fine.
You're tanking. You are tanking into a Gambit while you're cloaking. Listen,
my job to peel for magic.
No. Am I talking about peel? Oh, okay. Keep yapping. You're talking about something I'm not even talking to you. I'm not talking about peeling, and you know that.
Why am I ace as support, bro? Can I play DPS, please? It's not that deep, bro.
You are dog shit. You're 2-4. It's
not
that deep.
What about me? I'm 7-2, bro. I'm 7-2, bro. What about me? Hold on. Why you only aggro on him? Can we swap, please?
Why would I be aggro on you? You're not the problem.
Yeah, I know I'm not the problem. I know I'm not the problem, but can we swap the DPS? Can we?
Against melee characters, they're playing melee.
Brother.
Blown up. They have one.
See, listen. You're not trying to problem solve. You're just yapping to yap. That's the problem here. No, you're 2-4. You're 2-4. You're 2-4. You are. I'm
7-2 as support, and I'm ace. Like I shouldn't be ace as cloak and dagger, bro.
You're 2-4. 2-4.
Carry your ass.
You're not carrying anything other than your stupid.
I have to if I wanted to get more kills, dude.
Oh my god.
You don't have any kills. You have no kills.
How are you dying to a match with 10
Because I'm healing, and you're dog shit. You're 2 and 4 and 10. Stop speaking.
That's why your match getting capped.
I've been healing. I've been healing. I've been healing the entire time.
Because you're so good at healing. That's why they have
2 and 4, 2 and 4, 2 and 4. You and your duo did not ban down there. That's on you. That is on you. That is on you. This is why new people like you. 2 and 4
what do you mean it's on him?
shit. Goes White Fox to farm MVP, by the way. While playing this game. Goes to White Fox to farm MVP.
He just got MVP. I had MVP the whole game. I feel like this guy is like only aggroed on that guy, but he's like ignoring me.
Those White Fox to farm MVP after throwing the tank, by the way. Literally throwing the tank, bro. Brother, White Fox MVP merchant. You were 2 and 4 an entire round of Magneto. You did not kill Mega once. Do not speak. Do not speak. Do not speak. Brother, you are Lord Magneto. You were 2 and 4 round 1. No. Storm is not an MVP merchant. That's how I know you're. No, you're.
They're still going, bro.
Storm works. And it's clear. Storm's not an MVP.
Oh my
Storm's
god.
MVP, her team's bad.
Get me out of this
Storm is
match,
MVP, her team. She's literally not. She's literally not. You're boosted.
1v1, and I'm a tank man.
You're boosted, and you can keep griefing comms. Keep griefing comms. You are boosted. You are why we're losing. That is fine. That is fine. That is fine. Brother, I died twice. I've been healing.
Why are you? No, dude, you're frontlining, man. If
Boosted player. Goes White Fox to farm MVP. Boosted player. GG's, bro. Literally, that's what you did. You threw round 1, you go White Fox to farm MVP after blaming your duelist.
Oh my god, bro. Starting off the season strong. They're still going, even in chat. They're still going. They're arguing in chat. They're still going. You can't see it if you're on TikTok, but they're still going. They are still going. Let me see if I can fix this audio thing. What did I miss? Actual tomfoolery, bro. Just tomfoolery. Oh, what can I do to fix this, man? What can I do to fix this?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What could it be?
I'll fight to end the
What could it
darkness
be?
that's
What could it
spawned
be?
me.
What could it be?
Now,
A setting in Rivals? I didn't change any of my settings. All I played for the past 2 days are what, test server? No, it wouldn't be a setting in I'm telling you, it's a setting in my OBS that's like making my audio distorted randomly. It's fine right now, yeah, I know, but like it's randomly. Oh shit, we're supposed to be watching the Senna 20. I wasn't supposed to queue another match. Okay, I'm not going like that. That match doesn't count. That match was BS. I'm not going like that. That match does not count. That match was complete BS. What is this setting? Like I don't even know what it is because I didn't change anything. How am I supposed to know what setting it is if I didn't change anything with my audio mixer or my OBS? The only thing I've been doing the past few days is just tweaking my TikTok. That's it. Did I get a center 20? No. What would cause my audio to be distorted?
Pick your hero.
Or unless my computer's just too overloaded from live streaming on TikTok, but that I don't that's like the only thing I could possibly think of. That's the only possible thing I can think of, but that doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense.
Staying in the light.
Your audio output device and rivals. Output? My output is my headphones. That's what I hear through.
30 seconds before you attack.
OBS issue, a random audio issue as well. That's so random. What? I didn't touch anything too, so like I didn't update my drivers. I didn't update OBS. I literally did nothing. The only thing I've been doing the past few days. I mean, thankfully, it's not that big of an issue where I can't stream. It's just annoying, and it's noticeable, especially if I say something, it's noticeable. Like, it's not doing it right now, but then you're gonna randomly hear it just distorting.
3, 2,
Last time I streamed, it doubled my audio. I had to restart to fix it.
all you need to do is capture the mission area.
That's so weird.
I'd rather make music than do anything else. Except be a superhero.
Ridiculous. You know who's crazy? You. Yeah.
There they are.
Like, I'm just trying to just hop on the game and play some Blade, bro. Holy shit, that girl does damage.
Looks like the mission area is yours after now. They captured the mission area.
What was Luna doing over there? Is she playing DPS Luna? There's no reason she should have been across the map. But what's banned? I haven't been paying attention to bans. I'm trying to fix my audio. Cyclops is a ban, bro. Like, I don't care. Ladies used to get mad at me all they want. Cyclops is a ban. If Cyclops is open, I'll play that shit.
Back in the game. I was born ready.
Oh my god, my shift actually does damage. But she's so excited to see.
What are you aiming at?
What? Why did DD leave? He left me. Oh. Probably because she shielded. I was with him, but he just left.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh, we're getting rolled.
Turn around, you fool.
Finally healing up.
Cyclops is banned. Star-Lord, Cyclops. Yeah, Star-Lord is definitely a ban this season. Torch is banned? Oh, wow. That's an interesting one. Torch ban.
The hunt is on.
Try to disable voice chat. That wouldn't make any sense though, no? I'm about to say, where's DD at, bro? Are we diving or what? Dress over here. Okay, rubber band.
Double KO. That's 3.
Can you pay the taste cold steel? Here they come. Back in the game. Boom, one shot.
Oh, my gunshot didn't hit.
No winner yet. Going to
Oh, man.
overtime.
Oh, I was CCing from that. That was the buff. We don't have any cloak oaks. We have a support pool? Oh, fuck me, bro.
No winner yet.
Support pool, White Fox. Yeah, alright, bro. GG, pack it up. Oh, man, bro. Wait, so why didn't we use our support ults? What happened there? 0-5? 0-4? Oh my god, bro.
Day and
Son,
night.
what is happening in these games?
The best of me.
Maybe if I use stereo, it won't distort.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
TV, soundbar, surround sound. I don't fucking know, bro. I have headphones, so why should I not use headphones? Let's try speakers. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to footsteps. Let's do surround sound.
Rated T, huh?
Sombrero. Sombrero. Wait, the sombrero emote's actually funny though.
All you need to do is capture the
Sombrero.
mission area. Got it?
Why do we get Will of Galacta going before Spider-Man? You think Spider-Man deserves any skins? I told you already, J. Jonah Jameson was right. Lock that thug up. Lock that thug. I'm joking. I can't see shit. I can't see shit.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Why am I slow? What's slowed me? Can we walk or something? Jesus Christ, bro. They have no healers on them and they're getting held up by a DD or something. I don't know. I don't see they don't, like, I have 3 people aggroed. Like there should be 5 people that are fighting the other 3 people that are left. Thank you. Oh my god.
Look, our next victims.
Time to celebrate.
Like there's no way they're not hearing me back here ulting and stuff, and then they're just not walking up. Is the audio distorted still, or is it not doing it right now? I'm actually so cooked. I don't know how I'm gonna fix that issue. It's just not doing it right now. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Hasn't done it once since I've been here. What? So random. I don't even know how to replicate it. That's actually insane.
Blade is in his element.
It's the same. Sounds fine. Son, how do I replicate that bug? What? My only theory is that, like, I guess since I'm live streaming on TikTok with TikTok Live Studio and OBS, it's like I think this computer just too weak, so it's like making my audio fuck up. Because I mean, it's definitely making me lag. It's making the stream lag sometimes, that's for sure. So I think it's just that. I think. But that wouldn't make any sense. It did it when I wasn't. Oh, come on. We have no support after this. Can we get like a cloak or a Luna or something? Please? We need like a good main healer.
Are you blind? We literally have a Luna.
No, do we? Nice. Swap off Blade and go C&D. Fuck I do, what? How would I do that?
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Play vital.
God, bro.
What are you aiming at? Is in his element. Slice and dice.
Control seized. Double KO.
We got
Also, your Blade's also underwhelming. Had to get that lineup.
as good as new.
Okay.
Going to overtime. Double KO.
That's it. Nice.
Nice friend.
Poor side? Ain't no poor side, bro. It's not my side, so fuck that side. Okay, where is the tournament at? Let me pull that back up.
Running back.
Is there a bracket?
Alright, do I play the same guy?
Wait, am I on Luna or Gambit?
Same thing, same thing.
I love
Either
Oh,
or.
shit.
I think
I'm
we're...
insta-banning Gambit,
Yeah,
so
we're banning Gambit,
we're gonna
so-
play Luna.
Okay, okay. So
I'm down to ban that guy. I agree with that.
Is there a bracket?
have my bans. I
I'd
have
like
my
to see a
bans.
bracket.
30 seconds before
Yeah,
the
I mean, I agree with that one.
A bracket would be fire. I mean, there's only 4 teams, so like. Where's the production streaming this, or is it just on Senna's channel?
The only way they'll find a winning, bro.
Senna's in the tournament herself though, so like.
Spam heal Jay and Rage and Trap.
Well, Jay might be trying to get their back line. He might be.
It's not on her channel, so I don't know where the production stream is.
And you're going to wrap around. You could call somebody to victory score. You call somebody to come with.
2, 1.
Oh, chat said they don't think so.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
I haven't been able to play Cyclops Balance. I think he's really strong, really good. I got a lot of shit the other day though for saying he's really good in test server because they were like, "Oh, you're fighting bots." Oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I just don't want to see a poke character be good. Dive characters, dive player complaining about Cyclops. Blah, blah, blah. Next, you know, he drops. He's permaban. Like, all right. Like, yes, I'm fighting bots, but like. Did I die? I know they capture while I was hitting the damn thing. What? I think capture while I was hitting it. What? What's different? Can you say yes or no real quick? What the hell are you talking about? Okay, I'm gonna switch the audio back to headphones. It feels weird with it being on surround sound.
Slice and dice.
It just sounds a little louder, that's all. And I feel like I can't hear footsteps as well. Oh my god, he was 1 HP.
PD1 that's like.
Oh man. Gotta get out of there. Oh, that isn't where I want to go. Oh, I got bubbled. Oh my goodness, how annoying. I just seen someone answer. I have 90% real blade. Wait, yes or no real quick to what?
No.
Yes or no to what? Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know the context for what you're asking.
Boom, one shot. Snack time already. Back in the game.
Has Blades done got a buff? Not in a while, no. He's got one before. It was a long time ago, though.
Hey, can I like get healed too? I keep leaving spawn just to die, and I'm right next to both of my other supports. It's actually infuriating. Like, come on, please.
Favorite Final Fantasy? 10, 15, or 16. I like 7 a lot, though.
You've captured more than half of the mission
But
area. Keep going.
I don't know. I'd have to like rank them. I haven't finished 6. I mean, I already know how 6 ends and stuff. So it's kind of like. I like 6 though. I like how dark it is. That's part where I like 16 so much. But you're not gonna actually fight me. I know you're just gonna TP your teammate. Oh, you're a troll. He took too long to TP.
Control lost. We've almost got it.
We're gonna TP or what are we doing?
Wait, we can walk. We can walk.
Okay. Alright, they're down 1. Nice pick. Oh, that girl, leave me alone.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Nice.
Area's almost yours.
Rogue buffs are really good. Ooh, nice. That sounds fun. If I do alt games, if I lie today, I'll try out Rogue. I'll alt the portal. If I can.
I can get used to this.
Oh, where did this get altered? Oh, we need a portal. Oh, Strange is still alive. Oh, he's still alive. That's not good.
Slice and dice.
We have a Luna ult.
It's a grand finale.
I'm pulling when I respond.
Slice and dice.
Hold on. Hold on, play.
Got one. Got both the heroes. Both heroes are dead. Oh, what the? I didn't mean to do that, obviously, but it works. GG's. What? Yeah, this game.
GG. Good luck next.
Oh man. Yeah, for carry. What a little scary of a match, I must say. Big win. Yeah, I'm actually so annoyed. This fucking audio distortion thing is tilting me because I don't know how to replicate it. It's tilting the hell out of me. I don't know how to replicate it. Cyclops always banned? Yes. Yes, Cyclops needs to be banned, bro. Yes. I'm banning Cyclops. If I'm not playing it, if I don't feel like playing him, I'm banning it. 99% win rate. What? How does that even make any sense? I didn't play him last match. Oh, I did. But I didn't do anything. What? What? Well, one, we lost that match. And two, I didn't even walk up the spawn room with him. And three, I didn't even walk out. I didn't even play him. I hovered him. That's it. What? That doesn't make any sense. How is that 2 wins? Because of quick play? Quick play counts? I didn't even know that's a thing. What? Quick play counts towards this? I mean, okay, I guess. That's random. I didn't know that. You didn't filter it? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, there you go. That makes sense. I was about to say, like, what? Why didn't I give me a loss for Psylocke then? Gave me a loss for Cloak, huh? Since I was most played that match. Nope, it didn't even give me a loss for Cloak. What? It didn't count as a match played. That's so weird. Are we not watching the 20? Oh, shit. We can't. My bad.
Nice.
Wolverine is so fucking annoying.
Yeah, he's the worst character.
Fart Vapor 69. Okay.
Especially if you're attacked.
What a name.
Yeah.
We just push car, no?
My only deaths have been to this fucking wolf.
I need more
We
spacing.
need to amplify right now, please. Push your amplifier
Let's do it,
button
Sonny.
forward.
Let's do it, Sonny. Yep.
Nice. Shoot it. Shoot. Your
Okay.
gun. I broke it. Kill him.
Okay. Got both the support. Ooh. I think Panu's team's gonna win this tournament. I hope he does win.
He's going for a touch.
Yep.
Good
freeze,
freeze.
Joe.
Let's
Fucking
go. Let's go.
Joe. You gotta come to rivals, bro. Like you gotta come play. You gotta play more.
That's a W.
you're on.
Maybe I'm just in the right spot at the right time. I keep seeing crazy shit out of Joe. He's like, I don't know.
W.
I told you, bro. This guy's good at the game.
He's top 10.
Like,
He's top 10. I mean,
He knows
everybody,
what he's
honestly.
fucking doing.
What team are they fighting right now?
Of course.
Hard agree.
Remember when I said
Miss
if we play for
Brunette
like
is
a week,
crazy.
probably get Celestial minimum? I told you. Like,
Yeah, I
easily.
just have to know.
Are they fighting flats
I
this
think if
team?
I know life the game, I can climb.
If you understand the game, you can easily get there.
That's how I did
Like,
it.
just
That's
basic
how I-
things.
I think they're playing Flats' team. No, Flats' team is playing a different team. That Rage? Flats' team is playing team 1. Team 1's playing team 3, and team 2 is playing team 4. I'm assuming right now is a round robin, and then... Oh, wait, no, it's 6 o'clock. No way it's a round robin still. Unless they're going off West Coast time, I don't know.
Just kill the healer.
Make sure you keep one on point, by the way, because I'm kind of trying to like really stagger them out here.
Hold on. The King's cooking. He's with Kingsman, right? Yeah.
Just keep Rocket. Rocket's honestly the one.
Panu's with Kingsman.
Can I get a heal,
Flats
please?
has Silky, Tony, Ashland. Oh my God, there's a lot of people on team 3 that played this game.
You see me up top?
There's a lot of people. I feel like one of these two teams are gonna win this. The only people on this team that don't play is
Honestly, we just have
It's
to trade at
Arky?
this point. We're all playing TDM.
everybody else here plays
Just
the
keep
game.
going. Just don't let off the gas. Just keep pressing W.
I'm scared about team 3. I want Padu's team to win, but I think team 3 might win. I don't know. Team 4 and team 3 is the team going to win.
I didn't even.
Wait, she spit us out. We're okay. We're okay. She spit us out.
But this tournament is crazy. If you're participating in the tournament, minimum you get 2.5k minimum, because there's only 4 teams and the prize pool is what 150k. So even if you get last place, minimum you're guaranteed 2.5k USD. That's insane. That is insane. First place team gets what is it, 75k or something like that. So what, 11k per player? Oh my God, bro.
If they play really aggressive, we can punish them, but otherwise, just take your time. Take your time.
Something like that. I don't remember what first place team. It's like 70k or something like that, or 75 if I'm correct.
Got 3 healer ults. Like my ult can be very useful right now.
This is like 11.5k or something ish. Around 11k for first place team.
Alright, I'm about to ult.
Rich Infernasu would have loved this. Excuse me. Where is it? She didn't post it.
Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it.
She posted it somewhere. I guess she deleted it. I don't know where she put it. Let's go Flats.
We can walk in with my ult. About to do it now.
This is only the second round of round robin. Oh, maybe I shouldn't watch yet then. Let's watch later then.
Kill 2.
I'm gonna keep queuing then.
Two healers dead.
This is just still round robin.
Rage in the back.
How many round robins are there in total? Oh, you dead. I've never seen this much people streaming Marvel Rivals. Holy cow. Probably since like launch. So much people streaming this game. This tournament. Let me see how Necros is doing on Blade. Oh, he's on Cyclops right now. I'll play Cyclops this match.
Victory is in my sight. Victory
I haven't played Cyclops yet.
Go, send it.
Whew. Bang. 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 His ult is just better played on. I'm actually so jealous. Like he has my ult, it's just better. His ult is literally mine, but just better. That's so silly, bro.
We can go in now.
But I swear to God, how much like.
What was that one guy that was in here saying that we are not banning Gambit next season? Watch, he won't be banned next season. And look, he's still getting banned. It's hilarious. Look at him still getting banned. You want to ban Donald? Sure, I don't care. Look at him still getting banned. Think the buffs were enough? No. I don't think he's gonna be meta.
Keep running back in your ult so you don't.
He's probably alright now though.
I have my ult.
Yeah, just back up.
Why is he so close to the camera? Half of his head is missing from the camera.
Back if you can.
He got that lucky Zeal POV. Why is he so close to this camera? It's so funny.
pretty badly, I think.
You want to use it like more forward in the open so we can because if you
Take
walk behind a
space
wall,
off it,
we can
yeah.
hit it. Yeah.
I see.
The right heroes could make all the difference. I am ready to put on a show.
That's just how he streams, really?
Jay, where should I beacon?
Is this really how he streams? I've never watched a Jinxie stream. Oh my god, it is. You can still see his head in this one though. That one, maybe because he's locked and he's on a tournament. Yeah, this looks normal, but this one he's so locked in. I guess that's why. He's sitting up in his cheese in the gamer position, bro. Is that a?
Sorry, guys.
What is this emote? No, that emote is ridiculous.
Whole thing. Just keep fighting. Just get aggro. Get aggro.
Oh, that's both his dashes gone. Hold on. That's a pack right there. That's a pack right there.
Perfect angle. It's good to have you on our side, Spider-Man. You've always been a trusted ally.
These league streams are funny, really? Hmm. Okay, I just fucked that up. Jinxie's in the 20. He's in the 20.
They were just a different kind of hard.
All right, first Cyclops match on Real Client. Let's cook up.
2, 1.
Let's cook up.
Got my eye on someone welcome guest. Nothing here. No better way to solve a problem than with a beam of pure concussive force.
You need to stop that.
That guy was dead.
Thanks for the boost.
Here we go. Yo, where's your team at? Can your team stay next to you, please, so I can, like, get more damage? My man's getting pocketed to a different degree. Look at that. Poor White Fox. Yeah. Yeah, that guy's getting pocketed to a different degree, bro. I gotta kill those fucking supports. That guy already has like probably crazy amounts of mitigated damage, I bet you. The support pool is using his boomerang to do damage. Wow. Bang! 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 Shit is hype, bro.
Hey.
What's up? He said what?
Look Thor in here.
Something Thor. Yeah, there's Thor in there.
Yeah.
Bang!
Yo, Infernasu, when you hopping back on ABA? I love you.
What is that?
Yo, bro. Okay, be right. Basically, when you on Blade, you still playing?
Huh? Do I still play Blade? Yeah, I played him last match.
How does he feel to you? I can't get a feel.
Feels pretty good. I don't think he's gonna be meta, but he's all right.
The professor didn't train quick.
Portal. Oh my god, my is horrible.
Yeah, alright.
Yo, there's a Thor like on our back line. I'm feeling.
There's a good pull.
Yo, tight. Oh god.
Wolf no passive.
Got it. Yeah, we do. Oh, you touching?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
We gotta get our ass out of here.
Maximum impact.
Can we end this for his wolf?
It's throwing bad. Yeah, it's throwing bad for me right now too. If my power goes out,
dude,
I'm
like
fucked.
bad.
If my power goes out, I'm fucked. This Thor is just not dying. That sucks. Yeah, we gotta put pressure on their backline. Their supports are healing them like crazy. Like the store doesn't die because
They're not pushing card. They're not pushing card. Don't worry.
Okay, okay. Kill his Mac. Kill his Mac.
Yeah, I'm looking Mac.
Nice. We gotta put pressure on their backline.
Yo, can someone walk front so I can pull back? Yeah. Oh, Honor take one. Let me know he's he's waiting.
Wolf no passive.
Oh, I got. I forced it to boil. Jeff, huge, Jeff, huge. Keep the ball, keep the ball.
Oh my god, my health bar.
We got Pinkpool. I think he's Donald or something. I don't know. Yo, can we burn Mag? Mag 1.
Or a dagger.
Never mind, they healed him. I'm getting overly touched by this wolf.
Wolverine's so annoying. They have so much brawl. Much tanky characters on their fucking team.
I have ulti. I'm covering the stuff up Spidey because I can't die.
I didn't die well. Oh, it's so buns. So buns sometimes. God, the store, bro.
Wolf trying to grab me off map.
Did he just recognize me or something? What is wrong with him? What is, like, actually though?
Wolf no passive.
What is wrong with this guy?
Wolf 1 dead.
Oh god, this guy's so annoying.
We have no stops.
Nice pull. Jesus Christ, this door. Oh my god. Yeah, will not leave me alone. I'm pretty sure recognizing me. If I had to guess. But they does not care about other guys.
There's still a chance to stop them. The final 10 seconds.
Hey, Chad! Someone clip this!
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I'm portaling.
Bro, what is wrong with this guy? Like, actually, though. I've been focused this hard in a long time.
I unleash the Ashanti's power.
There's a fat Agamotto. Please tell me we do something with it.
Oh. 1 HP. Fuck. Oh my god, bro.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Bro, this store won't leave me alone. It's actually so annoying.
Still got some fight left in me.
They have so much tanky characters. Wolverine, of Thor, there was Mac.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
Good. That guy escapes. Wow.
Only 60 seconds left.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Heal me up.
Shields up.
Yo, get this door off of me, please, dude. I'm up.
Jeez, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
I think we need someone to kill the Thor. I'm gonna have to switch. This Thor is being annoying as fuck, especially to our backline as well. God, bro, how annoying.
You're
Lasered.
actually baiting. Deadpool E can out heal my entire ult alone.
How annoying, bro.
Current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
So
You'll
what
need a
are there any
top-notch
like
team to win this
divers on their team or like
Team 1 versus Team
I
2.
they have a Derek.
7 foot team versus J3s.
He
It's Team 1 versus Team 2, yeah. Team 3 versus Team 4. Ooh, I need to watch that
You
match.
know what I noticed is
That match probably crazy. That match about to be crazy. These are the two teams I think are gonna win. Team 3 and Team 4.
Yeah. I mean, we can play by ear too once we're in the game.
Tony
Like
plays Emma, Groot, and Moon Knight. I'm thinking.
Tony.
Dylan,
I think if I'm gonna do Gambit, it might make sense to play it this game.
Oh, my
where
nose.
If I suck, I could hop off versus having to like potentially play Gambit in the finale and having.
Yeah,
not
because if
played
we lose
yet
this, it
against
doesn't
Rob.
matter.
Yeah.
If we lose this,
So
it literally doesn't
I'll
matter.
play
Yeah.
Gambit.
It's
and
wrong,
then if
Robin.
goes
It
well,
really
then I
doesn't
grab
matter.
the
well, if we
two.
want to get, if it really don't matter, we could throw Joe on tank. Get Joe on his main.
No,
I
no,
can play
because we need to
support
secure
you.
because this is
Yeah, we
probably
need
the
to-
best team in the tournament. But if we fight
Yeah.
JC's Senna team again,
I feel like they need to get info.
so like we just need
Oh,
to. beat
so
this
you're
team.
saying
Chose to know.
If we
These are
beat
players.
them and we stop them from getting to the finals,
Yeah.
we win.
And then okay,
Essentially.
yeah. All right, so stay locked.
Give it a try.
I was saying
we need
you
to
know,
focus hard in this. This should be the hardest like we try out of any of the matches.
It's okay. It's okay. We full held them. We're not full held them.
I mean, I
but,
was saying like
we held them
you know,
down.
just the more balanced team overall.
Yeah.
So
How about I switch things up and make our opponents disappear?
Where go?
Let's get that vehicle to its destination.
They have a penny.
Thanks for the boost.
Look at Penny. Get ready to look at Penny. Look at Penny. Look at Penny.
Looking.
Door on point, door on point.
Grab by wolf. Grab by wolf.
Door is holding point.
I'm looking. Door one.
Oh, fuck. What's in my movement?
Enemy located.
Door's still one, dude. The fucker doesn't die.
Yo, this guy's immortal.
Genuinely. I'm wolf grab. No wolf. I'm looking mines. I need to...
Got my eye on some of the welcome guests.
No mine. I lied. There's one. There's still one.
Oh my god, almost died in the air.
I found their play area.
Wow, I fucking hate core players. They're actually so annoying.
It's okay. Let them hold them.
They're actually so fucking annoying.
The professor didn't train
They are actually ridiculously annoying, bro. Especially when they have good supports that just pocket the hell out of them. Because they can just overextend like crazy and just not die.
Wolf grab. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna fucking blender.
Keep pushing forward. We're almost to the west. Blasting through.
If we bait TT, we have a fight here. Let's Thor. Kill the fucking Thor, please. No Thor. No, or what's
Where the fuck did Thor go? Was
Thor
over
over
there.
here. Thor over here.
Did she just crash or something? What was that?
Keep an eye out for the spider box. Blasting through.
Only 60 seconds.
Look Penny. Yo, there's a Thor on our...
This Thor won't fucking die. Oh my fucking god, I've seen it all, bro. This Thor just does not die, bro. I've never seen somebody hard carry their team this auto fucking Thor, bro. This guy just does not fucking die. Bro's life support is crazy. And they have a white fox, so he's diving and he's getting away every time.
Look at Thor, look at Thor!
But he fucking finally died.
Hey, Tag! Someone clip this!
It's nothing, dude.
Look who's back.
Going to overtime.
Oh my god, can we like get white fox or something? Like I don't know why we're still in these characters that die so easily to dive. Yeah, we lost.
There's no way we lose this.
Yeah, we should have had a white fox or something. Because
Yeah,
this
I don't
this
think
Thor
Jeff
was
wants
just
to play. I genuinely do
yeah,
not think
Jeff
Jeff
for
wants to
invis
play.
into Thor. He's just gonna keep bullying you guys.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
So at least white fox is anti-dive. Like I don't know. 37k damage, bro. Oh my god, I literally shot the Thor so many times, bro. I generally do not have a problem with him until the end of the game. Yeah, it was literally just the Thor. He was just permanent our bag line. Solo diving, by the way, and getting away, by the way. Solo diving as Thor. I like losing a Cyclops game just because of that.
They're also gonna have a storm, so that's second ban. If
Ashley.
if they save storm,
See Ashlyn's POV.
we ban we leave in Dino for sure.
There's no way she's not streaming.
We ban the
Storm goat.
DD. Do they have a DD?
The Storm goat.
Wait, Plus, could you check
Leak
the
them. We
chat?
want drama. Drama is crazy.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
GG's. GG's, man. I'm hot. GG's, dude. Yeah, that match was stupid. We shouldn't have lost that. Oh well, it's all good though. I did 37k damage. I kept shooting the Thor, but like he was getting healed like crazy. I kept having to turn around. Like I wanted to go kill the supports, but every time I would want to go kill the supports, I had to kept turning around because my supports was getting dived by Thor. And they're like, can we please shoot the Thor? Can we please? I can't look at both places at once, man.
Yeah, just say in chat.
I can't look both places at once. It's like I don't know.
Hero do you think you want to be today?
Where's this match at, bro? Can we start the match?
Wait, am I doing Gambit or Luna?
Gambit.
What is your
I'm gonna say Panu's team wins this.
Me?
Now,
I don't know. Both these teams are really good.
from this match.
Behold, Darkchild. I should guess.
No, you're playing.
No, you gotta actually voice it.
Then Gambit.
No.
It's the final round of round robin matches. Okay, nice.
I wanna hear your pressure.
Okay, so after this match, I'll play. This is my last match where I was, and we're gonna watch the rest of the tournament, and we'll play more afterwards.
No. I'm shy.
He's blushing, I can tell.
Zoyo, I'll do yours. At the Eye of Agamotto.
It's by the eye. It's by the eye.
Okay. Wait, I'll redeem myself. Okay.
What the?
Jury, executioner.
That's actually not bad. That was actually really good. Good voiceover. What was that effect?
Yeah, did you get an echo? Why did it start echoing?
It was my goal XLR and some shit. I mean,
that was very nice.
What the hell? Was Spotty on your team? GG's? Are you gonna throw my game?
Yeah, I just.
They banned Blade. Okay, so we're just trolling, I guess.
Damn, I need to get one.
Almost. Yeah,
If we win, I'm buying one of those. I can afford one of those.
They're not updating it no more, so
Ban Phoenix.
you shouldn't get it going.
Fuck Phoenix. My homies hate Phoenix. Guess I'll just play Cyclops again, I guess.
I use a focus right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll just play Cyclops again.
Why you say it like that? Audio interface.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Victory is
Oh, I was the Spidey. Oh, that was on your team. Oh, GG's, dude. Thought you said on my team now. J3's POV is in game. Yeah, but I don't watch this match. This match is hype. This is team 3 versus team 4. These are the two teams I think I gotta win the tournament. So I want to watch these two teams. Team 1 is like, I have a lot of people that don't play this game on this team. Don't play the game. Don't play the game. Don't play the game. Plays the game. Don't play the game. Plays the game. Wait, no. Rage does not play the game. What is this team one team? This team one team does not seem balanced. What? Wait, yeah, team one's teams does not like balance. What the fuck is that? Plays the game. Somewhat plays, but not really.
30 seconds before
Plays the game. No, no. Plays the game. 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 Doesn't play the game. Plays the game. These teams are crazy. What? Team one team is not balanced. Rage does not play like that. Stop it. Silky plays like that. Rage doesn't. Plays the game. Doesn't. Plays the game. Doesn't. Doesn't. I think team 3 is just stacked. Like they have so much people that play the game.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do
But who knows? We'll see.
mission area. Got it?
I feel like team 3 is like crazy stacked. He's Champ DD. He's Champ DD. Why is he? He plays law on Patreon. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I wouldn't know. If it's on his Patreon, yeah, hell yeah, I wouldn't know. Like, how am I supposed to know? I'm not supposed to Patreon. I need to start putting some stuff on my Patreon, low key. I forgot about the Patreon. I don't think I can watch anime on stream no more though. I got pulled. Okay. Why do we have a Black Widow? Wait, why do we have a Black Widow? What happened? Oh my goodness, bro. We have 2 healers. Lock in. We have 2 now. Just play the game. They're down 2. Walk up. They're down 2. They're down 3. Down 3. Who's he fighting? That got overextended. That's all him. It's Loki's fault. I don't know why we just gave up sight like that. Why do we just give up sight like that? I don't get it. Yeah, you guys gotta play on site. You guys can't be playing up there. Spider-Man's just gonna keep killing you guys. I don't know. We just gave up sight. We have rocket. We didn't even use it. Can we get that rocket ult, please? Jesus Christ. Oh, I didn't kill. Nice. I have to tell this guy when to ult, bro. Are you serious? Audio still fucked? My bad. I'll try and fix it after the stream. I don't know what to do about it. And it happens randomly. I don't know how to fix it. Do it all at the same time. Bounce off the wall. Oh, I effed. Fuck. My audio is fine. It's like, it's on and off. My audio is like randomly distorts and it goes back to normal. I don't know how to fix it. At least I can still stream at least, but it's still annoying. Bro, I'm getting the worst games ever today. I'm getting the worst games ever. I must say, these games are not it. Yeah, we gotta walk up. We have to touch. Oh no.
Going to overtime.
Maximum impact. I'll never turn down a shield. 3 cheers. Maximum impact.
You serious? No one died there? That's insane, no? I feel like that was such a fat ult. Was it not fat? Hey, my shit not fat, chat, be honest.
I'll always have your back.
Bro.
Right on target.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
The roof blocked it. Are you dead ass? Use clip farm. How the fuck am I clip farm? It was a genuine question. Did you see that, cheese? Oh my god.
Control lost.
Oh my goodness.
This is real firepower.
He just ulted alone. Okay.
We always come back.
Oh, okay, buddy.
With a moral. I'll say when. Can you just wait for Dino Bubble. Can you go right now? It'll be huge. It'll be huge. Just go, go. Big. Oh my god, big.
But I don't feel like I did anything.
No, you helped me kill one.
Okay.
That's all that matters.
Push up where I'm throwing. Push up where I'm throwing.
30
What?
seconds before you attack.
No.
Get ready.
What did he just say in my ear?
The power you unleash
What?
from your eyes.
What did she just say?
Defense?
Put the phone up.
Not in my experience. Some
Just
say
engage
it's
the
channeled
we have
from a
a better
dimension
cycle.
of pure.
Oh, no, my phone is.
Oh, here it is.
Can you go now, Panu? Go now, whatever.
Avengers!
Break it.
I got 8.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
To me, my X-Men, and anyone else who wants to pitch in. Propulsion beam.
You guys sitting in spawn as Widow again. Oh my god, what is wrong with this guy? He just keeps sitting in the spawn room as Widow.
Not in control.
Wait, so why are you sitting in the spawn room as Widow? Oh, bro, it's just so annoying, bro. When we reach the top of the stairs, the hitbox is fried. Oh, great.
You're a baby.
Tell our Hella to swap.
I don't
He's horrible.
associate with man-child.
That guy sounds high. But alright,
Let's lose it together.
I kind of want to win.
You have a skin on your ult. That says enough about you.
Wait, what?
Whoa, you're talking, or you're typing awfully a lot. I'm just trying to listen to some music and play. I switched it to typing because you're a typer.
And they're arguing. Bro, I keep getting people arguing, bro. It's like the third person today arguing. I keep getting people just arguing. Like, it's actually so annoying.
Team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
God, bro. Back on Blade? Bro, Blade or whoever doesn't change this, we're losing this match, bro. It doesn't matter which character I play. I keep getting people that just argue. I keep having teammates that just argue with each other over and over. My god, bro. It's actually so annoying, bro.
I would have switched, but you started insulting me, so I...
Oh, great.
And you were typing, like, you didn't even use your mic, so it was just like...
Oh my god, bro. I can't get a decent match. They just keep arguing with each other. Sorry for throwers. Oh my god, bro. I keep getting people to just argue. Stop arguing with each other, bro. Just play the game. This is like the third one today. They just argue and like, oh my god, it's so frustrating.
Luno.
Yep, good shit, Joe.
Behind.
I'm pretty sure Kingsman's team is gonna win this.
There's a guy on me.
Kill the Ultron. Shoot it. Everyone shoot it. Shoot it.
Yo, he's locked in.
I died for it, but we got it. Nice.
Holy shit, he locked in. Boss man is locked in.
All right, I got my Nomura.
He's locked in. Hold on. Wait, he's cooking. He's cooking. Hold on.
You will ult this TP and we'll kill everyone.
Okay.
Big cap.
He's gonna call it when their shields are down. So
he's actually so locked in.
Just play back up.
Be ready. Oh, they're walking. They're walking.
Huge.
Does he stream every day? Me? Or Panu? Both of us stream every day.
Okay, can you ult now?
Okay.
Big splash! Help him!
Close one.
Nice.
Get rocket.
I got it. Go. You can go. I got it. Go back point.
I can't believe these teams are like this. I can't lie. These teams are crazy. Let's go.
I should have stayed on Elsa. I didn't know they were gonna go Ultron. I couldn't kill shit on Moon Knight, bro. I'm like,
He's MVP? Oh no, Kingsman's MVP.
Beautiful.
You'll need a top-notch team to win
Love you. Looking at Kingsman on the same team. Yes. Yes. These teams are crazy, bro.
I think you need to go Dino.
Yeah.
These teams are crazy. One of these teams are gonna win 3 or 4.
I don't think they can.
I think 3.
So we can just blow them up in the front line.
But like, I don't know, Kingsman and Panu on the same team is quite crazy, I must say.
When we go in this, I'm gonna break a wall.
Kingsman and Panu being on the same team is ridiculous work.
Panu, you just hit early, of course.
Yep. Copy that.
It's kind of like ridiculous.
Okay, but it's like,
Dylan's right here.
This is the toughest team. We're gonna have the most trouble.
Jazz is right here.
It's still not that much trouble if you think about it.
What's the left?
Yeah,
like,
we held
right here.
GG, yeah, I keep getting like throwers. Like, I don't know. I just keep getting throwers.
No, not here. It's like there's a wall. You can break it, and I just need you to play the off angle.
I need to replay ID. I keep getting throwers.
My chat's saying Jay's team full cap to 3 minutes, so we'll probably see that in the finale.
I don't.
All right.
And Quill was right.
Bro, these I shouldn't be win-loss. These should just be just wins. Like what?
Stay locked.
These should be just straight wins. Like I don't know.
No, that's not the mental. You gotta think everything is losable, so full tryhard.
3, 2.
It's 0-0. It's 0-0.
His profile's hidden. Yeah, you sure you're on ult? You hiding your fucking profile.
Look at this wall. I just shot it.
Bro said it. I don't care if we're losing. This is an ult. Yeah, all right, buddy. Why you hiding your profile on ult?
They just put the res kill the res beacon.
Yeah, the res beacon is the worst spot ever.
Bro hiding his profile on ult.
They're off Dino. They went full flyer comp. Just bait Earthbound and then go in. Can you walk forward?
Free pick.
Look at Iron Man. Shoot him. One. He dropped. Protect.
Careful there.
Why did they just give up?
Iron Man dead. No space. Hold the space, Doyle. Hold the space. You need to hold the space. Don't let them walk up. We're not
Hit
giving
their
them
back
any
line.
chance.
2 are patty taking. Hard patty taking. Anything on point can die.
I broke res. I'm breaking res. Gone. Fair? Nice.
Oh yeah, kill her. Oh yeah.
It's in my hands. I'm holding it.
No, but like they literally have one tank troll on defense. Like no space at all.
There's a guy here.
I've
I'm
overextended.
dead.
Throw it on flame.
No, don't worry.
Where?
Good medicine. All right. Don't rush in.
Back right. He birded.
She's low.
Low overheat on my part. We're good though.
Can you walk up, Zoil?
Okay, don't worry.
Low overheat.
Hold on.
I don't care. Thank you, Joe.
Iron Man's in a weird spot. That's killable, no?
That's what I'm trying to zone him. I got him.
You just committed grab to me? I need a second to dive here. I'm setting something up.
Strange one. They bubbled him.
Yep.
Strange purple.
I got you.
Got a free pick.
They're down to 3 cart and we win. 3 cart.
Alright, I'm going cart.
Yep.
Thanks. Your Spidey is moving different.
I might need some care in a second. Coming to you guys.
Yeah, you're good.
Right here. If I get the flank, Joe.
Cyclops at OP now that we're against real people. Yes, I'm MVP like almost every match. I just keep getting throwers. Like this match, this was an easy match. I just keep getting throwers. It's actually so annoying, bro. Yeah, I was 2 points off Celestia when we started the stream. This match, we should have won this, but this Thor, I mean, I guess no one wants to kill Thor. I gotta avoid this Jeff. I have to avoid that guy. Does that guy only play Jeff? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. He only plays Jeff. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. He just only plays Jeff, just sitting there dying to dive. Like, okay.
They didn't know what to go. They literally didn't know
Dude
what to
only
go.
plays Jeff.
I swear
Like,
they
oh
thought.
my god.
They must have thought their bands were like perfect.
Like, I don't get it. I don't know how you just sit there on Jeff just dying to Thor over and over and over and over. You don't get sick of it. Like, you really just don't get sick of dying.
Ain't shit funny about that. Ain't shit funny about that. There's nothing funny about that.
I would be pissed.
Yay! Finals, baby.
We're in.
Wait,
Nice.
is this the happy effect?
A happy effect. Whoa, whoa. That is not no happy effect. Hey, yo.
Is it best of 3 or best of 5 here?
Wait, this is grand finals?
They swap. They changed.
Or how does
they
this work?
all Played like every role.
When we go against Kingsman again.
Nice. Look
There,
at that.
thank
No,
you,
round
Jay.
robin's
That's
over.
comp. Jay, that's comp. That's
Yeah, I don't fucking get it.
So remember the G Leagues, bro?
Look at us.
What are we up to? We're watching the
Big
Senate
Leagues,
20.
bro. Look at that. Look at that
140k Senate 20.
The G Leagues, bro. Oh my god.
Crazy what happens in a year, man.
Is J3's game done? Are they
Why does it not say I'm live on TikTok?
Small local streamer, of course.
Oh, they're in
Get outta here.
OT.
Tony Glaze, shout out to Tony, man. Shout out to Tony.
All right, let me check it out.
He really tried everything. I feel like they're forcing him to do different shit.
Oh shit, double overtime.
Excuse me.
Oh, I guess
Is
we
this a
gotta
big
go
game
watch
right here?
other match, I guess.
Turret's dead.
They are on double overtime, damn.
Good job, guys.
They had red beacon. They had red beacon.
Play a little safe. We're good.
I'm taking out that Moon Knight thing too. Moon Knight up. There's, yeah. I see him.
Be
I
careful
moved.
for
I
those
moved.
zongs.
watch out. He's flying on us.
He has no shield. He has no shield.
Train up. Train right here.
Whose mic is that? Jesus Christ.
Oh my dick.
Look
Look at the look at
Whose mic is that?
Strange now, strange.
And for we hitting one above all?
You see Strange?
Son.
Nice.
Do you see the way these games are going? I'm not hitting nothing.
Nice.
Boom.
Nice. Nice. Nice, guys. Good job, guys.
Let's do this. Good fucking heals.
Wait, did we win or no?
Good
We just gotta. All we gotta do is cap the point, Jinxie. That's it. Just one little tick.
Oh God. Okay. I thought we won. All right. I thought it was done. All right, we got this. That was beautiful. Shroud, the turret play, that was comp. Shroud. I see that.
They might try to do the same thing potentially. So just me and Jay are gonna try to focus.
Do you want me to give you?
There was so much snot that came out of my nose and got on my hand.
What the hell?
I love that.
Oh, yeah. I love that. It's crazy. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
So you guys play normal, go forward. Shroud, make sure your turret. You know how it is, right?
She's sick.
Bro, Shroud,
Damn.
I was looking for you and I'm like, where's Shroud? And then I turned around and I saw you on the turret. I'm like, holy shit. He's sweating.
Holding the wall.
We're gonna do it on the left side.
Jinxie's on Rocket? Yeah, Jinxie's on Rocket.
So me and like 2 of the healers.
That's
Like,
Rage's
two
mic.
healers.
Yeah. It's just all the rest
The
of you.
mic is
So you
so
have all
bad.
three
What type of
supports.
setup
We're
is
just
bro
gonna
on?
shoot- He's gonna shoot people in the back.
Oh, hell no.
Alright, cool.
Don't enter my portal. No one's entering my portal.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, wait, Jay, can you give me a beacon spot real quick?
Oh, you just. I'm gonna be back here for a second.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Just place it behind like cover so they can't see it.
Got it, I will.
That's all. Just out of their line of sight.
Got it.
So yeah, you set up.
All you need to do is capture the missionary.
Oh.
Got it?
Oh, you could go and spawn. Go and spawn because if you go and spawn,
Well,
fine. Just put it in
that's
front
my
of you.
bad. Sorry. Didn't know you could actually do it in spawn. I learned something.
Yeah, if you do it in spawn, they can't shoot you. So I'm gonna give you this right here.
Look at his POV. I'm scared to look at it, but see it.
Yep. Oh, the Luna's gonna die.
Luna's dead.
Luna's
Good shit.
getting huge. Okay,
You got a good
go.
push.
Oh, bro, he looked like he's in like a Zoom meeting for fucking school.
Phoenix is up here.
And he's cooking on Thor. What the fuck is this?
No.
Why is he cooking? What? Son, what? Why is he actually cooking?
Let's fucking go.
Wait,
Eight
I
members only having progress.
I don't think so.
God
It's all good.
damn,
I fucking ears. Ow.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, so,
Oh my.
Gamer!
In spawn, I
What the fuck is that mic?
Your
Yeah.
What is that setup?
Listen, guys, some W words here we gotta say, okay? All right, first,
What
we are officially renaming you guys from
fuck
the Ass
am
Avengers,
I
which, just in case
watching,
you're
bro?
curious, actually meant surprisingly successful Avengers was the acronym.
Son. Son.
With the grand finals on the line now, you guys are now the Revengers, okay?
What?
I like Revengers, I like that! Yes! Yes!
Yo, this mic is so bad.
Guys, I mean,
Bro, I'm out of here, bro. Get me the fuck out, bro. I'm going back to Panu. That mic is horrendous.
Kingsman, you and Panu are like basically just giving us an already diff because you're getting a
Jesus
pick
Christ, bro.
instantly, and then we're always just at an advantage.
I mean, yeah, if I had
all they
150k
need to do
tournament,
is
I'd do the same, but
which I think they're gonna do.
They need to go and that no one's done that against
Our
us.
Mori's team did,
Holy
and it
shit,
was,
that
it
mic.
was giving me a problem for.
But they
a little
didn't.
bit.
Our Mori's
They
team went
couldn't-
triple?
Yeah, they gave up like for no reason.
Yeah.
Or
Gave
they're
up.
They're not counter diving us either.
Gave up is crazy.
Yeah. There was one play on that same map with that team, to your point, where I think Super picked up like a 4-piece.
Wait, is this team in grand finals?
Going to their back line. So, like, yeah, I think if teams do that, might be in some trouble. But you guys are doing great just staying alive.
I'm pretty sure that was round robin.
You guys gotta give yourself.
This team were 1 vs 4, yeah.
You guys are doing great.
One, yeah, because Rage's team just 1 and 4, yeah.
That kind of back of house area.
This isn't grand finals though, no?
Just not dying. That's
This
like
is just the regular
key to
bracket now.
anything in this game. Just not dying.
Their only
And then
bet is to trade back
lose
lines.
winner
They
of
have
this.
to kill our back
Whoever
line
loses
before they
this
kill theirs,
fights the loser of
but I don't think
this.
they're gonna do that.
And
I've been
then
saying this
loser of
all
that next match
stream,
gets
I've been
eliminated.
on
And
Discord,
then
but I'm
whoever
saying-
wins
I'm
this match
saying,
goes to
bro,
grand finals.
It's our backline players like Kingsman.
I think it's
play
a
this
loser
game
bracket.
every day. You guys don't, but it's you guys like.
Oh well, I guess there wouldn't be. Well, there is.
experienced people, Like you guys are.
Because
better
winner of the
than
loser
theirs
match
is
fight
experienced.
whoever
Yeah,
won
that's-
this
that's
because
the
only
thing.
4
It's
people.
Also like Joe plays the game like he's level 51.
Yeah.
Like he's not.
Like, you're
this guy's on
better-
Luna. He's hitting freezes. Like that's automatic win, especially if like they dive and Joe hits a freeze, or like Mari has a good Squirrel Girl ult or good Namor
Mari
ult,
plays
and we just
Squirrel
follow
Girl?
it up. Like we have
the
synergy,
hell?
and they don't.
I think they're trying to ban my Squirrel Girl, and then also
100%.
they're trying to save their Thor first. So they're trying
Do they
to
have
save
Urage?
Yeah, Urage has only played Thor, and I did a different scrim match with him, and he only played Thor. Like I
Only
don't
played
know
Thor?
Who he plays?
Oh, Daredevil.
outside of
You
Thor.
have to ban Daredevil. That's the whole point because it makes it easier for like for our supports. Like I mean, if you're less experienced, you just ban DD and they struggle, and you force them on Thor, which is a weaker team composition because I'm gonna play Bucky, or like something
Yeah, and
that'll
he's too
explode
slow.
the
He
thing.
pushes our back line. I freeze
Yep.
him, and then he's dead.
Yep, and then I hook him, and then
Yeah.
They said don't go to Tony's chat. What's happening in Tony's chat?
Sorry.
Yeah,
join.
Is it best of
because you
3?
guys-
5?
Are Robin
It's
into
best of
finals?
3,
Are we into
and,
bracket?
because you guys have the top record, you guys get to decide if you want to ban first or convoy.
It's finals match now.
If I want to ban what? I'm sorry.
Oh,
If you
that's
want to ban
interesting.
for game 1, which is on convoy. Or
Yes, I would love to ban first.
I don't think it's finals match. That wouldn't make any sense because the other team is playing, or unless they're playing for like what's 3rd place or some shit. Like that wouldn't make any
Well,
sense.
I think what he's trying to say is like, do you want to ban first on convoy?
This
or do
tourney
you
is
wanna
so
ban
like
first on domination?
all over the place. There's no like
I could not tell you. I don't know.
organization. Like there's no bracket or nothing.
But it was good because it like a few were.
Yo, they got spies. My chat saying they're all watching. There's spies.
whoa,
No, yeah,
whoa,
my
whoa,
chat
stop
said
talking.
Joe's watching.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
They spying? Hold on.
Hey, tell them to stay in their own call.
I think better synergy overall. So it's like, unless they get like early, if they like really fuck us up and we get like unlucky
pickle
couple
Rick.
fights, I think that's like
Is that
really
a pickle?
It's the shortest game mode, so you can get away from us the easiest.
I expect Rage to be kind of
Shortest game modes are the
cracked.
easiest
Why the
ones to
fuck
lose,
is
the
he
longer
cracked?
ones,
What?
Usually it's like better team.
I mean, y'all said he plays on Patreon. That's why. So I'm about to say I've never seen him stream this game like that.
Well, I think we got to do the
Silky
same
streams
thing
this game
as
like
the
that, but
beginning.
Rage, I didn't
Like,
know
what were
because
the
I mean, if he's
exact
playing on his
same things
Patreon, that would
we
make
did in the
sense.
first game?
I think that's a chat question.
No, I can just look.
Is it over?
Just put that
No,
in
chat.
profile.
We're going into the finale
DD,
now. It's a best
say
of
Magic
3.
or Elsa, and Star Lord, Safe Strange, and then.
That's the 3
and-
finale. Damn.
I'm curious how that Dom match will go.
Wish you were in this
Even though
20.
the first game we
I wish
have,
it
we
was
played
too.
them
Wish you were in it too.
And I think that Dom match is where they're really going to have a better chance at beating us. I'm muted right now, so don't say airball. I'm not talking to the enemy team. Or not the enemy team, my team. But yeah, I think that would be the time that we lose.
Popping out the big guns, the Welch's
Just
fruit
'cause
snacks.
Our team comp
Bro, say he got the Welch's fruit snacks. I'm crying.
Yo, Benzer, what's up, dude? Shout out to Benzer, man, another small local streamer.
Yeah.
Hello. You guys have the choice for bans instead of a coin flip. You guys just get to choose since you're the top seed going into the grand final. So,
The rank is rage. I have no clue. It's just the grand finals. Oh shit! Really?
We're gonna like do convergence bans, then domination, then convoy bans.
Yeah, I got this. Lock in.
Like one after the
I believe Panu's team can win this, bro. They got this, bro.
That sounds good. I like that.
Here, and I'll,
I believe.
We're banning for all 3 games before we play one.
I believe.
Okay.
Rage is diamond.
15 minutes in between.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So this is best of 3, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, best of 3.
So that's 3 lots of bans or what?
And well, you can do it 11K, bro.
Yeah, we'll do one, and then once we finish.
Even if you
that,
enter the tournament, you get 2.5K minimum. That's rent money, bro. That's so good. That is rent money for a whole month.
Bro, my confidence is through the roof right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, we're literally working with each other. We have synergy. It's like all the
I will say I think they're going to be a far better team than the first time we just played them.
100%. They're going to be synergized.
They're going to go and they're going to know what to do.
Yeah, I think the mental's great too. Like we had a little slip up on the last one, lost the first point.
1 month's rent. I mean, I don't imagine someone's gonna use all of it on rent.
Guys,
I don't know.
I need to tell you this. If you lose a point, that is like you're playing for time. Like you do not care. Who cares if you lose first point? If you get 4 minutes and it hits OT, that is max win. Like literal max win. Spawn holding is amazing, but if you can get a ton of time on convoy or convergence, it's like amazing. It's like absolutely phenomenal. So that's like you don't everybody. I heard everybody get like disheartened, but that's like really good. Like we still did really
it was
good.
Still great, even though we lost the point. But that's what I'm
like
saying. Like you guys mentally
sometimes
recovered. Like bro, I play ranked. Like we lose a
Just
point,
don't
dudes are trying to surrender and shit. Like,
On God.
So you guys
You
are
lose
like,
the point of rank, they want to
shattered
surrender.
If we lose a tick, or like let's say it's Dom, we lose a point, do not get tilted because we
Bro,
are
this is
playing.
Texas or Cali. Wait, what?
Like we have better team.
Yeah.
It's all for the whole 11K, not just for like
get out there, get back on
2.5.
You know,
2.5 is not gonna be 4 months of rent. What the hell? Unless you live in an apartment that has like pre-COVID prices or something. Like I have a friend in Canada. Her rent is 400 or 500 a month.
They're gonna ban my cap.
It's a nice place too, but like her landlord is not allowed to raise the price past a certain point or something like that because like a thingy, there's like a rule or something like that where they can't raise it past a certain price. Like if a new person were to live there, obviously it'd be way higher now. But she's been living there before COVID, so her rent it can't go any higher.
Can I play Widow, guys?
That's why she like doesn't want to move. Because like if she if someone knew to move into that apartment where she's at, it would be like 1.5 or something.
Yeah.
Tracer, fuck, stupid.
Wait, are we supposed to be in the lobby we're in right now or a different lobby?
I think
new
there's a
lobby.
new one.
What's the 2.5? Okay, it was half
New
the
lobby
rent.
is Kingsman, you can start bans.
What?
Can someone invite me? KNG SMN.
After rent? What the fuck? Where you live? Bro, live in Cali.
Yep.
Half the rent.
Oh, don't accept that, Doyle. Don't accept that.
Type that.
Bro, live in Cali for sure.
Make sure you don't join a random's lobby. They're gonna fucking say something.
I've accidentally joined someone's lobby, bro. How do I get out of here?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I get spam invited. I just join their lobby and then instant mute and block them and then leave.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it too.
Yeah, because it's always like one.
Whenever I play ranked, they don't want to play the game. Bro, I've been getting throwers all day. I had like 3 people that were arguing already.
Lobby? No.
No, you're not. It's
How
team
do
one
I don't
versus
even
team
see...
4.
Is it the first time, bro?
Tournament.
Getting
and then
throwers?
you should be there when you like.
But what's the
scroll.
path? Like
And
where?
the
where are they
password's in
showing
your
the
text
password?
channel for your team. Look in the.
Oh yeah, isn't there a new
text
frame gen
channel,
setting?
plug in a- And don't leave the code. Don't do it. No one's done it all day. Don't do it.
could.
There's a new setting, right?
Yeah,
There was a new
bro,
setting.
bro.
No. Okay, my bad. I'll show you.
Don't do it.
I don't know where to access it. Or is it only for 50 series graphics cards? I think.
I know, right?
So
I'm
this
actually
is substituted
enjoying
for like
this game. I've never
900.
played it.
Anyway, that's
Feel like if you like
more than my
it,
mortgage.
you'll
Damn.
like this, so it makes sense.
But
I
Cali
literally,
is
bro, I played this
ridiculous. You
game
try to get
so
$1 million
much, I
home
also
in
played
Cali. That
Overwatch
shit
so
is
much, I
scraps.
literally switched completely over
That
to this
shit
game
is
'cause I'm just
scraps.
like, this is just Overwatch but better. That's literally what that's I like it more. I
like
enjoy the
both.
play
That shit is
style.
literal
Bro, I like,
scraps.
bro, I think like the ult cycling part and how like you have to think about everything. It's kind of like it's really fun. Plus, there's like dive in this game feels a lot smoother.
I'm gonna
Like
pre it.
melee characters, oh my
I'm gonna
god.
pre it for this
don't even get me
match.
started.
So if
There's
you're
so
watching
many fun melee
on
characters.
Do you only really play hero shooters, Kingsman? Or
any app that's
I was
not
Pred in
purple app,
Apex.
you won't be able to enter. But
Played a lot
if
of
you want to
Apex.
enter it,
I played.
other app.
Terrible name for the top.
Team 1.
I've always.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like the worst.
I played a lot of games.
Rick, you're one of those guys that are just good
Which
at every game.
team wins? What's up, Samju?
I've played a lot of video games. Yes.
They got 2K quality up for everyone now. Should be. I think I heard it was dropping June. Everyone's getting 2K.
Mordecai's on the league, right?
I don't know if it's already pushed. Bro, it's gonna be so cursed. If you're a tier 2 sub or a tier 3 sub, you can put gifts in chat.
Fucking Garen.
That's gonna be pretty cursed.
Yeah, you poor soul. I'm so sorry for that.
You been at? Yeah, I've been had it.
That's all good.
Had
They
it for a
scared
while.
of me in Kingsman?
Kingsman, please.
Team
Don't be scared.
1.
Why fear destiny?
Kingsman's
fate?
team.
Can I get
Yo,
an
critics is up.
reason to be scared.
I'll give you
Well, you're a
guys
brand
5
new,
minutes to
so it's
vote.
like,
Which team wins? Go ahead and
what's
vote.
gonna happen? Cute.
Which team do you guys think will win? Vote, vote, vote.
W Aura.
Yeah, I got it a long time ago.
Holy Aura.
But when it first came out, it was kind of garbage.
Give me
Because
leader,
when it first came
for
out, there was
Hyper
an issue where like
Why do I?
your view count would
I don't
go
know, bro.
down because
I don't know.
some
The team
people's
leader.
Yeah.
phones or
like,
Give the
PCs
level
weren't able to
6 the
encode
leader,
it
guys.
properly or something like that. So like it would lower viewership. But I think that's fixed. I think it's fixed. I ran a couple test streams the other day.
What are we thinking for bans, Mr. Kingsman? Because
My views did go up with it off, but and then I turned it off,
Banning, I'm
and then it went
first
to
banning
the same
Daredevil.
amount. So I
I'm
think it's
second
fixed.
banning,
Jason,
But that was an annoying
Look at
issue
our
that
banning. First
it
banning
had a
Magic,
while ago,
Magic or Cap,
and also it's caused your streams to crash randomly.
I'm banning Starlight.
But I think it was all fixed now.
And
All
then
of you guys for the support.
saving
So yeah, if you can get it, go ahead and use it.
to the banning cloak.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you.
$1 million home in Cali is equivalent to a shed in Louisiana. A shed is crazy. Nah, I wouldn't live in Cali. I can't. That's one. It doesn't make any sense. It's too expensive. Cali is way too expensive.
You can first ban it too.
Why would you live in Cali? I just live in Vegas because if you live in Vegas, you get no income tax and like you're close to Cali.
Yeah, I don't mind.
At least you're close to Cali. Vegas is kind of expensive too, but depends where you live in Vegas.
Dino absolutely stopped.
I'd rather live in Vegas than live in Cali. Cali is ridiculously expensive. And also in my line of work, since I'm self-employed or whatever, doing this content creation stuff, no income tax would be really good. You get to save a lot of money.
Can't Thor kind of get away from him?
You save a lot of money.
No, if basically what you need to do.
Like that's why most content creators live in like what?
You literally
Florida, Texas, Las Vegas.
You pull them into your team.
Uh,
Then you bubble and you do the big.
what are the other states? Other states other than those ones. A lot of people don't live there.
Yeah, and you kill. Yep.
Let me see. Yeah, the rest of these that are no income tax are just like not even important. Alaska, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee. Bro, no one's living there.
I think he's a spectator.
Oh, I guess Seattle. Some creators live in Seattle.
Can you start making map bans, please?
Oh shit.
But like most content creators live in Florida, or Texas, or Vegas.
It's not okay.
We'll just blast.
Because there's stuff to do here, especially for like your IRL streamer. If you're an IRL streamer, you can't really like IRL is hard as fuck. I don't know how people do that. Shit is hard as hell. It's so expensive too.
Like melee favored maps?
Like imagine trying to do IRL streaming and you live in like you live in Tennessee. Bro, what are you doing, bro? Like you doing wildlife or like what? Like what the hell? There's like no content there, bro. AX is happening in a month. There's a card con happening right now. Card con. I want to go to Anime Expo in New York City. I want to go to that. I never went to that. W25 gifted. Our wildlife does sound interesting. Yeah, but it would depend on where you live though. You can't just live in a boring area if you're doing IRL wildlife.
Keep trying.
If you're doing wildlife IRL, you have to like live in like What?
It's either gonna be Clintar or
Fucking Australia? I don't know.
if it's Shibuya.
You gotta live with some crazy stuff. I guess Florida. Florida man. You can be a Florida man. I don't know.
I fucking love Shibuya.
Go fuck around with the Florida Gators. Fuck around and find out. Yo, what is taking them so long to start? Yo, the predic's up. We only have a minute left. You guys want to vote?
I don't think they know the cobbler's presence.
A minute left. The minute left. Vote, vote, vote.
I don't think they know.
I'm not gonna announce that. I'm not gonna announce that. You know, if they don't know the cobbler, they don't.
Oh, in Missouri.
Okay.
Missouri. Do I like wildlife? I don't mind it, but I'm not. I don't go outside that much since I like work from home. So I don't mind it. But
Wait, are we? Wait, hold on, wait. I guess. Sorry. Conversion.
did you stream today, Samju? If you're still here,
Thank you so much for the
you're not streaming update day.
job's not finished.
But you probably already streamed. It's like 7. You stream early.
I know we're undefeated, but I'm locked.
Oh, they're undefeated. Damn.
We're still 0-0.
Alaska's hiking outdoor.
Joe, someone
Hiking outdoor boys type stream go crazy. Oh no, I'm good.
Thank you guys so much.
That'd be like a rare stream.
Small local streamer. If you want to
My whole
support some
chat
small
is
local
just
streamers,
keeping a tally of
please
how
go
many
check
times
him
I've
out.
gotten aired.
Like when I went to TwitchCon,
That's my good friend
I was gonna stream the zoo. A lot of us went to the zoo next to TwitchCon.
Let's go check him out, man.
There's a zoo in Cali. It's it's a really good zoo.
Bands, by the way, right now.
It was like me, Yipe, Steve, Sajam, SK.
There's one.
Holy shit, there was a lot of us. Boger. There was a shitload of us. I don't remember. We were at the zoo because we were at TwitchCon. But like every time we go to the TwitchCon for slams, bro, none of us are literally at the venue. I promise you. If I'd have streamed it, none of us are at the venue, bro. Am I going to TwitchCon San Diego this year? If I get into the Twitch Rivals tournament, maybe I'll go. But like literally every time we're at TwitchCon, because I went to TwitchCon twice now, we're not at the venue, bro. We're literally just fooling around other places outside the venue, or like going to like restaurants and stuff, trying food and stuff.
Oh my god.
Or just like fooling around. Or we went to round 1.
Oh, the quick play map?
Or we go to round 1 or something, yeah.
I hate that map so much.
Yo, shit.
Jay Bandit, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. I love you.
Yeah, like the first TwitchCon, we went to round 1. And the second one, we went to the zoo and stuff. I don't remember what else we went. There's like some really nice Italian restaurant. Oh my god, that shit was so good. We went with I think Brian showed us it. I think I have photos of it. Do I have photos of it? It should be on Twitter. It's kind of old though. I'd have to scroll down really far.
Jeff got a low taper fade.
I got this one.
I don't know how I'm gonna find this.
Bro,
Oh god, I
actually
post too
think they
much.
disabled, like,
Oh, they're about to
think
start. Nice.
Maybe this is coping. I'm not even gonna lie.
You think they disabled the
like all
chat?
It was a really nice Italian restaurant. It was so damn good. I don't remember the name of it. Oh, they're not starting. Okay. I don't remember the name of it though.
Okay, guys, it's Krakoa or
Oh my god, I post too much. I can't even find it.
Krakoa or husband?
I can't even Rebirth of Souls. No, I'm joking. Look at Rebirth of Souls, bro. Dude, this is it over here? I guess I find it.
I see it.
Alright, so we're gonna play on the second map.
I can't even go that far down. There's nothing down here. What the hell? It doesn't go that far? Hey, yo, am I getting trolled?
Who the hell is Mark for 69? That's
ISO, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Boone, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you guys. There's a lot of subs, guys. I don't really know what to say. I'm gonna stay locked. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, I found it.
If we win, you should like.
Holy shit, this was 2021?
Internet cafe. Make it big.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit, was a long time ago. Wait, this isn't 21?
Lich, thank you so much for the
24.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
This was a long time ago. This was a long ass time ago.
Wait, like, what do you mean?
Yeah, we went to round 1. Round 1 was fire. They're fucking bowling.
Guys, wait.
Just fucking Ultima. No, I'm about to say 2021 does not sound right because 2021 was COVID. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, this was round 1.
Mine's is
Yeah, this was fun. What the fuck?
shit.
What the fuck?
Jeremy, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs. Thank you.
Someone gifted 50 fucking W's.
Thank you for the 25.
Thank you,
Jeremy,
thank
thank
you.
you for the 50. Thank
Sonny,
you
your
guys
turn.
so much.
What if I don't know any of the ults?
Do an Overwatch one. Fuck it. Actually, no, don't do that.
I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
don't
not.
do that one. Do like a Minecraft ult. Minecraft ult.
Minecraft ult? What is a Minecraft ult?
Like
Holy
the-
shit, I should have just
you know,
played another
Minecraft.
match and taken ages to start.
Some of the grapefruit that leave.
What incarnation? What's taking so long? What is Rage doing?
Ruby Rose says she got a gift for me.
Ruby
And if it's
Rose?
the fucking swamp, the thong, do we put it on stream?
What?
Do I come on stream with a thong on? Or do I just show it? Or do I put it on with the...
Okay. Okay.
Wait, oh, I know museum. Never mind. I've seen that one. That one's.
How about go? You want me to? So you want me to ban Araka?
I'm okay with either. Whatever you guys want.
Fuck, I hate both of those options. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, hold on.
I think we.
You guys
I
do
think
this.
we
I'll be
play
right back for a second. I gotta
museum.
talk to the casters.
Museum.
Ladies and gentlemen, my casters.
The girl.
Oh my god.
My
the
casters.
future winner.
I didn't even know it was
Why
actual
I
casters for this tournament.
Let's go.
Hi guys. I just want to add in, by the way, I said for my chat to spam W's. I feel so bad that the caster thing isn't working because you guys are like so good at casting. I'm actually really sad. But I'm here. Glaze me. Don't you want to tell me how good of a Jeff I'm doing? Or
Listen, Sid, Kevin Feige, do you know who Kevin Feige is? He's the guy that like, makes the Marvel movies. Could not have scripted a better Marvel comeback story himself. I mean, come on. We go from picking Squirrel Girl to planning to ban her? Are you kidding me?
They're banning her
That's what
Squirrel
I'm saying.
Girl?
Okay,
Nah.
and here's the thing, Cozy. I want to go on record and say that if I win this tournament today, it is Cozy's fault because he picks the teams. So you can go to a Cozy Gamer on Twitter and you can tweet him all your grievances if you're pissed off about it. I don't care. Don't tweet it at me. Tweet it at Cozy Gamer.
Yes. Act now. And wait, there's more. I'm actually unemployed after this too. And this is all
Wait,
brought to you
what?
by Cinna and the Great Comeback. It's honestly, I want my own award for it. It feels, you know, the fact that I handcrafted this Asvengers, now Revengers, rebranded, is all I need. That's all I need.
Guys, so are you guys Revengers fans now?
Yes, I'm frame one actually. Senna, I actually need to get a co-caster for the future. Apparently, my other caster got fired. So if you're looking around and you want to look at some more Marvel Rivals, here you go.
Oh my dumbass cat. No, Rivals is actually gonna be like, oh hell no, girl, get off the. They're like, oh hell no, girl, we had enough of you. Do not put her on these comms. I was talking about spitting, swallowing earlier, but it was because I was Jeff to clarify, but it's just bad cops. So maybe we just don't do that. You know what I mean?
Listen, all right. I'm just waiting for my Cinna apology
my manager
clip.
just typed and said, we're sponsored, by the way. Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
You were saying?
Yes. Just put it on me again. Just is my fault, manager.
Cozy's fault. Cozy's fault.
At Cozy. I'm waiting for my when you win, you know, your acceptance speech.
So
I will
Max
also
Payne?
just a little side sorry apology to Cozy speech. I'm just waiting for it. I'm very excited for it. I mean, come on. We went from LARPing to R6 and now, I mean, let's just check. Can we give it a W?
Are we gonna start the match?
Apology to Cozy?
For the balancing.
No. If anything, if we win, you have to come into the comms and you owe everyone an apology.
I will buy y'all Asvenger shirts if you win this. I will buy everybody on the team. I will make them. I
Revengers,
will
not
send them.
Asvengers.
Well, rebranded, of course. We're a brand new team now. Absolutely. Who can forget the comeback? But
There we go. There we go.
What
Okay.
is happening?
This is literally like the Knicks comeback. Remember when you said that earlier? This is like the Knicks comeback right here. It actually is. It actually.
Like a Talon Marble Fade.
These guys are waiting for ages.
But like,
sheesh.
if I
could have played a whole Rivals match. I thought they were just gonna start, but I don't know what's happening.
Opened like $50 worth of cases the other week. I got the most scuffed. It was like an $80 knife, bro. I was like, I hadn't hit a gold like in years.
Like a battle scar.
Yeah,
like,
it was
war.
some like.
They're not even talking about the game
really
anymore.
nasty thing. I haven't had a gold since like.
They're not even talking about the game anymore.
13 years old, I think, and I hadn't hit one since. And I was like, oh my god, a gold, and it's just like the biggest piece of garbage you ever seen in your life.
Yeah, that's when it's real sad. You get it.
Do I just play a match? This is taking ages.
That's what I'm saying.
But I know the moment I go into a match, it's gonna start.
But
Like I said, what are you doing, weirdo? Yo, I'm looking at your profiles because we're playing for $70,000. What the fuck do you mean?
Are you looking
Hide
at
your
my
profile, buddy. No, I'm looking at the enemy team's profile.
Oh, he's stalking.
Are you crazy?
Scouting.
You buzz all right, me. Get the fuck out of here.
Damn.
You're playing for 70 grand. You're telling me I'm not gonna look at your profile to double check your
Make
bans?
sure to check what Jinx he's playing because we don't know what he has up his sleeve here.
Quick play bet.
That was the only one I didn't look at, bro.
I think
he's gonna be on Rocket. It's fine.
Let me know when it starts, bro.
Yeah, also,
If
you're
I don't know.
literally in my chat trying to listen into my bans, buddy.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
Need to fix something. Let me open up Photoshop. They have started. I fucking swear to God. Are you fucking kidding me? See? Oh God, I knew this shit was gonna happen. Bro, oh my fucking God. Oh, now I'm stuck in a fucking quick play, bro.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
So, you're the next
Quick play, you guys can fucking eat dick. Like, I don't know. Doing that shit, bro. Fuck that. Fuck the quick play, bro. Just gonna hold that.
Actually, no, wait. Wait, we have a Gambit, right? We should leave in Gambit?
Yeah, they can hold that.
Yeah, I could
hold my
swap
nuts.
Gambit, but I don't like. Should I stay on Luna or should I hop on Gambit first?
They can hold my nuts.
Luna.
Oh.
Senna cannot play Squirrel Girl. They're gonna run triple support.
State bander squirrel girl. Yeesh.
Okay, I'm gonna ban Rocket.
Shit.
Because they have two Cloak and Dagger players.
Then what is Sunny playing?
Yeah, what is Sunny playing?
Oh, you're right, actually.
Do cloak.
Well, no, you could ban. No, you could ban.
Who am I
Rocket,
saving
and then
first?
I
Who am I
play.
saving first?
I play Gambit, and
Who am I
Sunny
saving first? Do you want to
Who am I
save Gambit?
saving?
Oh wait, you can't triple with Gambit. Wait, go fucking Gambit. They cannot triple support if we have Gambit in the game.
That is a lot of damage.
We're in a really good spot.
Wait, what are we doing?
That is a lot of damage.
I mean, if
I'll
you want
play
to ban
Gambit.
Rocket,
You can
I
ban
play Widow.
cloak. You can ban cloak.
No, they saved
No,
it.
they're
I'm gonna ban
protected.
something else.
Oh shit, my bad.
What do I ban? What do I ban?
Up to you. Your call.
Jeff,
5 seconds.
Jeff. Send us one
OneDrive
trade.
effects logos.
Okay.
I watched Senna play Jeff. I saw her sit in a straight line.
I'm trying to fix this
Easy
for the
headshots. This is good. I'm playing Bucky.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to
Did
live
Jay
stream
know?
on
You did, Jay?
TikTok and I have this Twitch thing right
Well, if
here.
we have Gambit, I'm gonna.
If I have
should
this
be
Twitch thing right here,
Okay.
against the
I
terms
will
of
say
service,
this.
I'm gonna change it
For
to
you, the heals might be a little,
at.
fewer and
They're gonna
farther
be less.
between compared to the Luna. So just keep that in mind. All right.
Well, I think it's more like I'll have bursts when I have my cards,
Yeah.
but if I don't have my cards ready, like I'm not gonna be able to clap heal you.
Yeah, it'll be a little less consistent. You just gotta, take it back a foot or two.
Do at Infernasu. That should
Just like mentally.
That
It
should
won't
be
as,
fine.
sustained in the front line. It'll be fine though. It's good heals. It's still good heals.
Somehow I'm talking in the team chat.
No, you're not.
Do you want to teleport on? You want to TP on?
Get ready.
Your call, Kingsman.
Or you want to walk?
You know, I wouldn't have left you.
TP on.
Yeah.
TP? Okay.
We could try it. We'll have it
Let's
for
go.
OT. I don't think it's gonna come to that, but
Yeah, we'll have it for overtime regardless.
Just
All
say
right, 15
purple out.
seconds, guys. Let's get out there.
I could
Let's
do
get
that.
it.
Come on.
Yeah.
I need this.
That's what I mean. That's what I usually do. But apparently, purple app
We
is
got
like
this,
I'll be buying 10 cases in solidarity.
Are we TPing
Clear,
or
clear
Yes, we're
comms.
TPing. We're TPing.
TP.
Everybody clear comms. Everybody clear
All
comms.
you
Let's go.
need to do is capture the mission area.
purple at equal
Just go immediately, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That should be better.
Walk up, walk up. Bucky.
70.
Bucky one.
Yep.
Dead.
He's getting res.
Cloak. Kill their supports.
I'm dead.
Walk it.
Ooh, I'm dead too. I'm dead too.
Walk it dead.
Oh,
We're all dead.
Punisher got my ass.
Oh,
God. Who's one, two.
We win this.
Door low. We win this 100%. I got Thor.
I'm dead.
Sorry. Nice side.
Don't come back. No, Sonny, come back, Sonny, come back.
Sorry.
Would have been a hero play.
Wait.
Yeah, we
Just
wait for
walk.
everybody.
Just
and
no,
we
start
go
walking.
back in
Start
again.
walking, please.
Let's go. We need as much time as possible.
Don't rush in. Stand down.
Keep the comms up, Kingsman.
Yep.
Yeah, we need direction.
I'm gonna go.
Go left side. You need to go left side. Lamar. Not you. Oh. Break the turret. It's gone.
I'm breaking res beacon real quick.
That should be fine.
Thor. In. Kill Thor. Thor. Dead. Stable. Down 2.
Yep.
Nice.
It's gonna look like this. I'm gonna change to that, the top part, because I can't put that. I'm not allowed to.
It's fine. Just kick point.
So that should be fine.
You guys are good. I got Jinxie on the run, and Senna too. There.
I was a fucking one-trick sinner. You was begging in the band, but you was gonna have to beg the band more too.
Damn. Tell him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Three cart guys. Can we get 3 on cart, please? I need you guys to back up and go on the cart. Not you, Penny. Not you.
Should I go up?
Sorry, Jinxie.
No. I'll say when. I vault.
What was he running away from?
I'm hitting back line.
I'm hooked. Can you help me?
Looks good.
Help me here.
Thanks.
Help him.
Kill him. I got my gun.
Yeah,
reset.
reset.
Panu, I need you to walk out.
Yeah, I'm in.
3,
I'm
2,
all in.
1. Back line.
Fuck it.
Oh my fucking god, he's got a 4K.
3 cart.
He's got a
Alright,
4K.
guys. 3.
I don't think Jinxie's gonna have ult for the next 10 minutes, bro. This guy's gotten nothing off.
We have amp early. We just fucking win the game.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
I'm at 90.
They're running triple healer. Ooh, they're gonna get their asses blasted.
That's what I'm saying.
They have a rocket,
Look for Hook.
and now this damage, they can't.
Yep, support this. Look.
Ooh, that guy's dead.
Thor, 1. Go on. Back up.
He got
Back
walls
up.
too.
They have no take.
They can't walk.
Oh, this is a beatdown, bro. Holy.
3. Nice. Good cart.
This is a beatdown of doom, bro. Panu Kingsman duo. This shit is something serious. The Panu Kingsman duo is no joke, bro.
Yep. Walk up.
I think we get a lot of these kills for free.
The Panu Kingsman duo is no joke.
I'm on cart. Back up.
No, I'm good.
I'm so happy some of the homies got into this tournament, though.
Okay. We should amp before we
That's
get
a
in because
W.
they're going to amp. We want to break
I'd
their
been
amp
sad if
immediately.
nobody got in.
Like we'll just win. Can
The
you
homies
amp
got
right
in,
now?
or
Go
no
off and
small
amp. Go off
streamers.
and win.
Yep. Big splash.
Jeffleton. Oh my splash!
Because even if, like, Rage loses, it doesn't matter. Rage don't need the money. Rage don't need the damn money.
3, 2, 1. Look at the cloak and dagger.
Like any of the big streamers, they don't need the damn money, bro. Kingsman is not playing for the vibes. Hell no. I mean, you can argue Kingsman not a small streamer anymore, but like,
Stay alive.
still, he needed money more than like Rage or something. Any of the other big streamers. Even though Kingsman's pretty big of a streamer now.
Okay, regroup.
Listen, rivals fellas eat, bro.
Sorry, play next fight.
Fall back. Come on, Sonny.
He just rich with a dog full of house. Bro lives in a mansion.
Just reset. Play next fight. We have cap ult. We walk. This is a very hard last point. But if we blitz it, we win. They have no support ults. They used every support ult. We win the game. If we just walk with our cap.
Wait, you got Mr. Beast money? What, he want to Mr. Beast challenges on?
Just want Zoil. Just make sure you. Need carry.
I want to upload something to Patreon. I don't think I can do it on stream though, but I have the next anime ready.
Can we go?
Walk.
Yeah, walking. I'm going hard back line.
Did I tell you guys the anime?
You're good. Back up.
Should I tell you guys? I don't know.
He's alone. It's fine.
I guess I should.
Go behind.
Pick 2.
Cannot die to
One of them is Gachi Akuda.
Stable. He said.
The other one
Back.
I'm cutting the back line.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Good shit. Good fucking shit, guys.
Come on.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Including which side you're on.
Come on.
Stay locked. Stay locked.
Oh,
Still
y'all
0-0. Still 0-0.
So I like to see, bro. Bro, I think she actually is a squirrel girl TP, so I think you're actually just like the better player there.
W.
I am.
Because you play more characters.
You are her, bro.
That's literally crazy.
I know. She said, "Bad squirrel girl. She's a one trick."
Oops. Damn.
Oh my god. Because you're not playing shit. You got good whales.
Hold on,
like,
I'm
we
trying to
just
fix this
win.
on
The
Twitch.
whale was huge. 2-piece was huge.
The Jeff is like just AFK too.
Starting.
Good shit, bro.
Freedom doesn't come without a fight.
Flash.
I'll tell you where to put your beacon. Follow me. Okay, Sonny?
Bro, there's no way they push with Trip heal.
Miss
No,
Goonette?
the trip
Who
is
is
not
that?
terrible, but
Is
they're
that
just
Sunny?
doing it wrong. Attack is better for solo tank.
I'm pretty sure
Can
that's
you
Sunny.
throw it? Follow me.
Miss Goonette. That's Sunny. That's 100% Sunny. Wait, that's Amari? Which one is Sunny then?
With a shield. You cannot. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, like a Groot or a Strange.
A Groot
I can't
or
see
a
those
Strange
names.
Or a Mag. You need to
See,
play with
Joe
one of the,
knows
if
the
you're going to
game.
solo tank. Otherwise,
Knows
it's
the game.
impossible to get space with just a
Far okay, it's the same fucking thing. Both names are
Cannot
just as
walk
bad. Like,
That's why they're struggling
like
so hard.
brother, like son,
I think they might TP. Oh, they're walking.
son, like
Are they on?
they're both just as bad as each other. Like
Be a little careful here. I'd rather they come here.
I shouldn't even ask. Like, why'd I even bother asking? Minecraft later? Yeah, I gotta do Minecraft sponsor.
I'm gonna set up.
Or maybe I do it after this. And then come back to Rivals.
Fly over the wall. Back me up.
So I don't forget to do it later.
fine.
Should I just do it after this?
Stable.
I mean, it's only an hour. I just gotta play Minecraft for an hour.
Yep.
We should probably do
Keep on
that.
this line, and we can fall back to the box if it gets bad. All right. If you start getting low.
I must have all.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
Got you.
Yeah, let's do it after this. After this tournament.
They're talking
My bad.
Or maybe I play a few matches first. I keep saying this, but I want to fucking play Rivals, bro. let me just play a few matches and then we'll do it.
They got Jinx.
But we're 100% doing it before we get off.
He's on fire.
I have to do it this year.
I low-key made a
SBZ
TikTok about
Minecraft?
that.
No.
said,
I
like,
just have to play Minecraft for an hour. It's a sponsor.
You might be more used to it.
I am not playing. I'm not doing a sponsor with Cam. There's just no way.
And it's all if he uses his all well.
I'm playing Minecraft. I don't know.
Get back fast.
Fool around, do a mod or something. Explore.
They don't even push up enough for me to do it.
I'm literally just gonna play it and get off.
won.
Like I'm not gonna actually like play Minecraft. Like I'm just doing a sponsor, man.
Break.
Okay, yeah.
Back up.
Why?
I dodged.
What do you mean why? I'm just doing a sponsor, man. What do you?
Look at Jane. Look at Jane.
I don't feel like playing Minecraft. I'm just doing a sponsor. You understand that?
Can you amp? Can you push Q? Can you push Q? Amp.
Right now, Sonny. Yep. Good ultimate.
Oh, that was not a good spot.
Walk up with my ult. We walk up. My ult's here.
No, win in hand. Hold on.
They're all fucking low.
Coming back.
No, they cloak ulted. Oh, he still got someone though. Oh, we got another one.
On the point.
Get Jay. Somebody get Jay. Nice, he marked him. Kill his ass. Another one again. Get Thor.
We have no support.
Get Thor.
Kill him.
Again. There you go.
We have no healers. We need to back up.
I took the health pack.
What's back, bro?
I'm coming back.
You have Capo.
Let's take your time. If it comes to
We
it, I
have
can
capital
stop.
to stealth. We need. They have no space.
That's why Cap is so good, bro. He's like a third support ult.
Okay. Can you capital forward? I think we need space. Come on, let's go. Walk in that.
Yeah, walk in the lane. Red,
You
white,
need to
and
the
blue.
world early.
One's walking back.
I have to give.
Red.
Such a good ult. I remember Capo used to be bad. They buffed it a lot.
We can.
Go a long way.
Okay, that's too late. It's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm finally back.
Now I'm Kings when he's playing off angles. Okay.
Rich, give me a sub.
Right here,
Yeah, dude, who let Jinx in his 20?
I'm setting up
So
pillbox. You guys
running from C&D ult.
Let me know when to throw
Bro,
art. I
he's
need
new,
more.
bro. And he has a big following, so like they need him.
Jinx. Okay.
There's good exposure for the game.
Just watch the turret. It's down the lane.
Can you now? No. Go.
Oh, shit.
On trade.
Your backline.
I'm coming back.
Supports. Patty cake.
No way, I didn't get the reset.
I'm with you.
It's good exposure for the game having Jinx in it. That's not like excuse.
Kite. I think we're dead here.
Tell me if you're running a tournament, you needed big eyes on it. You wouldn't get one of them.
We need to reset.
You can't just do a 20 of only small streamers.
We must have amp. Yeah, we do not have it.
You can't just do a 20 of only small streamers.
Just play for next fight. It's good.
Like no one's gonna watch.
Do you have stall Panu? How long? Oh my god, and you got a pick. Fucking huge. Let's play next fight.
Why did Jinxie agree?
Big still.
To play for fun, man. Why y'all mad? Why y'all hating? Why y'all hating? And for sold out, tragic. I sold out. What?
Yeah. So they have no clothes.
I'm taking a sponsor to play Minecraft. Like what?
Amp early, yeah, Kingsman? Or no?
Yep.
Taking a Minecraft sponsor to sold out.
Wait for a team. I'll say when.
That's crazy, bro.
Can you amp right now, please?
Yep, here we go.
Break it.
Break theirs.
Trolling? I'm about to say, like, damn, I can't play Minecraft for a sponsor. Damn.
He's gonna ult. He's strange ult. Can you get it out now? We need to wait to spaces.
Yep.
I didn't get it, but
Stay away from the strange, Joe.
Yo, what's up, TRN? Thanks for the prime.
I have my own closer, by the way.
Is Java? It's all good. I'm pretty sure I'm on Java. I have Java installed. Yeah.
Need care badly. Thank you. Good heals. Great heals.
Himsoof Scuba Suvi.
Alright, watch your heads.
I'm so far.
Watch your heads.
Fucking see these guys.
They want to come to my
running it down.
Careful with the Minecraft disses.
Firing down the lane.
You shoot him all right now.
Minecraft
Nice.
fire. RO craft. Minecraft is like the game of all time for playing with the homies.
Mr. Greedy.
Kingsman. He's one. Hold
Yo, get that cloak.
I have it.
Nice shit.
Not too much now.
Yeah, don't.
You're gonna get put in a blender here. You gotta get out.
Go back.
We're fine.
Yeah.
RO craft for
That was pretty deep.
the Pokemon mods.
Let him get up. We're good.
I know Dabo and them were obsessed with Dragon Block C, and they play like a JJK mod for a little bit too.
Yeah.
They're coming.
I'm assembling.
Third fucking cap out. Let's go. Big string ult.
Yeah, walking down.
Oh, yeah, you cannot damage this guy. They got no.
It's fine. Back up.
What? That's a waste.
3, 2, 1. Out. Oh, I suck. I'm fucking reporting.
Report me as crazy. Oh, he still died. Still died.
One for one.
Fine, we're good.
I don't have a shield anymore. There's no more shield tank.
Shit, our small streamers cooking, chat.
Back up. Joe, you need to back up.
Oh, that Cyclops ult.
Play next fight. Back up.
Yo, get out of there.
Back up.
Oh, he died on point. Oh, smart.
We're good.
Honestly, just die, Sonny. You're gonna get staggered.
Okay.
Okay, wait for the steep.
Yeah, just wait. Wait like 5 more seconds.
Yes.
Should I ult before we jump in?
Okay, no, wait for.
We're here.
Wait for Sonny. Just walk through and amp immediately. Go. Amp immediately.
Amp first. There you go, Sonny. Right there. Perfect.
That's a game. That's game. You even need to use that, but that works too. That's game. Yo, kill that strange.
Nice. GG, guys.
Foul points with the whale. Aura farm. Easy.
W.
One more.
Still 0-0. Still 0-0.
W.
We've not lost a game.
They have not lost a game. Undefeated. Jesus. Undefeated.
Oh my god. Do not look at my final blows.
Yeah, don't look at my final hits.
Oh, nah.
I did
Hey,
my
you
part.
telling me he's allowed in the tournament? What?
That's actually
Yo, how is he allowed in the tournament? What the fuck? Wait, how many one above all players are in this tournament?
Hits, it's fine.
Yep.
I just got them low for him.
J3.
All right, next up we are playing on.
Armory. Kingsman.
We're playing on Krakoa.
That's kinda.
Easiest.
Kinda.
You went crazy.
It's the hardest.
That's like plays. He plays, but he doesn't play, and then he plays and he doesn't play.
3-minute break.
Cause he like switches games and there's a lot of variety now.
I'm gonna go to the back.
Year 1, he was playing like crazy though.
Hey, take a little pee. Don't let no one take
All he
your,
played was
you
Rivals
know?
Year 1. I mean, obviously, out of everybody here, the highest ranked player would be Kingsman, yeah. Damn.
They call me the biggest issue. Kingsman had 33 finals, bro.
33 finals. What's J3 doing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
chilling.
honest. I could
Their
tank,
team
but
is literally full perfect
it's
for their roles.
it's kind of it's kind of
I
tough. 'Cause, like
say-
if
They
I
got
tank, we
40
lose a lot of
years.
damage, right? If you tank,
Yeah.
Jay, we lose a lot of damage, so it's tough.
Depends.
Maybe
on what
we
do, 'cause
ban
if we do,
Captain
if we
first?
do the trip tank and we let Magic and we don't ban Magic, I don't think she's gonna be that much of a threat. If
Oh,
we do the
Glasses team got third.
heals, but
That's
if
not bad.
we
That's good
ban
money.
Cap, I think that
In a
could.
perfect world,
I mean, regardless, it doesn't
I
matter.
think we
Last
put
place,
Magic
second place,
Wolves
third
in
place,
or-
second.
or
Like, it
just
doesn't matter. It's
chat
good money.
on
This
tank.
tournament is good money, no matter what. No matter
But
what you
I
play.
would
know how to
say
tank
just
chat.
have like just walk
They
at
would
everyone.
never.
Who said they want to get coach? I got him. I got him. I got him. Whenever. After this, right after this, if you want. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now.
Yo. This guy said in my chat,
Whenever.
y'all are try-harding your asses out when they have a doggy team. You should play some characters that you don't have 50,000 hours on. Yo, bro.
What?
I don't think
Son.
you know how much money
Son.
is on the line. Would you
Son.
want me to
I wish
literally-
somebody would say that in my chat.
We get
Son.
$11,000 each if we win
Son.
this. Do you want me to throw?
$11,000 are just throwing it. We don't
They
care.
want me on
Okay,
Emma?
bro. Son.
They want me to first
Son, it's
time,
$11,000, bro.
I
Can we
first time a
please be
character, bro?
realistic?
It's not gonna work for you, Kingsman. You played
It's
everything.
$11,000. Can we please be realistic?
That's life changing.
Kingsman should only get 1K for smurfing? No.
Okay, I'm
He's not
playing.
smurfing.
Okay, now we're getting too crazy.
He's not smurfing. Every team has a one above all player. He just is the best one of all player. Blame whoever made the teams, bro. No, give him his full money, bro.
Okay.
Son.
That just opened up a can of worms. Now everyone's just saying random character names in the chat.
Play Blade. His
Nobody's
chat said
playing
Play
Blade,
Blade.
bro.
Oh no. If I was in this tournament, you're not seeing me on Blade. You're not. You're not. I'm sorry. I am playing that meta.
Or are we starting?
You're not seeing me on Blade.
I'm not
I'm playing
gutted
Star-Lord
by
every
that, bro.
match.
I'm not doing it.
I am playing the meta. I'm playing
You're not doing
Cyclops.
any
I
of
am
that.
playing Star-Lord.
I need this, man. I need this.
We
I
are
need
running
this.
that
I'm the
hella no
poorest on
more.
this
I'm a
team,
hella
bro.
player now. We're running that.
Dead, the least wealthy on this team.
I'm a hella player. We're playing that hella no more.
If anybody else want to fuck around, I get it. All right. You know, Joe can find 10K in his couch cushions, but he's playing great. He's playing to win.
He said Joe can find 10K in his couch cushions. That's crazy.
They're banning Cap, and Jinxie is playing Dino.
Are people still complaining about Ari? Damn. I'm
Why
still
did
seeing so
they
much
put
tweets about
Jinxie
Ari.
on Dino? Yeah, I'm the poorest person in this entire, like, right here, bro. In this lobby, I'm the poorest person. I need this, bro. I would. If it was for less money, I'd be down. I'd play a game of Spider-Man, okay? I'd play a game of
Cyclops?
Blade.
Yeah, Cyclops is top tier, bro. I think Cyclops is top tier.
But
You don't think Cyclops top tier?
Me, man.
What are they?
I need it, bro. I need to get out of this fuck ass apartment. I'm streaming in my living room.
Oh, what the hell?
Shit's ass, man.
Oh, nah.
Checking
I
in
gotta
real
do it.
quick,
I gotta
guys.
get
Are
outta
you
here.
guys ready or is some of you AFK?
They're taking a bathroom break.
We getting you out. We getting you out, bro.
Please
Don't
type in
worry.
the chat and game when everyone's ready.
Yes, sir.
We getting you out the hood. Get put new out the hood.
Job's not finished.
Is he in a studio too? Oh, hell no. We got to get him out of there.
Okay.
By the way,
stream in my
guys, like
living
in
room,
everyone's chats, I just want to remind
He's
you.
streaming in his
like,
living room.
even
That is
if they
ridiculous.
lose last place, they get
That's so
2.5
cursed.
grand. Like,
The only people I know
there
that
is
stream in
no
their living rooms
losers
are like
here,
if you have a
regardless.
studio or if like
Like you
you're
literally,
in like a streamer house
you
or
literally
something.
get money if you just play.
And you need to put your setup somewhere.
So like last place gets paid a ton. It's like
I'm not streaming in my living room. That's crazy. Like,
really
what do you
good.
mean I'm streaming right
So-
here and then you can see somebody making dinner in the
Shots
background?
in Eddie's games, man.
What do you
Shout out to
mean you can
Eddie's.
see somebody making
Eddie's.
dinner in the background, bro? Please, bro, please. Oh nah.
Jinxie Punisher ulted and never shot the gun. One
When you
highlight
taking him out the
focused.
hood? What the? I gotta make sure I'm good first. Hold on, what? I gotta buy my
Yo,
own
no,
place
they need
first.
to run this back, and Jinxie needs to get a week on the game. Run
I
it
gotta
back,
get my
run it
own
back,
place
same
first. Hold on,
teams,
slow that
everything.
down.
Run this back, bro.
there's
Jinxie
no-
like got 1 day. It's not
Blade
fair
buffs
to her,
real.
bro.
Blade
I mean,
buffs are
what
real.
does second place get? They get like half of us, right? How much do they get?
Half of us. I
Wait,
think
you're
7K. Second place got 7K, right?
Wait, you're saying
I'm just asking
Jinxie
for the other
ulted
team.
on
Second place,
Punisher
each player
and
gets
didn't
7K, right?
fire
So
the
it's
weapon?
40,000 for
He didn't left click.
What?
Wow,
So-
bro, holy shit.
That
How much
shit-
is
that
that
is
each?
so
40K for second?
It's like 6.6 or 7, something like that. Oh my god, I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, he
but
was just using the
no, no,
rockets.
Are you moving? You're taking
Okay,
with you. I didn't
okay.
move yet.
He
What
was
the-
tapping the left click. Okay. But that's the thing, man. He just got.
What
I don't
the
know
hell?
why they're putting him on Punisher. If he should have had at least some training on Punisher
That was the
first.
tinkle.
The tinkle. Wait, what?
Pretty
Need some
good.
training.
Whenever I do these
Oh, she
tournaments,
went to
I
tinkle.
get the nervous peas. I'll be taking a piss every other game.
Yeah, same, bro. Dude, I had to take a fat dookie before this. I can't lie.
I always make sure I shit before.
What are these
stream.
confessions?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
Feisty is
Kingsman,
watching
I was
Pop the
actually in your
Balloon.
stream when you were doing
Oh my god.
You
Feisty
left- you
love
left
these
someone
Pop
else's
the
stream.
Balloons, bro.
I tuned in. You had just come back. You're like, oh my god, I just took a fat dump. You were like,
I can't take a shit on stream because the whole time I'm like, damn, bro, I gotta pinch this shit off and get back.
Dude,
I'm
and then
like,
they're
it's
like,
pressure, right?
where is
Fuck.
he? He's taking a shit for so long. What a fatso. Every time, bro.
It's not fat to take a shit for a long time. Everybody does it.
There.
Fair enough. I appreciate you.
What is this, bro?
Especially because she don't even look 49.
Phoenix, we now
She's
have two
49?
Pop balloons. Go ahead and ask them a question.
My question is,
This-
like, what?
I didn't know that girl was 49.
Matter, bro.
But
Like,
okay.
I go to the bathroom. I'm gone for more than a minute. They're like, oh, he's taking a vape break. I'm like, no, bro. What are you doing? Going outside smoking a cigarette?
I'm not
coming
proving your
back?
message.
What is the lunch
I
break,
saw
bro?
what you typed. I'm not approving your message.
so what's the situation on the break?
Oh my god.
I think it was
They get
I probably
a second
should
place
say
gets
R, by the way.
6.7k.
Yeah, he said to
Oh
let
my
us
God.
know when we're ready.
Normies be watching anything, bro.
Chat.
It's slop, but it's hilarious. Some of the Pop the
y'all
Balloon
on,
contestants
guys?
be
We all ready?
hilarious
We're
as
all
hell,
ready?
bro.
I'm ready,
Where's
I'm ready.
Zoe?
Zoe, you here?
Wait.
He's deafened. He's
Some of
deafened.
those things be funny as fuck, bro.
Okay, we're all good.
Hello.
I see some of the clips and they're hilarious. Like, what's that one guy that kept dancing?
I'm very ready.
There was a guy that kept dancing. Let me see if I can find the clip of the guy.
Okay, I'm getting word that
That
Jinxie
shit was
says they're
hilarious.
just making him try shit now.
Where is it?
They're just making him try stuff.
Bro, they're telling him to test shit out. I feel like, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't think
find
he's
it.
the reason they're losing. Like, I think their team is just.
I
getting
think
hit.
they just don't have a tank. They
I
have
think
no
it's
tank.
a Thor. It's
Yeah.
a Thor pick. It really is.
They're relying on your age main tanking on Thor and then
Bro,
running
this,
healer. They have
all right, this one was pretty funny. This one's pretty funny. This guy's a freak, though. This guy's a freak. But look at this.
Turn around.
This guy's a
Turn
freak.
around.
Okay, look at this. Look at this one.
Turn around.
Hi, I'm Jeslyn. I'm fun, bubbly, and the life of the party. I don't know if I can necessarily give myself that because I feel like someone else has to give you that, but I'm still gonna claim it anyways.
Why are you looking like that?
I'm looking at the toes. Yeah, your big toes are overlapping your second toe, and I can tell you're a little skinny. Not my type. Sorry.
What?
Right. God forbid a girl was a dancer. That's fine.
What kind of dancer?
I did ballet for forever.
That makes sense. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Turn around.
He's still looking at the toes.
Oh, never.
Hi, I'm Jeslyn.
He said, "Never
I'm
mind."
fun, bubbly, and the life of the party. I don't know if I can necessarily give myself that because I feel like someone else has to give you that, but I'm
Why is he looking at the toes like that, bro? Brother, like, what the fuck? Some of the Pop the Balloons actually be hilarious, bro. It's just some clips. The show is slop though, but like some of them shits be funny as fuck though. You can't deny it. Some of them are dumb as fuck. Cause why are you staring at her toes like that? Like, brother, what are we cooking, bro?
No. I'm not banning anything.
Banning thing? Oh, hell no. What kind of suit? Cause why are you going on a Pop the Balloon to hunt toes, bro? Cause what?
I don't know, man.
Some of them be it's like you just gotta like look at the clips. The clips are hilarious for the Pop the Balloons, but like watching the episodes, I think those are a waste of time, probably.
Yeah, Starlord's good.
Yeah.
But it's like slop. It's like reality TV slop. It's like you know,
Yeah,
like
it's
when
definitely
your friends be watching 90 Day Fiance or something. You know, like there's a bunch of girls obsessed with watching 90 Day or Love Island. It's like that. It's slop. It's just something to do when you're fucking bored. You just put that shit on the TV or something.
Oh, Gambit.
Okay.
It's like that.
They're gonna run triple without Gambit. That's my guess. Gambit stops triple. So you're gonna go Luna, Cobbler, or Joe.
Oh, okay.
It's
you
fine.
can call me
They're
top
triple.
one.
Who's a good
Ben
save?
Star
Who's a good
Lord,
save? Who's a good
Daredevil,
save? Who's a good save?
saved Cloak,
So save
saved Hella. Oh, they might want Hella no more.
Elsa? You're gonna play Bucky anyway.
You don't gotta say my score, girl.
No, I'm fine.
AI Fruit Love Island. What the hell is that?
Um,
I don't think they're gonna ban
Drewski
straight.
skit. Yeah, it's like Drewski skits, but I'd say
Elsa?
Drewski skits got more
no, I'm
quality
gonna
to
rock
it.
with Bucky. I'm gonna save.
Their shits are funny as fuck,
Dino.
bro.
I'm gonna make them
They're
think
so
this is gonna be a
stupid,
different
bro.
type of game. And you can play
Like
that
he
as
just
well,
made
so-
a new one. The new,
Yeah,
the
at this point they only have one band. So
Forget it,
no matter
bro.
what, from Mario or Oil.
The Drewski skits are insane, bro.
There's no concerns here.
Who's our last band? Who's our last band?
Drewski skits are
Thor's
insane,
open
bro.
band. Wait, who does your rage play if Thor has been?
He plays Thor, ban that shit. Ban that shit.
Well, he might already be planning. Oh, do you think he'll play healer this match?
I mean,
Let me see what Rage
they have no
says.
tank. Who is their
Ban that
tank?
motherfucker Thor, bro.
Oh,
they banned us.
You for banning Thor finally. Fuck. I'm tired of playing that nigga.
Oh, he's happy. He can't play DD. DD got banned. He plays Moon Knight?
They banned every single one of my characters just now. Every single one.
Mm-hmm.
We got this.
Are we gonna have solo thing tank? Are we happy with that or no?
I could switch to a tank if this doesn't work. I think the hell
Okay.
in the more we have.
Bro, that
was
setup is
really
insane.
good.
Okay.
Like, look at the room he's in. It's just bright light.
If it doesn't work.
You are our shield, Jinxie. You got
Jinxie, I'm gonna heal you with
Yo, good
everything
luck.
I have.
Yo, Jixie, good luck out there, gang. Yo, Jixie, good luck out there, gang. That's all I'm saying. Have fun out there.
Do it.
You got it.
You're getting hurt.
I'm watching Panu's POV.
We're just gonna blow him up.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know what he's doing.
They're running solo tank. Oh, and they have Dino. Whew.
I wouldn't mind that.
No,
Solo
there's
tank
not.
into
Those
Dino.
tanks, like, have no
Oof.
shield. They're like squishy tanks, even though they have a lot of HP. And
Oof.
their
We
damage
don't want
is,
to
like,
switch to
a lot.
no more.
My chat's saying yes.
Let
Okay,
me
they're on the face,
know.
brother.
Alright, let's fucking explode them. I mean, you're a
Solo
squirrel
tank into
and he doesn't know
Dino.
how to move.
Yep.
If you root him,
Yep.
he's dead.
Like,
Like,
let's see how long that
I kind of
lasts.
just play for life. It's kind of a tough
That's
match.
probably the worst character you
Play
can
your
solo
life,
tank
play your
into.
life.
Play for life.
Your life. Oh, I just
Solo tank into Dino.
Solo tanking. Bro, that's
Good fucking luck.
No way.
If
They're
Zoe
probably
knows how to
big
play the
brothers.
Dino,
Let's
that's
lock
gonna
it,
be
let's lock it, let's
miserable.
lock it.
I mean, solo tank is already miserable, but into Dino is just even worse.
Looking hella
Oh, they have a
more
thing.
Cloak rocket.
Point first. Go
honey.
point first, Oil. Go point. You need to go to the
Thing,
point.
I don't know the map,
thing.
sorry.
Oh, they have Hella no more Punisher.
Okay, we're down
I'm
one.
reviving. I'm reviving. I'm reviving.
Okay, okay.
God, that attack cancel come with us so much
Need care, need
damage.
care. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I need to learn cap, bro.
No bubble.
Just so much
Oh,
damage.
No tank. No tank. No tank.
Yeah, you're too far. Careful.
Yeah, I use my shift to get to the point.
Oh yeah. I
I'm
died.
dead. We
got
staggered
her?
really quickly there.
Yeah.
I got
Just keep stalling the point. Yeah, don't let them take that point.
I'm dead.
Just stall, W
Stall,
stall,
right,
W stall, W stall, W value. Hold on, he can probably kill Senna here.
Cork dead.
Oh, we don't
Coming back,
understand
Oh my god, he's still alive. He's
I
gonna
got
living
two,
at
I
1
got two.
HP. Move, move, move,
I
move.
need
Dino, move. Kill that thing, kill that thing. That thing ain't
Nice. Oh my
thinging.
god, I won that.
Okay.
Let's
okay.
go.
Do this all day.
Cap seems fire. Yeah, Cap does a lot of damage if you do animation
Back
cancel.
up, back up, back up.
I learned the animation cancel finally. I was doing it the other day when I spawned ult.
Okay.
I just gotta get better at doing it because I keep messing up sometimes.
Shaky.
Alright,
Should've
everyone's
so
doing
much
fine.
damage
Mari,
if you
just
do
keep spamming. It's creating so much pressure for
Yeah,
us.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
good. You're good. You're good. You're
For
good.
hook.
I got Jay flanking over here. No bubble early.
Can
Back
you
up
ult,
top.
Mari? Can you ult? Can you ult?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Where?
Hit it.
Where?
Just down the
Just
lane.
main, just main.
Perfect.
Oh, they,
You're pretty cool.
they're all low. We whiffed the more. I'm good.
Oh, kill the Nemore's one. Oh, he didn't see him.
Back up, back up.
Oh man,
I'm out.
Nemore was one.
Care. So they have so much damage for you. You got to be.
Yeah.
You're doing great though.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm farming alt charge.
Dude,
on
they're
Dino
literally in
right now.
purgatory.
Yeah, that's huge. That's all we need.
Like I have alt
The
right
whole
now, I have
point.
alt right
That's
now.
what you do with Dyna. We almost have amp.
His
amp
chat
immediately,
spam
okay?
and run max
Amp
ads.
amp
Get out of that
amp
apartment.
Can we kill the
W
nice,
tap.
kill through.
Good shield. Good. This is great.
Kill
bubbles.
through.
Rage.
Kill Punisher.
Oh my god, he almost reflected that and killed him.
Red.
Nice. Kill the res beacon. Oh, he's gonna get res. Nothing you do about that.
What's our numbers like?
Cloak on
Who's on
five.
point?
You guys are healthy.
3.
That was cloak. Was cloak.
Cloak flanked.
Yeah, she was trying to solo cap.
I got
Okay.
Senna. I got 2.
Oh
my!
Hey, Kingsman.
Nah, King's going crazy on Bucky.
I'm playing.
Let's look at Kingsman's POV. He's going crazy with Bucky.
Careful, it's Shroud. Be careful.
It's Shroud, be careful. That's real. That's actually so real.
I still got ult whenever we need.
Don't forget it transfers to next round.
I'm coming back.
Yeah. You don't need to waste it. They're taking TP, I think. TP.
Yeah, map TP. It's gonna be behind us here.
Zoil. Actually, I'll tell you if he needs ults.
I'm looking at Jay.
I got Hella. Kill Hella.
Again.
Hitting height.
Okay, again. Again.
Nice.
17-0. Command to 20 though.
Okay.
Okay, so they might Hella ult.
Again.
We have everything. I mean, we have fucking everything. We just need to use our Dino and we win. I think we just walk with Dino forward.
I'm saying if it gets Harry and he ults early, I'm gonna do my ult. Just make sure to. It's not as good as like Luna ult, but it'll heal you through it. So just make sure you stay on.
Yeah, I mean, we knew Kingsman was gonna run through this 20, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I didn't think it would be that bad. Like 17-0, 33 finals and shit. I didn't think it would be that bad. But I mean, Necro said it earlier. That shit, he's gonna run through that tournament.
Doors wide open.
What did Necro say? Necro said it should have been me.
Hard saving for.
Should have been me.
Zoil, you're gonna go early, and we're gonna go with.
Not fair. It is fair though. They have
Zoil
J3.
and Mari
J3 is just as good as Kingsman. I say Kingsman's more of a sweat though, but J3 plays just as much as Kingsman, if not more.
Yeah. Kingsman will tell you, but we're gonna get up to the point.
Actually, I don't think he plays more than Kingsman. Kingsman plays off stream, but they play just as much, honestly.
Like right now, can you score all? They're all groups. You kill 6. You just Dino ults. Go. Yep. Shoot it. Everyone shoot the hell out. Shoot the hell out. Shoot it.
Keep shooting it. I don't have a gun.
He's right here.
Ooh.
Nice. 3 card.
B-Nan's husband. Oh, it's Shroud.
Come on, Zoil.
Support backside.
Block.
Look where?
Is he a faker of Marvel Rivals? Faker of Marvel Rivals. The faker of Marvel Rivals. I don't know who would that be. The way they talk about Sci-Fi, it's probably Sci-Fi.
I don't fucking see. They're so far.
Sci-Fi is crazy in this game. Probably Sci-Fi.
They're all top left.
All on me.
Back up.
No one. Closer would probably be like Sci-Fi, honestly.
Yeah. Free. Come back.
I don't know how he's doing that on support.
We're good.
Getting that many accounts to.
They use 3 ults on.
Getting that many accounts to top 500.
They just wasted all their.
I mean, not even just top 500, top 5. It was ridiculous, bro. He was ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the leaderboard.
I mean, they use 4 ults.
Terra's really good too. Terra's really good. Delena's really good.
We're gonna kill her through. When they cloak out, everyone.
But like,
walk forward.
I don't know if they can do it like Sci-Fi, bro. Sci-Fi's doing that shit on support, bro.
AFK. She's 1 streak.
He's doing that shit on support. You know how hard it is to carry on support?
Yeah. We almost have Am. Thing in.
Oh shit.
His heal's just that good, bro.
Walk
He heal like no other. That's crazy, Blaze.
Back.
I don't know it. There's something about his heals. It just be bonus heals. Trust.
Reset.
His healing is just bonus.
Use,
There's something about the Sci-Fi heals. When he heal people, it just be healing double. He's more popular than the South Korea president. Damn.
Come back. Wait, with him. You need to heal yourself, by the way. You can heal
I like
yourself.
the Faker League of Legends skin. The Faker League of Legends skin. That shit is sick.
Okay, let's walk forward. Top
the
left.
Ari skin.
Come. Go straight on the point.
This
Amp
is
on
sick.
this, like height. Just go immediately. Amp. Now.
This is a sick ass skin.
Nice. Thing under. Thing.
How much is it? $500? Oh fuck no.
Back.
Oh fuck no.
Oh
fuck no. Oh hell no. Why is it? Oh fuck no, bro. What?
Okay, we have every odds.
Because this is the normal version. Hold on. Where's the normal version of the skin?
Jay versus the world, bro.
Smart off angling, trying to get lucky on.
Where's the skin at? Yeah, this is the normal version of the skin, but they made a faker version of this, and it's this.
Yeah, I'm on him.
Top left again.
This shit
top
is
left.
sick.
Same play.
What is this skin called? Immortalized Legend. Ooh. Risen Legend, and then this one's Immortalized Legend. It's the faker one.
Should I ult
Okay,
this
yeah,
top
you
That's
should
so
jump
sick.
up there and ult.
I
Oh my
didn't know
God,
he played
yes.
already.
Perfect. Throw it.
Perfect.
But I don't watch League, so of course I wouldn't know who he
The only
played.
one? I have no idea.
Might.
I'm all.
Went a completely different area.
Yeah, kill that Moon Knight.
Panu,
No
you should
goons
ult up,
allowed.
please. We're losing space.
No moon goons allowed.
Sorry, we double. It's fine. Walk. Walk them down.
So you ult this? Yeah.
Oh, I hit the ceiling.
What?
Nice. Care.
Oh, they double ulted.
Oh,
Oh, no
Jay was
more
behind.
flanked?
Kill point. Jay's gonna touch. Kill Jay.
Fuck.
Sorry.
It's fine.
We double support ulted.
That was not a good double sport ult, but it's not good, but whatever.
Okay, we just got
Still
unlucky.
winnable.
That was like really unlucky. I hit the ceiling.
Reset.
Well, yeah, I shouldn't have ulted.
Yeah, it's
there.
fine. Let's not double.
Excuse me.
You gotta build another ult from Sunny.
Dude, notice how the audio delay thing is not happening anymore? The desync thing or whatever? It's only happening when I'm playing Rivals. I don't know how to fix it.
He's looking for an off angle.
It doesn't happen if I watch a video or anything.
Come right, guys. Come right, please.
It's just the game. Like, I don't know. What did I do to my
Okay, we
game
almost have our
yesterday?
amp. Back up.
Oh, whoa.
No TP back.
Oh, we got two
You
people.
have touch, Minnie? You have touch?
That's Shroud? Shroud plays Magneto? What in the hell?
No, we cannot TP. It's banned. It's banned.
Oh, it's banned? Y'all better hop on that Spidey.
Oh my god, they're coming from Arch 1.
It's alright. We just can't double support ult next round. We lost this round. Let's lock in.
Damn,
in.
they could have won the tournament right there.
Do not double support ult. We're good. Let me just trust when I say ult. So we're good.
Damn. Unlucky. They got this, though. They got this. Yeah, double support ulting there. Fuck them hard. This is why you don't double support ult. That shit loses you games, bro. It literally will lose you games.
Mark's gonna have soon. Sunny's gonna have soon. Let's play there, King.
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, the dive is free. Can we? I mean, do you still want me to perma Mark J?
Yes, bro. Just do it. I think we win. I swear.
Sports are so free eats. I mean, I can kill them both. So.
Honestly, yeah. Just fucking do it. I'll mark Jay. I'll do it. We have amp early, as well.
Yeah.
You know when it comes to 2x scale?
We almost have our.
I know you got funded for it. Oh
Squirrels.
hell no! Funded for that is just crazy. I'm gonna rent,
Squirrel and
rent a girlfriend and have change. Wait, what? Hey yo, this the finals? Yes, grand finals. Yes.
Just don't know this map. This is so weird.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, just go right. You need to go straight on point with Dino.
You guys go point.
We have like a real comp now, so we gotta lock in.
A real comp? Damn.
Jay's main.
I have my ult.
One on the fucking.
I didn't restart the TikTok stream after this.
You should ult now. You should ult
I
now.
want to test something.
Ult now, Mar.
Oh, I revived.
Okay.
I'm back.
Back up. Mag. In. Good ult, Mari. Oh my god, Mari's ult's fucking huge!
Ooh, she's got like 2 people with a
Oh my god.
W
No
score
sports,
girl.
fine. Mari killed 6.
Okay.
Beating up. Yup.
Good shit, Mari.
Great ultimate.
I'm coming back. I died.
Big score girl ult.
That's good. They have no supports, but. We have
Tournament
no
ends today.
healers.
It's a 1-day
Backup
tournament. Content creator tournaments are usually 1 day.
Hey, clip that shot.
We're not pros.
We have Ann.
Sonny, you
We
ready?
have mine as well.
Yeah, I've
Yep. You'll be up next. Kingsman's gonna call it.
All right, coming back. Walking out.
Can we amp right now? Up forward? Very far forward. Far.
Yep.
Very nice.
That guy's dead. Woo! Woo! Come back at what? Team?
Helping.
Team? Help.
Throw 1 HP. Just don't die. Back up a little. You need to stay there though, Zoil. Not anybody else.
I got Jay.
Yeah, you're good. Panu, you probably wiped that actually.
Yup.
Content creator tournaments, just 1 day action to peak. Yeah. I like 1-day tournaments. I hate multi-day tournaments. That's why I love the fact that when I was in that slam for Twitch Rivals, it was a 1-day thing. I don't like multi-day tournaments, but I mean, yeah, I'll still do them. It's just, I want to just get it over with.
Okay. We have The ult TP, TP. Can you walk up in Zoil? Zoil, just walk up in ults. You kill 6. You force the support ult. Live. Now everyone live. You can ult, Joe. You can ult. Ult, Joe. Ult, Joe.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Stay with Joe.
Playing Joe's ult. We have Panu's ult. Panu, you should ult here when this runs out. Go.
Get out of that.
Kill cloak. They're mag ulting. Careful. They fucked it up.
No bubble on the Moon
Yeah, look at that Moon Knight. Oh my god, that Moon Knight was 1.
I got a more.
Ooh, the flick.
One.
The flick
Nice.
though.
Okay.
GG, let's go.
W.
Let's go.
They won.
Holy shit. GG, guys. GG.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
W.
It's over.
Winner point of view, get fucking nutted on.
What?
Okay, let's.
Good calm. That's a good calm. I like that.
What?
Let's go.
Huge win, bro.
Good team. You guys did so good.
W.
Yay, Sonny, you did
Fucking W.
I now have 1 hour's played.
That was our first hour on the game.
Oh, you did really good.
Damn.
Shit,
W.
guys.
One game.
W. I'm paying out the predict.
I had to hug my girlfriend. I had to do it.
Yo, Mari, you played so fucking good, by the way.
Amazing.
Oh my god. Actually amazing. Mari got
W.
like 4 double support kills or double kills with 1 scorer ult. Like it's insane.
W.
Actually, Shadow MVP. Holy shit.
Get what on?
Put all on black.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, relax.
One trick, right? Because I
Put it
smashed
all
that
in one
Namor.
number.
Slash was birthday.
Namor was great. Namor was great.
Good shit. And Joe, good job. Everybody played really
Everybody
good.
did.
Everybody played really good.
Like,
Everybody played really
did
good. I'm very proud of you
everything.
guys.
Everybody.
Especially for brand new players, like holy fucking sleeper. Sleeper pick, actually.
Sonny, you're better than some of my ranked teammates. I'm gonna say that.
Oh God.
You ultimate-
It actually
ultimate-
is.
just like-
Oh my
we, like,
god, bro.
holy
What I
shit.
just played with, bro.
It's actually
Holy fuck.
Being level 5.
Rage pissed? Why would Rage be pissed?
Internet cafe.
Bro, this
and
person.
Yeah.
Rage ain't pissed.
Like, come on, bro.
Thank you.
I think our team did great. You guys did great. It was a pleasure playing with you
You
guys.
still
I
get
had a lot of
7K,
fun.
bro.
Thank
Me
you
too.
again for inviting.
7K compared to what? That's more than the amount I won in that 100K tournament. We got
We
6K.
have a little thing.
I still haven't gotten paid yet, but we got 6K.
over here, okay?
That's still a W,
I got a
bro.
poem.
Shit, I wouldn't be sad.
You got notes? You got any notes for me, guys? Any notes for the dinosaur guy?
W dinosaur.
W Dino, bro. Of
W
course,
Dino.
bro. No, bro. I mean, we need a
You
main
didn't get
tank.
paid because I
That's
took
what we
your
need,
cut?
bro.
Oh, wow. All right.
Let's go.
Bet that.
I'm sorry that I beat you in that Jinxie tourney, but hey, made it up, bro. We won.
No, we did, bro. We
fucking made it up, bro. Made it up. We're good. We're good.
What? Wait, what's the tourney?
He was in the finals. I held him under his tower like the whole.
The League of Legends one?
Yeah, the League of Legends one.
What's this?
I love League of Legends.
Oh, that is awesome.
Damn.
Oh.
Didn't lose a map. I mean, what more?
No,
can you ask?
literally.
That's enough of that.
Yeah, we lost 1 round.
Technically, we
That
lost
is
one
enough of
round.
that.
But dude, guys, go watch the replay
Wow.
and look at my ults. Panu, can you look at my ults? Look at the replay on,
Let me see
on
this all
the
now.
second
Play.
We're
point.
allowed to leave here, right?
Yeah, you can. Or you can just click on your thing in the top right and then click replay. I literally got the unluckiest ult of all time. Like at 11:56. Look at
That
my
was like
POV.
multiple disasters happening at the same time. It was like, oh, where even is this?
Are we dead ass? How did I hit the ceiling? Like what?
That hit the
Like
ceiling.
what is this?
Let me see this.
Like what the fuck is this?
No Kingsman POV?
Oh, look at the
Look
red.
at this. How
the
did I hit
red.
the ceiling
Oh,
here?
that's fucking crazy.
I'm watching.
Look,
see his game, 8 wins, 8 MVP. Wait, he MVP'd every match. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's the best player in the tournament.
How
out of
is that
everyone in
a,
it.
how is that a cast? How is that a cast area?
Maybe the you see
Not
the
really
giant
that
lamp on top,
surprised.
It might be that.
Yeah, the big lamp. I hit it.
I might have glitched it. The little side piece of it.
That's BS.
Hey,
That was a
Kingston,
fat
you
alt
see
too.
The text chat, they're looking to do an interview with you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Interviews?
They want a Kingsman interview?
Just a little quick one.
Holy fuck.
You make the link in the-
Oh god, he did MVP every match.
Oh,
1,
okay.
2, 3,
I don't know
4,
how to
5.
do it,
He
but
had
I'll
33 finals in this one too.
Just click the link. I think there's
GG. Oh my god, he's leaking everything. Damn.
All right,
Get this boy a
pretty
second
straightforward.
monitor.
Once you connect, they'll be able to help you out.
All right, that's enough of that, bro. Get this boy a second monitor ASAP. Let me reset the TikTok stream and then let's play. Give me a second. W tournament, W tournament. Minecraft later, not yet. I'll play a few matches first. Been doing Kingsmore bullying everyone. I mean, yeah, not really that surprised. I can't say I'm surprised. It was either one of those two teams winning in the grand finals. Yeah, play Minecraft. Yeah, I got a Minecraft sponsor I gotta do. High computer load detection. Learn how to reduce it. $95 flagged word uses detected. Fraudulent. Oh, frequent detection will suspend auto bleep. Suspend it. What do you mean? What does that mean? Didn't you guys added an auto bleep feature, but you guys are mad we're using the auto bleep feature? Oh my god. Here, look at this chat. You know the auto bleep thing on TikTok? The thing that like bleeps when you curse? Wait, how does this work? What? Wait, what? I'm so confused. How does this work? Auto bleep will suspend if over 30 flagged word uses are detected. Cause like if I curse, it'll bleep what I say. But I guess if I curse too much, it'll just stop bleeping and just let it rip. I don't fucking know. Wait, so it'll just stop working? Wait, what? Bro, how am I supposed to play? Like, do you hear my rank teammates earlier? They were cursing up a storm. Like, what? I bet you 90% of this isn't even me. The teammates I played with, bro, I had throwers on throwers today. Last match was a Black Widow. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? Like, what? 110 flagged words detected. Okay, last ad was Cuphead, bro. Like, I mean, hey, bro. There's no way I don't curse. I'm playing Cuphead, bro. Let's be real. I didn't curse in this stream. 404 flagged words detected. 515. Okay, to be fair, sometimes it bleeps even though you don't even curse. It'll just like false positive a lot. So I obviously I don't curse this much. Like sometimes you'll just say a word, but it'll think you said another word. So it'll just turn off. Why would it turn off the feature? That's so weird. I get 0 and 1. I don't know. I'm a good boy. I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do when I get a widow on this game? Like, they want me to like just play normally? Like, I don't know.
Bro, honor to meet you. I'm the like small streamer here,
as
so
well, bro.
Thank you guys for making it feel welcoming.
I'm the smallest streamer here.
Y'all made it real easy. So thank you guys, man. Appreciate y'all.
W small streamer. Here, let me
So
restart
we're done,
TikTok
right?
stream.
We just all go.
Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
it
we're
now.
good to go.
But
It
yeah,
was nice meeting
appreciate y'all.
everybody. I
Cheers.
had
Nice
so
to
much
meet you guys.
fun.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Cheers.
Cheers.
Catch y'all
Bye,
later.
everybody.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen.
Fucking W.
And just like that. Just like that.
W. That's a massive W, bro.
We're 11,000 richer.
11,000 richer. W.
One loss, by the way.
Not
Didn't
one
drop
loss
a map.
is crazy.
Didn't drop a map. I saw the teams.
Whoa, what is this copyright? Whoa,
jump.
slow that down. Hold on. We're not playing that on my stream, boy. Whoa, slow that down.
Okay.
I'm not playing that on my stream. Hold on. Why? It's not working. All right, let's go. Let's go. We got some blading to do. I'm taking Black Widow off the cover, bro. No more Widow. No more Widow. Tournament's over? Yeah, tournament's over. I'm just about to play ranked.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight it.
Oh, I'm gonna do some. Oh, I need blade footage too. So I need to get some blade matches going.
Who am I gonna banish from this
I need blade footage. I gotta do another blade buff video for like the 90 millionth time. Are we good to go? I think we are. I think we are. There's something I wanted to do. Oh, let me check the blade leaderboard. There's only 2 people up here. GM and Grandma and Diamond. Yeah, we taking that away. That shit about to be mine. Give me a second. I applied for Streamer Uni. Yeah. Did it the other day. Oh, he's getting a new place? Is that what he just said? Oh, let me see this.
Beer, man. I think I'll have a beer.
He's about to drink a beer. Whiskey is crazy.
Shout out to 7 Foot. It was good games, good games. Shout out to all my competitors. I hope I didn't talk shit on anybody. You know,
Bro said, I hope I didn't talk shit.
I mean, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Let's take Quad here on Discord. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Senna for putting this on. Thank you so much.
W small
and, hey,
streamer.
if Jason ever flakes on you again, Senna, you know who to call.
This guy.
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm fucking crying, bro.
Jason ever don't show up. And it's Panu.
I signed up for the janitor role. The janitor role is
Here's
crazy.
Quad on the call.
Hope you get it on. Thanks, dude.
Quad.
Alright.
What's up, man?
You know, watching what that was. Haha.
How much did we win? Hold on.
Hey, you not happy for me, man? What's going on here?
Oh no, I'm very happy for you. Haha.
W Quad, man. What's up, bro?
Oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, chat. We got a locker. We need footage. We need blade footage. We need blade footage. The millionth time. Another blade video. Let's go. Lock in. Lock in.
Stay strong.
Any high kill games. 50 bombs, 60 bombs, 70 bombs, 60, 70 bombs, 6, 7 bombs. We need all those. We need all those. Blade got buff. We need the clickbait. Look at your comp.
The battle starts in 5.
Never mind, bro.
4, 3.
We're not getting no footage.
1. I like the cold. I need assistance.
Bro, I've been playing with throwers all day, bro. Please. Please, can I get a decent comp? Please, bro. Oh my god, bro. Everyone's watching the fucking tournament. Anyone actually competent in the game is watching the tournament, I suppose. I don't know. The tournament's over. Can we play the game now? Holy, bro. I'm over here so hyped for no reason, bro.
Here is an enemy.
Is that Phoenix? Oh, you guys are so horny. I don't play no other character, bro. Is there magic? What was that? Someone just backshotted me to oblivion. It had to be magic. Yeah, it was. Oh my gosh, use it, you know what I mean? It's not just you, bro. I've been getting throwers all day. Why can't I see my chick like that? There we go. You want your likes to go up? I don't even know what likes do on TikTok, dude. I'm too new to that. I don't know what that does. Why is his name ABG Lover, and why does he recognize me? Whoa. There's crazy rumbling outside. I think it's still storming. If my power goes out, you know why. I just heard some crazy ass thunder or rumbling for something or both. Heard something. That shit was loud as hell. Gifts do? I don't know what this stuff does on TikTok. Gifts do though? The likes don't pay? But it probably helps with the algorithm though. I don't know why I ran in that. Like that, I shouldn't have. What is that guy's name? Love Asian Baddie. And we have ABG Lover. Oh my god. Goomed out team. Oh, there's love still. Damn, that's how his footsteps sound. Those things are loud. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, did they ban his magic every game? I wasn't paying attention to the bench. That's why he was on Bucky. Notice me? What the hell's wrong with this guy? Oh. What's wrong with that guy?
As good as new.
Went on for 5. That guy's not killing me. My god, my shift actually does damage. That's actually so insane. Did you just admit the stream sniper? Goth culture got taken over by gooners. Goth culture? Goth culture got taken over by gooners. Huh. What does that even mean? We're gonna ask why Kingsman was on that. Yeah, I think they banned his magic every game. Oh my god, it feels so surreal. My shift is actually doing so much damage now. It's back. It feels like, oh, what the? It feels like I'm back in season, what, 2? Well, not 2. But it wasn't out in 2. Like 4 again? Season 4 and 5 date again. Oh man. Slice and dice.
There's still a chance to stop them.
By the eye of...
Friends, gather around. You better like the cold.
Taste cold steel.
Only 60 seconds left.
That was too easy.
It's like how Scream is so sarcastic. Sarcastic? What's up, Mystic? What do you mean sarcastic? It's a Scream, man. How's Blade now? Is he 8 tier now? He feels a little bit better. I don't know how much better yet, but I'm in the process of playing him right now. I haven't been able to get like a decent Blade match because I keep getting Black Widows. I keep getting growers. My team keeps arguing. Like I've had 3 games today where my teammates are just arguing over who's like playing worse of the 2. It's quite it's hilarious, especially like the first match. Like 2 people that are both doing bad, they're just arguing who's doing worse. It's like, brother, what? You guys are both doing bad. Keep in mind, I'm over there ace with supports. I'm playing cloak because no one else wanted to play healer, so I had to play cloak.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I'll see. My God, my shift does so much damage. Actually heals me so well now. It's so nice. It's not a bad blade game. 17 and 2, not bad, not bad, not bad. Walk him down. Gotta walk him down.
Switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Slashow's birthday, that's cool. Birthday Slashow.
I'll fight to
How many birthdays in June? What the hell?
Spawn me.
Do you have any June birthdays in chat? Oh, Goom Slop. Hey, yeah. Me. Are you a boy or girl? Grown ass man having a birthday in June? How dare you? No, I'm joking. I saw somebody say that once actually. Grown ass man having a birthday in June. What does that even mean?
Get ready.
What does that even mean?
I grant you my gratitude. Want to know no secret?
How you a grown ass man having a birthday on June? What is this rage bait?
Yeah. The playlist I put on when
Is this rage bait? I know it's rage bait, but why am I still so mad? If his gun was buffed and his ult, yeah, he be actually like played MRC, I think. Do you trim your hair at certain lengths? Don't ever see it past a certain point. My hair is extremely long. I just shrink it because I have shrinkage. And yeah, I do get it trimmed. You gotta trim split ends. You want help? Why the fuck am I missing my dashes? Can this guy like, brother? If you want healthier hair, you have to trim your split ends. It's kind of like mandatory, or else you're gonna have like a shitload of shedding.
Taste cold steel. Propulsion beam. The hunt is on.
Come here, ABG lover. No more ABGs for you.
Taste cold steel.
Oh my God, you are hungry. Sunyan ring. Sunyan ring. My man is hungry for these health packs. He has 3 healers, by the way, and he was moving like that. Going to anyone but his healers. I can't go to the girls. I don't want them to heal me. They got cooties. Son. Son. I'm actually so happy Panu won that tournament. It's fucking W. Love seeing the homies win. Love seeing the homies win, bro. Love seeing the homies win, bro. You're so weird for that, but all right. Takes a step to the right. I do just like how they do the blade players. Take a step to the left. Don't even go to me. Love seeing the homies win. Going bald at 18 was not my agenda. Bro, if I'd have went bald at 18, bro, you'd have seen me hit the gym like no other person you've ever seen. I hit the gym, but no, I'd live there. I'd shave my head and I'd live at the gym. Okay, I mean, I guess. How old am I? You said, how old are you? If you assume I'm Monk, then how do you think I am? If I'm Monk, how old do you think I am?
I like the cold.
You called me young, so you gotta think I'm old now.
Second chance is over.
What's up, Tiz? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing?
I had you covered.
We are undefeatable.
Taste cold steel.
1,000 cuts. 1,000. 1,000. That's a blade tuber right there. I was autopiloting too. Still got ace. 29 bomb. That's not bad. That's not bad. Not bad for a warm up. That's a tuber right there, no? 18 final. Oh damn! If I had 20, that would be nice. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I was the Jeff. GG's, bro. GG's, bro. Are you still doing interviews?
Time too, and in a PC cafe, and was having like PC issues. Like,
Oh nah.
That shit was crazy.
Who was
she was
streaming
the
from a
best
PC
noob.
cafe?
I think she was the best noob.
100%, probably the best.
Mari was in a
I mean, that's
PC
pure
cafe
RNG. How the fuck
playing?
are you supposed to know that one noob is better than the other noob?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
True.
And then Zoil, man, I think Zoil was
W.
doing good too. Just, I mean, his pool was a little limited, but he was doing great. All around, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Crazy.
Yeah,
How do you feel,
I guess
Kingsman? I mean, for you, it was a song.
whether you can get
This guy's on open mic.
Saying Sunny would be the worst. How the turns have tabled.
Yeah, Sunny.
She said Sunny was gonna be the worst. Damn. Sunny proved her wrong. That Invis. What? What?
We could ban her counters. Ban her counters after this. Ban Envy and then ban Bucky or Iron Fist.
Panu's running on no sleep. Panu's running on no sleep too. They said they couldn't sleep. He was too excited for the Tony, couldn't sleep. It paid off though. Hold on. Homies won. I'd love to see that. Yo, my TikTok is so fried, bro. It doesn't even show me TikTok chat on this thingy that I'm streaming from. It's so weird.
All right, do we want to ban Bucky or Iron Fist here?
What the fuck are these bands?
Yeah.
Oh hell no!
Apparently, but he can.
What did he just say?
He low-key can, but like apparently he can't.
He said, "Do you want to ban Bucky or Iron Fist?" Oh hell no! What?
He just chases
What
you,
are
bro,
these
for free.
bands? Oh my god! It landed on
He
Iron.
just chases you in the air, bro. That's kind of the annoying part. Oh shit!
Bro,
yeah.
what are we?
I can play Gambit.
What?
The group toss me, please. Group
God, what season am I in?
Not to
What
flex, but I was
season
at
am I in?
60%, 59-60% win rate last season. Like
Holy
8.0,
Okay,
yeah.
bro, I give up, man.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get it,
I
bro.
give up, bro.
Not to flex, but I had a 10% win rate.
It's tough, bro. I'm proud of it because it's hard, bro. Especially with Gambit because you rely on your teammates.
No, I said 10%. That was a joke. 60's really good, yeah.
Yeah.
Round one.
Like you can be a good Gambit and old people, and if people don't do shit, you're fucked, bro. You're gonna lose.
Yeah. He's an enabler, and then he has to have his team.
Blade by main,
Yeah.
yes. Blade and
30
solo.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I just love Cyclops because he's a good hit scan sniper character, and I like
He's
sniper.
dope, bro.
Oh,
He's dope as long as you're
okay,
okay
I
with
fixed
the
it.
laser beams all over your screen.
The target man. Dude, my TikTok was bugged.
Ready for the fight ahead?
Gambit fully
And I only am a 4 tricker, and I gotta add another, so why not Cyclops?
My TikTok was set to only show messages from followers.
The battle starts in 5,
So I'm like, what the fuck? Why does he see those messages?
A lot of targets.
2, 1.
Okay, now I can see it. What's up, Spidey? How you doing? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Stack him. Keep going.
I'll use my sword. Well,
Got his dirty headshot.
son, let me play the game, bro, please. these guys are too scared. Where's their comp? Why are they playing so far back?
Point.
Interesting.
Point to the. Kilter.
Okay, no one's gonna die. Immortality battle. I like this.
Sorry, I was all at home because I really expected to win all. That was crazy value.
Help, Jeff.
Jeff, spit me out. This guy's old again. Oh my god, this fucking top tier ass character. And you still lose. Oh boy, we back. And you still lose. That's that shiv damage buff. And you still lose.
Nice.
And you still lose. Oh my, you have got to be kidding me. He didn't even see me. Okay, bro. Like, all right, bro.
The collector may be watching, but that ain't gonna
Yeah, that's the buff right there. You saw how fast I got ult? And also, that guy still lost because I was actually able to heal from my shift. My shift actually heals me somewhat now since it actually does damage now finally. I'm dead as fuck.
Yeah, I should have got behind the wall.
Oh my god, I'm alive.
It's alright, they just quit the wall.
Oh my goodness. Wait, I can kill this guy.
Yeah,
No, we got healed. Oh man.
We'll just walk up with.
I literally could have killed both of them. Since my shift does damage, I could have killed both of them. But yeah, cloak bubble is just cloak bubble, so you know how that goes. Oh fuck. Wrong way. Bro, this Hulk is focusing the fuck out of me, bro. Is there other people here? This Hulk to fight?
I'm worried for Mac.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm not gonna let this eat me. I don't want to eat me.
I'm ulting after this.
Yeah. Just wait. Don't waste.
Nope, no flying. The more you run away, the more damage I do. Come here, boy. Where you go? Nice.
Everybody, and then we just straight nuke them. All right.
You gotta get a clip of you double pairing Cyclops ult. Double pairing it. I don't think the parry lasts long enough to parry both. Or it probably does. I don't know. I didn't parry the second part, but tank that shit.
I hit Hulk with it. No, that's a lot of his.
Yeah, they got that guy. 13 kills. Let's go. Hold on, we cooking. This might be another tuber. Hold on, two YouTube videos in a row.
Yeah.
Might be another tuber. I actually feel like I'm getting stronger with each blade buff. It's actually so nice to see. I'm playing better and better at each blade buff. It feels like I'm actually playing a viable character. It's starting to feel like I'm playing a viable character, which is nice. It should feel like that with all the hours I have on this character. It should start to feel like that.
Yeah, I get 2 stack of them. Fuck it. I'm with you, Blade.
Get the cloak. I get this ult. That's fine. That's a good push. He's definitely viable now. I was watching Necros play him like crazy earlier.
1 HP winner, that's not.
He was struggling a little bit, but he can definitely get him done. Blade decent. He feels pretty good. Blade is so no skill. He's on the ban list. That's rage bait. That's rage bait. Nice try though. Poor guy. Oh, that sucks. It's fucking Hulk, bro.
Whenever you're ready, Angela.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm living. I'm living. They can't kill me, bro. The unkillable immortal blade, bro. They can't kill me. They fucking can't kill me. They can't kill me. They can't kill me. The immortal blade. Oh my god. They could not kill me, bro. So oppressive, bro. This character's disgusting with these buffs. It's so oppressive. Where are you going? So oppressive, bro. Character broken. Slow that down. Slow that down. Slow that down.
Melted, bro.
Oh, good shit, bro.
Time to switch things up, including which
The most aggressive, oppressive character in the game, bro.
the right heroes could make.
I'm hacking, bro. It's because my shift does damage now. I told you guys this. That buff is really good. That's why I didn't care about the parry buff.
Such a corny ass line.
I could actually anti-heal them mid-fight now, and then I force them to actually like switch up what they're gonna do. I don't have to just mindlessly keep holding M1 anymore. I can actually use my shift mid-fight and heal from it, and apply anti, and I can actually start winning the fight.
The second wave of it, that's fun.
That shit is so nice, bro.
Yeah, it's the explosion.
Because before the buff, I'd have to wait. I have to just keep slashing and waiting for my ult to come, so I can actually anti-heal them. Because the shift used to do no damage, meaning that you wouldn't heal from it.
It makes so much
It would just get you killed. But now it doesn't get you killed. It's actually really good to use.
I'll tell you what, as a tank,
Shit's fire.
It's kind of scary, bro. I gotta figure out. We need to figure out like what tank can stop.
Look at y'all's tank unkillable blade.
I don't think any
Unkillable blade.
Shields. Like it literally, if Meg's holding up his infinite health shield, it just puts it down like a Phoenix ult the first wave.
That's terrible.
Nah, I'm solo
It's
with
literally
you.
a Phoenix ult at the start, and then a wall vault. It's a Phoenix wall vault combined.
We are too tough on blade. I could gunshot for Spider-Man dives. Yeah, I have a short doing that. I was abusing these Spider-Man players doing that. Did I ever upload that short?
Phoenix and wall vault combined. That's basically how to describe.
Wow.
The fly swatter? I think I named it something fly swatter. 3 years? Holy shit. Yo, Pure 2, thanks for the 34 months. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Is the alert even going since my computer's lagging?
He's one.
I'm a talker.
Damn, 3 years.
I'll be dead. I'm dead. I got both. My heels got healed off. It is playing. I ain't changed that alert anyway. How's blade feels good. I'm not even looking at my ult charge. I'm probably getting out stupid fast though. Bad to guess. I got laser by Cyclops and Luna.
Yeah, whenever you want to combo Angel, I got it.
I need time to restore
The hunt is on.
Always one man.
You stop them in their tracks.
That swing speed looks crazy. So it's only that. Cyclops don't look as boring as I thought. That's because that guy's using that. They're getting destroyed. It's a team death. I was cooking like crazy with Cyclops earlier. Why is Gambit not banned? Like, why are we playing with an actual Gambit? What the fuck? I don't know how we have a Gambit. This character should be banned. I broke his shift twice. Get you, get out of that? Come on.
Whenever you're ready.
Who just ulted me? What in the fuck? 1,000 cuts.
My sacred spear is ready.
As good as new.
Fucking love this character, man. This character's so fun.
I am ready to put on
I hope he comes to Tokon. That shit will be so sick, man. And I gotta beat Sajam's ass. He's been talking too much shit. He said that if Blade comes to Tokon, he's gonna get on Blade and beat my ass with it. Or something like that. He was talking crazy. That dude been talking crazy, bro. Can I get a heal?
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Down to 1 heal.
No, her gambit's over. They have a gambit Bucky and almost 1v2.
Okay, bro. Like, I don't know. Playing with DLC? No, bro. He needs to be on Ghost Rider's team. Midnight Suns, bro. Midnight Suns, bro. Please, bro. Don't do DLC, bro. We need first off, we need more black characters in the game. Second off, it's Blade, bro. Come on, bro. He would fit perfectly on that team. He has to be on Ghost Rider's team. Which is why I kind of wish they showed Ghost Rider's team before they showed this Venom team with Carnage. No, I said Venom team. Doctor Doom team. Because that would have been a crazy trailer to play at Evo, because that trailer was hype.
Bro, hold on.
Going to overtime. This game is over. GG's, everybody.
Let's go. Good job, guys.
Final score 3, 2,
Nice work, everybody.
0.
Thank you. Nice work to you too. Is that a tuber or what? 2 MVPs in a row? Are we back? Are we back, chat? Are we back? 2 aces in a row? Are we back? Nah, if I get 3 in a row, we're back. If I somehow get 3 in a row, we're so back. We are super back if we get 3 in a row. Don't say that. Oh, we back. I'm about to be in silver as soon as crazy. Hold on, we might be back. The Blade might be back. Actually, so fucked, bro. Drop a. It's not just a drop though. That's actually a good buff, bro. Because now the damage is reverted to what it was before almost, and also it does damage, bro. Legendary Jeff the Shark. Yeah, GG, we lost. One trick panty. Okay. 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 Okay.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight to end the darkness
that spawned me. Oh, I'm gonna need to get that rank 1 blade. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that to be on the video. Oh, my profile's already unhidden.
Vanish from this match.
Oh, that's a lot of count. Whoops. Cyclops losses. Oh my god. My remember Cyclops is 0%. Yeah, GG. Yeah, GG, bro. But my blade win rate is 100%. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. No first game of the day. Same mag and blade from last game. Wait, we really have the same team again. Wait, what? We have a champion, Jeff. Wait, this is like the same team from last match. Wait, what? I think this is the same team from last match. Yeah. This calls for a blade nerf. Yeah, slow that down. Slow that down, bro.
You'll need a
Blade all low-key aura. Blade all is sick, bro. Lock in? I'm locked in? What do you mean? There's won 2 matches in a row, acing both. What you mean? I'm locked. Switch up the skin.
I'll fight to
Starlit
end
Shadow.
the darkness that spawned me.
What is a Starlit Shadow? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Whatever. I'm not gonna question it. Sounds sick though.
Round 1. Go.
Oh, the new challengers tournaments today for Street Fighter? Oh no, they're practicing. Never mind. So this one for that was today.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You ain't got the pajama skin? I have the pajama skin. No, Phoenix Man is nuts. I wanted to ban it, but I was banned on
If we want to win, I'll fight. Stay sharp. You know me, Summers. I'm as sharp as
Cloudy
they come.
Fade.
Just follow my lead and
I wish they added Blaze PJ skin to Vault 616. Yeah, I don't have that skin. You can't just buy it. Can't you just buy that?
The battle starts in 5.
You can't just buy that skin?
4, 3, 2.
I'll use that skin next match. How's the new season treating your blade? It's amazing. My blade is sharper than ever before. My blade is sharper than ever before. It's amazing. You already know me, bro. We always got an edge. I still got it. Still got an edge. Okay, I was pinging 3 heals like crazy, bro. I don't know what they're looking at.
My box on the left.
I almost killed that guy too, but my team wasn't walking on me. I think they were getting dove. I literally died because my team was getting dove. So annoying. God damn it.
Can we kill this cap? Cap 1.
This fucking Magneto, bro, he's peeling like crazy.
Oh yeah, they in a duo for sure. Or she calmed that. She calmed that shit. Well, I'm getting space for my team. It doesn't matter.
Nice, thank you.
They're gonna get TPO. White box is 1.
Oh, you asshole. Can I get it? Oh my god. God damn it, man. God damn it, bro. Are you getting 1 HP? It's like 3 fucking times, bro. Okay. I gotta play safer, I guess. I gotta play safer with this team. I expect them to match my pace.
Early input so we can.
Oh, we don't win there.
Ready to put on a show.
That's fine. I'm gonna ult right after that when I get over there.
Oh, she just ult.
I can also ult their white.
She ulted nothing. That girl's a troll.
No, I can't ult that, sorry.
Yeah, just back up. We
Oh my
we
God.
have miles with Cyclops, and that's just be a free teamwork. Nothing we can really do about it.
Holy shit, I'm getting recognized every match. What in the hell is happening?
By the eye of Agamotto. 1,000 gods.
We gotta start walking.
She ulted? Oh, you're an asshole. That's 2 ults for 1. That's not bad. How annoying though.
I don't know why we ulted before.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I found a family out here in space.
It's not risky losing this.
Whatever it takes to keep them safe.
We have Cyclops, right? We do. She's so low, bro. Oh my god. Blade throwing? I am not throwing. We are not walking. We gotta walk more. I don't know. We didn't win it at the start when we killed 2. Kinda sucks, but whatever.
I don't know, I'm not trying to hold
Walk
ult,
left,
I just...
walk left, walk left, walk left. We have to get the point.
I gotta fucking heal for this guy. He even get no one. Oh no. What? I die in there? Wow, how did I die inside that hole? Oh, fucking hell, bro.
The current
That sucks.
score is 0-0.
His 19-inch blade went to 20. I should change that account name. They on your ass this match? They're on my ass indeed, bro. I'm getting fucking cooked. I mean, we're all getting cooked, but like,
All the difference.
I'm getting like blasted to a different degree. Getting my ass blasted to a fucking different degree, bro.
My mind.
I'm not
The
a
Punisher.
hero. I'm the Punisher.
Hold on. I gotta kill that, what's his name? That Hulk. Hulk is shredding the hell out of my, always my backline. The only issue is that if I do this, Salak is gonna be on me, but oh well. I have a new skin I can use. What the?
Not rushing point. We have 20 seconds left.
Lord Jeff is the problem?
Like ever.
I don't know, we just always have a Jeff.
You
got a cloaker in this, just perma Jeff. 3 animated. Yep. Oh wait, how do you even see that from a TikTok? This skin is sick.
The battle starts in 5.
We were goated last game.
3, 2,
They're fucking diving you guys like crazy. I'm not getting healed because you guys are getting dove.
securing the mission area.
There was a Jeff and what, Luna? Like anti-dive? Like, I don't know. You guys are not playing anti-dive.
One support.
Can I get a heal? Ah, I fucking can't get healed. Holy, bro.
They're still down to support.
Back for another tour.
Okay.
Yeah, just my Punisher is like literally in our spawn trying to 1v1 Angela, bro.
Brother, they literally came to the spawn room, the spawn can me. Hulk and Angela, like what? I'm not 1v1ing them. They literally came to the spawn room.
They did. They were on point.
They were on what?
They were on point. They didn't come to the spawn.
Okay, then how did they get to the spawn room? What do you mean they're on point?
They were just fighting on point 3 seconds ago.
Like, I'm getting hard focus as I'm getting recognized. Like, I don't know how he doesn't understand it. Of course, they're walking to the spawn room. They literally recognized me.
Didn't think you had it in sight.
We ban Jeff next match. Oh, we keep getting Jeffs, bro. Oh, you guys they're running full dive and we're running Luna and Jeff instead of like White Fox. White Fox Cloak or something. Is Cloak banned? Cloak's not even banned. Like what? We're just getting dove like crazy.
I'll meet my family, but not today.
Our only healer crashed. Oh, nice.
Final score 0-1.
They're focusing. I mean, yeah, I'm getting recognized. Like, of course I'm getting targeted. And then this guy's yelling at me saying, "Why are you fighting an Angela in the spawn?" Well, I can't say I'm Punisher. I have no mobility. Like, what does that even mean? Like, I can't. I have to defend myself. Like, what? I'm not gonna just walk, give her back to me, and then she just kills me. Like, what? Like they're running full dive, and we're running healers that just die over and over. Or just don't look at me. I'm not getting healed. If they're running that dive, I would expect a White Fox, but we don't have a White Fox player. We're just gonna sit on Jeff. Yo, thanks for the 30 King Epic. We're so bad. I mean, I can't do anything. I'm not getting healed. So. I had that mag 1 HP.
Damn, now I feel old now.
But my team was getting dove, so like I didn't get healed. Should just play no more, I suppose. I don't know. But I don't want to fucking play no more. Fuck no more. Avengers fan.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
You said this skin, right? The skin is not in the 919. You can't just buy this. I mean, this skin doesn't have effects or anything on it, so you're not missing out on anything.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I know you see this shit, bro. I see you smiling. See what? The Angela was doing tricks on it. He was on my ass. Like, what? How's Blade feel? It feels good. But, I mean, you still have the issues of sometimes people just don't walk. Or, like, if you're not getting healed, you're gonna die. Because you can't 1v4. You can 1v2, but, like, you can't 1v4 or nothing like that. That damn dino. Iron Fist band. I don't know where these Iron Fist bands are coming from. It's so random. Thanks, Star-Lord. I don't get it. Even if you're one trick, something else, real expect something to change. Yeah, I don't get it. Cause I've always feeling pocket. I mean, yeah, I was diving, but I wasn't getting healed, so like that's why I switched to Punisher. I'm not about to just sit there on Blade just dying.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, You're saying he's an actual character? Close. He's close. I'll say he's close. You still need to be really good to play him at high rank.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's nice to
Cyclops worth the ban? I think so, but I keep having Cyclops on my team, so I can't ban it. I can't ban it if people are hovering it. If no one was hovering it, I was gonna ban it.
Somehow that was even more awkward than I expected.
Another champ Blade or what?
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Back in the game.
Got my eye on someone welcome guest.
Stand back. Let the light.
Whoa, what's that lag? Why was I lagging like that? My ping's 22. Y'all getting dove? Oh my goodness.
Is that it? Really?
I don't know how you're getting outgunned by Blade as Cyclops, but that is interesting, I suppose. It's a neutered white fox. It's a neutered cat. Where is his beacon at? Okay, that guy is not happy with me for what I did to him earlier. Why do I keep getting Jeffs again? Oh my god, bro. I keep getting Jeffs, bro. They're not even playing with team ups, so it's just useless.
Gotta make it. One shot.
I think I might have to switch. Fucking Penny, bro. Someone needs to kill her nest. I'm still had to take spin. Oh, we got a pick. Hold on. Yo, can we walk with that? We got a pick? Where the fuck is the nest at?
This is real firepower.
Emptied out.
I'm dead as fuck, bro. Oh my god, we can't walk, bro. Cloak and daggers banned. We like a Luna or something. Oh, we have a Luna. Yo, can I get Snowflake?
Don't piss me off.
Can I get Snowflake? Thank you.
I'm not gonna get my ultra fast now, you know.
Alright, you can keep it then.
No, you can have it. Thanks.
Alright. Oh my fucking god. God, bro. I can't even fucking play Blade because it's a Penny Parker and there's Hulk bubbles and shit. Oh my god. This matchup is not good for Blade. Matchup sucks for my character. Damn, are you gonna die? This black cat is running my team down. Okay. Oh my god, I can't hit a shot. Okay, that was weird, but alright. Oh my god, bro. I have to smoke off my team. Yeah, that's not good. I think that's cooked. Yeah, that's game. Oh my lordy, what are these games? Yeah, Jeff. What type of dude shoots one direction, by the way? Oh, great. Yeah, scam, bro. Oh my lordy. Dude. Why do I keep getting Jeffs, bro? I fucking hate playing Blade with Jeff, bro. That shit is ass. That shit is so ass, man.
You're going behind me every 3 seconds, jumping around like a lunatic. You're out of my LOS. Go in front of me.
It's so
I'm not breaking
buns,
my neck
bro.
looking for you. It's already big.
This guy's just talking about AB. I'm just mute him. Oh my god, bro. I hate playing Blade with Jeff, bro. Like any other support, bro, is so much better. Any other support is so much better, man. It's the worst support to be playing with Blade. I hate it. Only thing I like is the bubbles, but like, it's like I don't know.
My job.
I was born ready. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Are you all planning another Hellfire Gala yet by any chance?
That's really more Emma's territory than it is mine. Why?
Hey, Jeff in general? Bro, it's not even that good either, bro. It's like, oh my god. So much better supports, bro.
On the battlefield first, then we'll talk.
I feel like I just never win when I play with Jeff. Like just ever. When I play Blade, I just don't ever win with this character.
After what Alchemax did to me, I'm more than ready to fight.
The win loss for today? I don't even know. Let me keep it track. I think I'm negative by like 1 match though, I think. I can't get a rocket or something. I gotta get Jeff. Okay, I can't reach the guy. I'm getting slowed by something. I don't know what it is. Is that the Hulk? Not Hulk, but the Thor bubble. He's still up there. I have a Moon Knight now? What?
This is real. Is that it? Really?
Where's the guy at?
Double KO.
Fucking helpful. Nature itself.
Stop them in their tracks.
The moon haunts you.
What the?
1,000 cards.
That was fucking weird, but okay. They still died, so I guess it doesn't matter that much.
I had you covered this time.
I'm gonna do it. Doesn't pull his weight. Maybe the worst thing getting 9 VPs. Friends like Spider-Man. Bro, kick him from the fucking party, bro. Stop playing with him. It's not your friend. You're just trolling your shit. Bro, just trolling your shit. Did you just walk outside the fucking... Oh my god, I could potentially lose a match to someone doing that. Are you dead ass? And I rubber banded. Wow, she gets away? I'm about to say. Like, does she really just get away because I rubber banded? Are you serious?
Only 60 seconds left.
If you're having a friend that's not playing well, tell him. Help him. Help him fix his issues. Don't just let him play bad. I can't see nothing, bro.
Silence rockets amplified. 1,000 cards.
Down to 30 seconds.
I couldn't, like, okay, I couldn't see shit.
Hell yeah.
God, poke slop on poke slop. Yeah, I'm just getting poked to death. Why do you put the portal right there? Okay, I mean, I guess.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
No healers.
I have no healers. This game. I don't know. That guy pulled it way too early and he wasted it too. He didn't put it at the right spot. He put it so far back. I don't know why.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Lemon pep wing. What strategist help your team against a good blade? Against a good blade. Luna. Use Luna. Luna White Fox team up. Charm. CC his ass. Rocky can shred him if you backpedal him, but he can catch up to you. Charm his ass. Run that Luna White Fox and charm him. It's too fast for him to react to. I mean, if you guys just spam charm him, he's gonna die, so. Oh man, oh man. Am I about to have another Jeff or like what?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm about to get another Jeff player.
The darkness that
Like what we doing?
me. I'll fight to end the darkness.
I just can't stop getting Jeffs today. I don't know. Okay, after this match, I'm gonna do the Minecraft sponsor real quick.
Am I gonna banish from this
And we're gonna get
match?
back on Rivals. So if I don't do it, I'm gonna forget to do it. Sorry, 3, how you doing? Blade good now? I think he's pretty good, yeah. Oh, he's okay. Hey, Jeff and Joan, does that one sell my game? What is these Iron Fist bands coming from? Brother, what? Who keeps doing this shit? Another Jeff? Oh my god, I'm getting off the game after this. I'm actually gonna get off the game and get back home after the sponsor. I keep getting Jeff, bro. Oh my god. I don't like playing Blade with Jeff, bro. I want to ban Jeff. God, this fucking character, bro. I'm gonna ban Cyclops. And the Jeff is banning Cloak and Dagger. What in the fuck? What in the hell is this game? The Jeff is banning C&D. Iron Man, yo, oh my god, what rank am I in, bro? Oh my god, I need to get off this game.
You'll need a top
Son, what rank is this? Another one, bro? So when do you have TikTok? Or was that a TikTok? Yo, this is rage bait. This has got to be rage bait. I'm getting trolled, yeah. That's insane, bro. I'm getting trolled.
Day and night. No monster's getting the best of me.
Yeah, future war characters with me, bro. Oh my god, if you could avoid characters to queue with, bro. Oh, every jump is getting avoided, bro. Oh my god.
I apologize. You're so
I hate playing this character with Jeff, bro. And I have to waste my parry tonight and get eaten by my own Jeff.
What are you doing after this?
This one's that Biggie song. It's probably because it's a sample.
4, 3, 2, 1.
One hell of a
Help get that vehicle to its
He's talking about the Mo Money song. This sample, probably. They both sampled that. What's the song they sampled? I forgot what the song they sampled.
That was 2 weeks.
Song request isn't on.
Slice and dice.
Keep going.
Where the hell? Oh, they're all dead? Okay, I mean, I guess. We have a Mantis and Jeff feels. Yeah, our Venom is gonna go extinct.
You're not in this alone. Slice and dice. Only thing colder than steel.
I think we're lucky the enemies are worse, I guess.
Keep up the momentum.
That torch is going crazy too.
As good as new. I was born ready. 1,000 gods!
What's just pushed me, bruh? That girl don't die, bruh.
I was born
They love pushing, bruh. Goddamn. You gonna take this. You gonna take this anti-heal, bruh. Best anti-dive character? Thor. I mean, I said Thor, my bad. Penny or thing. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? What is he aiming at? Was he aiming at the floor?
I'm ready to.
I was born ready.
What was he doing?
Friends, gather around. Disappear.
That Penny and Thing are literally made to anti-dive. It's like their specialty. Jeff get a big one? Nope, I don't think he did. No, that torch just went crazy though. God damn it, dude. My man just sent it. He doesn't care. My man just sent it, bro. What? What shredded me before I even came out the room? Was it Cyclops?
Let's do this.
I think Cyclops headshot me. Yeah, he did. Oh my god, I saw it. But I just feel like Blade gets melted quicker than other characters. It's not that he's getting melted. He self-anti-heals himself. So he's probably getting healed while he's getting shot, but the damage is just so much that he just dies. Okay, nice rubber banding, I guess. Rubber banding is still in the game.
Slice and dice. As good as new.
They're ahead of us.
I want all, but like a lot of us dead. It's like I need to ult now because I'm at 10, but I can't.
The sword hungers.
Oh, that sucks. I still got something now. The payload messed up my ult. I got caught in the little top part of that. Jesus Christ, Cyclops is shredding me. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Oh my fucking god. Let me play the game, bro. Leave me alone. Nice. Nice. We have 14 kills though.
The current score is
Oh, Luna gets what's coming? Luna. What's wrong with Luna? Oh, her damage.
time to switch things up, including which side
Braids,
you're
fire,
on.
braids.
The right heroes could make all the
Yeah,
difference.
Luna's damage is pretty egregious, but I don't think they're gonna touch her damage. I thought they would, but they didn't. They probably should though. I don't know.
Victory is in my
Play
sight.
Cyclops. I can't do anything on Blade here. Wait, Sci-Fi is rank 1 through 5 right now on the leaderboard. Again. Yeah, it's hilarious. That is quite hilarious.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Wait, did the audio bug ever happen again, chat? Or is it gone?
So, you're trying to start another war with the surface
You guys just ignored it.
Hasn't that gotten old? As long as humanity defiles our planet and pollutes our waters,
Can you do a solo for coaching a viewer to a certain rank? That's too time consuming and that's too much work, and also I don't want to do that. That's not gonna explain things.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
That's too time consuming. That's way too much work. I don't feel like it.
You need to stop that vehicle.
I am not a coach.
Earth follows. Can't let that happen. Oh, here they are now. They shall not attack. Force. Target. Nature itself wins.
We're gonna Ultron. They have a torch as well. That guy got diffed. Holy shit. He called him a dork. That's crazy. Things been fine so far. I guess, I don't know. I don't know how to fix it.
That should make a difference. Punch it up! Right on target.
I missed. Oh my god, I had to reload. God, this guy is literally just hiding. He's 1 HP. Wow.
Needs assistance. Focus on the battle.
Rank is this? GM Celestial.
Not done. Neither am I. Force boost.
You stop them in their tracks. Oh, I need.
I don't know how we're winning this because we're not supposed to be winning this with Mantis Jet Fuels. But we're just lucky that the enemies are way worse. And also our torch is going crazy.
That should make a difference. It seems we have company.
I should all jump before doing it. Oh my, he just got 2. How much people did the Jeff just get? Oh, the word? Okay, this Jeff is not playing around. That Jeff isn't playing around. That's an actual really good Jeff. That was the enemy Jeff from last game, actually. My Jeff was worse. I had the worst Jeff last match, sadly. Unfortunate. The hell is she doing?
It seems Krakoa is in good hands, my friend.
Down to 30 seconds.
Extreme force.
Oh yeah, did you guys play Cyclops yet? What do you guys think about Cyclops? You guys play him yet? Any Cyclops mains in chat? Like, I've been having fun playing them. It's fun. That's what's up.
Final score 3.
Only fun poke slap here. He's pretty fun for poke slap, yeah. For poke slapper, he is pretty fun. I can't deny that.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Let's see. These games are weird today, bro. How's this match? Like, oh my god, bro. Like, why are you playing Widow, bro? Oh, don't forget the Minecraft. Oh shit, you're right. Okay, let me do that real quick. All right, let's do this Minecraft sponsor. I'll get back on Rivals afterwards. I want to get this over with though. Where in the hell is this? I don't have to read anything. They just want me to just play it. That's it. Is that really it? Let me make sure. Yep, that's it. All right, bet. Let's do it. Where's my Minecraft launcher? I'm only gonna play for an hour, so I want to play Rivals Update Day. I'm gonna do a quick hour of Rivals. I'm gonna go Minecraft. I guess I should start the sponsor. But yeah, this stream is sponsored by Minecraft. At least it should be. Hold on, there's an overlay that's gonna appear on the stream. It should appear in a second. Why does it say I'm in the wrong game category? I'm getting trolled. Not registering. Give me a second. Incomplete category. My game is set to Minecraft. There we go. Nice. Yeah, the stream is sponsored by Minecraft. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody here knows what Minecraft is, but I mean, in case you don't, Minecraft is in it's a lot of things, goddamn. But it's a sandbox game, made by Mojang. So let's go and give it a try. Assuming that we haven't played it before. Oh man. Why is it not? Reach the nether in 1 hour. Job edition. Username. I have to use a username. Is my username already set? Why is my username taken, brother? Who took my username? Who took my username, bruh, on Minecraft, bruh? PTV, I guess? I don't fucking know. My bad. Bruh. Let me change the game on TikTok real quick. Is there no Minecraft category on TikTok?
Press enter to enable the narrator.
What?
Narrator. Narrator. Off.
On Earth? Oh, try full screen it. Oh, there you go. I haven't played Minecraft in so long, bro. Multiplayer realms? Wait, how do I go online? Is it realms? Wait, what? Invalid. Multiplayer. What was this? The virus? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. I thought you could do multiple thingies now. Can't you use like do I still have to need like do I still need like the thingies to join like RL crafts and shit? Do you still need those? Like the launchers, like the other launchers? I forgot what the other ones were called. Do you still need all those for to play other thingies? Oh my god, you still do? Damn, I thought we would have got rid of that by now. Okay, I'll just play single player then. You can't respawn if you die. Oh no. Do normal. Allow commands. Game mode. What does this do? Curse Forge, was it? Is that what it was? Oh, my sense is so high. Why is my game at like 5 FPS? It's not 5, but like FPS. Oh, it's maxed out. Desync. My FOV is so zoomed in. My sense is so high. Controls. That's fine. Holy cow. What do I look like? Oh yeah, what do the game mode thingies do? Slash game. Oh, what does this do? See below for game mode here. What does that do? Don't use Curse Forge, they suck. There's Minecraft drops, is there? Oh my god, I haven't played this game in so long. How do I go into inventory again? Jeez, I haven't played Minecraft in ages. What's the inventory button in this game? D? Oh, that's what I look like. Cheat for Nasu. I'm gonna explore. Dude, I should put a Pixelmon in. Should I download Curse Forge real quick? I don't know. But it's just an hour. I can just play vanilla for an hour. Playing Minecraft? Oh, is the thingy not working? Oops. What are these? Dungeons. Oh, that's not out yet. Oh, Dungeons 2 isn't out yet. This is out. Legends. What the heck is Minecraft Legends? Oh, this music is loud. We saw mods are gonna be here for a while. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're not wrong. It's gonna make me want to start playing Minecraft again. What happened to Marvel Rivals? I'm doing a quick sponsor for Minecraft, and we're gonna get back on Rivals. Peak this early. Bro said peak. I'm crying. Oh, what the heck? Why'd it do it like that? Jeez, it's been so long since I played this game. I haven't played this game since I was little. How do I make a fucking crafting table again? Crafting table. Spruce or birch? Yeah, use 4 of these, right? I need 1 more. Grabbing sponsors like it's DoorDash. Somebody diss Minecraft? Minecraft is goated, bro. Who's dissing Minecraft? Who dissing Minecraft? Me? What do you mean? I played this game when I was little. I'm not dissing Minecraft, I'm just saying. Wait, what did you say? Sponsored by anything, bro? Brother, okay. Yeah, you dissing Minecraft, bro. Shout out Minecraft, bro. This game's goated. You ain't never had like those times when you and your boys just played Minecraft? You and the homies just played Minecraft together? You ain't never. Oh, you can't use this. Oh, you can't use this for that. What the hell? Use oak wood planks for this? Yeah, you can. You ain't never had a session where you and the homies just played Minecraft together? Like those like arcs, the Minecraft arcs, or the Discord or whatever you use, Skype, whatever you use, bro. I need sticks. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Oh, you can't use this. Sun ring. Or can you only use it on the crafting table? What would make sense is stick. I think it can't use this wood, huh? You can't. God damn it. Sticks and stones may break my bones. I can play music because the bot won't pick it up. Oh, I mute the game music. We beating out Ender Dragon tonight, brother. I don't even remember how to get there, bro. Uncle, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? When you dropping the Shindo like video, yeah, you are extremely blind. I used to do Minecraft videos. I did a few. I did like I think I did at least 20 Minecraft videos. I did at least 20 Minecraft videos, at least 20. You can't use this. You can't use this to make stick? Why can't I make the stick? Oh, I need planks. There you go. What was the recipe for the swords and stuff again? Showing all. That's what's craftable. I don't even have iron or anything anyway. Cobblestone. Cobblestone. How you go from Rivals to Minecraft? Bro. What's with the Minecraft hate, bro? Our craft videos are still up? Yeah, we never finished it. That thing was hard as hell. Put on sea shanty songs? Hell no. Well, let's get some Assassin's Creed Black Flag sea shanty songs up in here. No. Yeah, chicken. Yeah, chicken. Heard speedrunning Minecraft is fun. Does anyone ever speedrun in here? Heard it's like really, really fun. Mining cobblestone. Yeah, some mining cobblestone. We can really see your age with this game. That's crazy. Where am I at? Oh, not Literal Island. SongRequest isn't on. I gotta turn it off. I gotta stop requesting songs. People keep coming here thinking SongRequest is on. But I'm on a literal island. What in the what? What is this spawn? Got a cheek spawn. Wait, this is a bro. A spawn of doom. Like, what is this? Okay, how do you make a boat? What's the recipe for a boat? Don't show in here. Wasn't it like something like with the thingy? Turn your wood into planks first? Oh yeah, I do need to turn them into planks first. There you go. He's right here. Nice. Okay, what now? 5 planks in the shape of a U? The shape of a U. Isn't it supposed to be more squares than this? Was it supposed to be more squares than this? Where are the rest of the squares at? In the crafting table? Why is it not letting me? Oh, there we go. I was pressing E on it. Whoops. How do I collect them all at the same time again? I forgot to bind for it. Oh, it's just shift. What else I want to make? Get that pickaxe. Get that sword too. Some raw chicken. We got some raw chicken. We speed running? Oh hell no. Bro said we speed running. How do I put it down? Oh, there you go. I come back to live and see this dude's on Minecraft. Bro, I'm doing a quick sponsor for Minecraft. Shout out to Minecraft for sponsoring the stream. That was boat driving always this move? This hurts to watch. How does this hurt to watch, bro? haven't played Minecraft in like how many years? Like 6 years. How else would this look? I can tell your age when we play this. Tell my age? Like I didn't play Minecraft before you were born. I'm joking. How do I get off the damn thing? No, get me off of the damn thing. How do I get off of it? Oh, shift. How do I pick it up? How do I pick it up? Left click it. No. Well, let me pick it up. Or are the boats one-time use? Just break it. Oh, there you go. Can I play with you? No. W pigs, come here. I still think the worst character to ever get added to Smash was Steve. Most broken, most dumbest character I've ever seen added to that game. Actually ruined that game for me, I'm not gonna lie. Dude actually ruined that game for me. Like, oh my god. That character is so broken. Character was so broken, bro. We played off-brand Minecraft. Off-brand Minecraft. I never played that. Wasn't that Pixel Forge or no? Or what Pixaroon? I forgot what the name of it was. What was it? High Pixel? Yeah, that's what it was. Oh crap. Dude, nighttime I eat food. How do you make a campfire again? What's the recipe for campfire, chat? I forgot what it was. Or thingy furnace. Yeah, furnace. I don't have the thingies for it. Fuck. So I need some raw pork chops. Yeah, don't kill me, right? Eat stone, yeah. Why don't you play Deadlock anymore? Because I play Rivals. Because I'm a rival streamer. Too busy. Too busy on other games to play that. The only games I've been playing lately are 2xKO and Rivals. Then if you're not counting it for plays. Got a server going? No. Are you gonna play Directive 8020? We played it. The game was buns, so I refunded it. I was the 20. I wasn't in the 20. I watched it. It was good though. I'm happy Panu won, even though like, yeah, the teams were kind of not balanced. But how do you do it again? Don't you hold shift? Yeah, you hold shift. But like, hey, bro, my boy took a W today. I'm not complaining. You want to see complaining from me? There's a skeleton. Hey, look, it's chat. We're not skeleton, a creeper. Are you gonna play Xenoverse 3? Yeah. I don't know how much I'm gonna stream it, but I'm gonna try it. If I like it, I'll play it. If I don't like it, I'm not playing it. If I don't like it, I'm not playing it. That's a lot of creepers, damn. There's sheep. Yeah, wool. Kill his kids. Oh shit. Is that a spider? Monster Hunter achievement. Do I have no achievements on this account? I don't think this is the right account, but I somehow have Minecraft on this account, so I'm pretty. Maybe I bought Minecraft after I lost my account. Is that an Enderman? Oh no. Yeah, Tekken and Street Fighter. I played 2xKO yesterday off stream. It was at like 4 a.m. I think I'm gonna play. I think I decided on the team I'm gonna play. I'm probably just gonna run Thresh and Yasuo. And Thresh my shit, bro. I gotta learn some thresh combos. I'll probably do it off stream. I have a crap load of combos that I can learn. And apparently he's really good with Yasuo, so that's gonna be fun to do. Pretty sure you have no achievements every time you start a work. Wait, really? Infer, you were pissing me off by not climbing the block. What block? On my block? That shit was kind of mid, but I finished the ending of it, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't even that good. What's up here? This doesn't feel right playing this game without seeing Pokemon. Playing this game without seeing Pokemon just feels so empty. Like people play vanilla Minecraft without like a mod or some sort. I don't know how y'all do it. I'm so used to seeing like just random Pokemon just everywhere. This feels so empty. This feels so empty, bro. I can't do this. Oh, I don't have coal or whatever, huh? God damn it. What the hell? What are you doing here? Unless you're doing speedruns. I guess. But like, yeah, I guess those are the only people that play vanilla. If you're doing a speedrun. I'm not a speedrunner though. Yeah, that guy's tanky. This wooden sword is buns. Wooden sword is buns. It's a stone sword. I don't have any more stone left. We gonna finish this playthrough off stream? Oh, for sure. Oh, whoops. Played on a roll to get diamonds. My plate player is getting diamonds is crazy. Oh man. What's this? That's the core, right? Yep. Yo, skeleton, don't shoot me, please. God damn it. Damn, I don't remember you guys being this tanky. It's about to be me soon because Rivals meta? That's crazy. How's your day been? My day's been pretty fun. Playing some Minecraft. What is this? This is new. I don't remember this being a thing. What the hell is this? What is this? What is that? Copper. That wasn't there before. That was not a thing before. What is that? When did I get there? What's up, Akari? Oops. You're spam hitting, that's why he's not dying so fast? Well, that's a thing. When was that a thing? I don't remember that being a thing. Oh, spam. JB, if you don't get out of here. Yeah, Minecraft, I'm doing a quick sponsor real quick. They sponsored me to play the game for an hour. So yeah, check out Minecraft. Want me to teach you Minecraft? No. It's not I don't know how to play. I just forgot all this stuff. I haven't played this game in years. No. I wouldn't play vanilla Minecraft. If I was playing, I'd play ROcraft or like some mod. I want to play Pixelmon again. Pixelmon was fun. Next time you see me play this game on stream, I'll probably be playing like Pixelmon or... Oh, crap. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. My poor health bar. Anyway, that's what I was saying. Next time you see me play this game, maybe playing a mod or something. I don't know what mod it'll be though. Probably mod I've never done before. I don't know. I like Minecraft. This game's fun. Just that I can't play vanilla though. I'm doing it right now, but I'm only playing for an hour anyway. But if I'm playing Minecraft, I have to be playing a mod of some sort. I'm dead. Yo, no. That was skeleton. Sag. Where am I at now? If I'm playing it, I have to be playing a mod. Psychos RPG is a good mod. Ooh, what is it? What's in it? Cobblemon? What's Cobblemon? Oh wait, no, we've played Cobblemon. I did videos on that, didn't I? Cobblemon. That sounds so familiar. I'm pretty sure I've played that. We've done that. We did RL Craft. We did Cobblemon. Didn't I do Cobblemon or Krista? I don't remember. I did something with Krista. I don't remember what I did though. Oh fuck. Ow. An idiot. I'm dead as hell. Man, it's lighting me up. Goddamn, Hawkeye. Hawkeye beating my ass. I'm gonna reset. Spawn sucks. No, I for sure did Pixelmon. We played it. Cause I remember I played with Dabo and I don't remember who else. But we've done Pixelmon. I remember it. Oh, it spawns back here every time. That sucks. Look at what my DPS is doing. Oops. They got pokes up on this team. You ever played? Would you ever play Terraria? If one of my friends asked, sure, maybe. I think actually Nayuki asked me to play Terraria. I think I said sure. I don't remember what happened. I think they did, and then I think I was too busy. Or I said I didn't have money to buy it because I didn't feel like buying it. Something happened. I don't remember. Something happened. I don't remember what it was. Or I probably made some excuse up to not play because I was busy at the time. I'm trying to remember, but I just generally don't remember. I just generally don't remember. You're live on the purple app? Yeah. You're not supposed to say purple app on TikTok though. Well, say the name. I mean, it says right there, no? It says purple app equals, yeah. You wanna come do it? What's up, Ricky? Jump a follow though. I appreciate it, dude. You don't have to though, but I appreciate it. Why can't you say it? Because they'll blacklist your stream. I mean, shadow ban your stream. Oh, stream sponsored by Minecraft, Ricky. You should check out Minecraft today. I don't know why I keep spawning on this island. This is actually so cursed. Yo, would it still count as playing Minecraft if I did play if I played Steve? Would it still count? What if I was playing, but I was playing Steve instead? I was playing Smash and I was playing Steve. Would that count? Doing a solo run? I'm only playing for an hour, Ricky. That would not count, no. No, that wouldn't count. I'm not doing that. Twitch gonna be like, yeah, so you're not getting paid for this. You're not getting paid for this. This is not Minecraft. What do you mean? I'm playing Steve. They're gonna be like, bro, can you just play a game that doesn't require somebody getting beat up in it for once? You can beat on people in Minecraft though. What edition is this? Java, I think. This is Java. What is it floating on? Oh, what? You can do that? Oh god, what am I doing? Oh, I don't have the cobblestone. Whoops. Yellow dye. That's a thing you can buy. That's what I follow, Mafia. I appreciate it. Buy, bro. You get what bro, you guys are so like, you know what I'm saying. You guys are just trying to rage bait me. You guys are trying to rage bait me. Am I still on an island again? Respawns are buns now. You guys are just trying to rage bait me. Holy LARP. What's that? Holy LARP. As if I'm a Minecraft player. We get Kazan. Yo, low key, I have the soul's itch. You could get Kazan. I'm not even trolling. You could get Kazan. Actually, I might do. Wait, let me write that down. That's gonna be one of the sub goals. I'm not doing that now. Okay, I wrote it down. That's gonna be a subathon sub goal. No game I do need to finish. I gotta finish Stellar Blade. Am I gonna finish freaking Stellar Blade? How did I get to like 80% way through the game and I just randomly stopped? I think I stopped because I was doing the slam, right? I was doing something. I don't have a pickaxe, do I? I forgot to make a pickaxe. Oops. Bald sub goal. That's never coming back. You guys missed out. The bald sub goal is never coming back. They're gonna play Until Dawn 2? Yes. You were in a slam, then forgot about. Was that really what happened? I feel like that's what happened because there's no way I would have just randomly just dropped the game. Now Kazan, I definitely did that though. But that's because I was playing something else that came out that was more important to me. I don't remember what game that was that came out though. What game was it? I'm trying to think, but I don't remember what it was. I need coal. I need coal. You scared? Scared of what? Scared of? You think I'm scared of Kazan? Son, this is rage bait. You need to build a sheep machine before you get off. Sheep machine? What is a sheep machine? My old sub goals never come back. You guys missed out on that. You're never getting that back. That's on you guys, bro. Yeah, Minecraft motion like that, huh? What are you talking about? Need more sticks. There's a spear now in this game? That is new. What in the what? 2 attack damage, 1.3 the attack speed. The heck? Wow, that's new. You should do a non-ending Shinty beat hardcore. Uh-huh. And you should do a stream where you beat every Resident Evil and don't end until you beat all of them. How about that? How about that? What was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Oh. Deal. How about that? You ever play Me Side, Eli? You should play that. That's a great game right there. Oh yeah, I can make the things for the chickens. I watched it. Oh, you flaked out. You cheeser. You cheesed, bro. Hold on. I bet my fish was drowning. Let's go. Hangry. That One Piece mod? One Piece mod. Which one was that one? The first time to lock in day trading. Lock in day trading. What does that mean? What does that even mean? I need a crib, bro. You can do that. Whoa. What does this do? What does doing that do? Does it automatically just turn into... Oh, it's just stripped dirt. Oh, that's new. Make a dirt house. You're rated? No. It's probably put me front page. I don't know. It's for a building. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that wasn't a thing before. They got Blade in this game? Yeah. You trying to see it? Nothing special. You can make a smoker. Smoker is crazy. Nah, I'm not gonna play directive. Want to play Minecraft for friends? I can probably play Minecraft for friends soon. I have a couple of friends that want to play this game. I don't know what we're gonna play, but we'll see. Minecraft motion? No, I'm probably front page if I had to guess. If I had to guess, I don't know, but indeed, okay, figured. I'll make a crib. Let's make a small little little something. Little something. Fuck you, bro. What are you doing here? Oh, come on, man. Let's just be spawning in. Man, that was messed up my house. Bro. Just trying to make a little small little something. Highest view count I've ever had? That's a good question. I don't even know. It was probably one of the tournaments I did, though, for sure. I don't know, though. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Away from my house. Yo, there's a freaking thingy. Yo, come on. They invaded my house, bro. Oh, my God, bro. No, it wasn't 3K, no. I've had higher than that before. Check Twitch tracker, I don't know. If I had to guess, it's 4 point something. From probably the... Because when ABA updated, every time I would have like 3K a month. At the end of the month, I'd always average like 3K views. When ABA updated. I want to say it's 4.4 or something. I know my sub goal, or my total sub count, my highest sub count. Damn, why is there so many spawned in? What? What? Did they up this? This didn't used to be like this. What? It's 4.1? 4.4? I can check it after this. Why is there so many spawned in? They didn't used to spawn this much at the night. I mean, yeah, more mobs will spawn in, but it didn't used to be this much. What the hell? There's some every corner. That's not normal. What the fuck is that? Bro, what is this? Why is there so many? It's more on players. I'm the only one. What? What's that even mean? I mean, it's more on players. What are you talking about? Dude, it definitely, okay, it definitely did not used to be this much. I've played vanilla Minecraft shit loads of times. It was never this much. Oh my fuck. Oh man, I'm dead. Son, what? Nah, they upped this for sure. This did not used to be this much. Son, what is that? I think I spawned right next to my stuff. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, my house is destroyed though. Oh my goodness, bro. Like, how am I even supposed? Okay, I'm dead again. Son, what did they do to this game? It didn't used to be like this. No, on everything I loved, it just did not used to be this much enemies at nighttime. This is OD. It feels like I'm playing Lords of the Fallen again. This feels like Lords of the Fallen, bro. What? That game was buns. That game was buns. Use your shift. Bro said use my shift. My shift for what? What are you talking about? Dude, house got raided. I'm crying, bro. I need my stuff, bro. I'm stuck on this small island with like 1 million creepers and zombies and skeletons. Creepers and skeletons and whatever the hell they're called. Turn on that peaceful mode. No, I played on normal last time, but I played this and it was nowhere near this much. They upped this like crazy. Ow? What type of aim y'all got, bro? That shit hit scan. That shit hit scan. Why is there so many of you guys in my house, bro? Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my, I can't get my stuff. It's poke slop everywhere. Where's this lead? I'm gonna drown doing this. Oh, wrong way. There's really nothing down here. What a Pokemon at. Yeah, next time I play, I think I want to play Pixelmon. What are the newest Pixel? What is that noise? I'm gonna drown. No. There's nothing down here. No. 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 I almost found the One Piece. Damn. Pixelmon is tough. Yeah, I want to play Pixelmon again. I want to play Pokemon MMO. I never did that new region they added on Pokemon MMO. We could do that. Or maybe I play a different like modded Pokemon thing. Cobblemon. Cobblemon is the new one. Look it up. Oh, my fucking hair is tickling my neck. What the hell is this? This?
This is Cobbleverse, the world's most popular.
Why is this video 4 hours long?
And over the next
Minecraft YouTubers
days,
love making their videos 90 minutes long.
Exploring everything from
I mean, it's free ad revenue.
the game to mega evolution to even custom raid dens. My goal is to
I think it
collect
looks
all
pretty
8
cool.
gym badges to become the champion, take down the evil team.
I mean, they do it because it works. I bet you all his videos are probably long as fuck. 3 hours. Oh my god, everything is 3 hours minimum. Oh my god. 3 hours. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, he's getting crazy ad revenue from that.
Catch a shiny
Long videos on
legendary
YouTube
Pokemon,
give you
and
stupid
defeat
money.
My rival, who I'll be fighting every 10 days.
Oh
leading
my
to the final
god.
battle on day 100. So will I
Woofles likes his content like that? Woosified? You said Woofles. I'm like, what? Woofles the rivals player? Like, what are you saying?
complete my goals and take down my rival? Well, Mega Pokemon. That's
Oh,
right.
the lighting
This
is
pack
beautiful.
literally has mega Pokemon that we can get.
There's megas in
and they
this
only
mod?
require 2 things. The first being a mega bracelet. We need 5 pieces of iron, 2 apricorns, a diamond, and a keystone. We can find this thing. Oh, there we
The
go.
mod looks beautiful. I'm
Saw
shit.
it
I'm
in the corner
down.
of my eye. We found it.
If
This is
that
another
one them are
custom
down, I'm down.
structure
This shit
that
looks
is
sick.
very, very cool. Because if we come on inside, not only is there no, it can't.
What the battles look like?
That's a monster right there. And getting that makes shoot. Let's go for this. Shadow Sneak. That's gonna hurt because you have your strength.
Oh my god, the flickering is throwing my brain off.
Out. Crocodile. Tectonic Rage. Tectonic Rage, buddy. Yes, it's faster. And
Damn.
boom. Down
That had a server. You made a storyline for it. Was tough.
Oh,
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, they were playing that. I didn't join them because I was busy.
I'm up, man. I'm up. Yeah. And you know, next battle there's a twist as always as well.
I know. I know.
So prepare for that, okay?
No. Yeah.
Alrighty, folks, we are back.
Oh, my friend got hacked.
Battle is the
I got a
day
DM to
50
Mr. Beast
battle.
crypto
So, it's time
picture.
to lock in because day 50.
Mr. Beast crypto.
Unlike
What
our
is this?
usual
Yeah, my
battles,
friend's
we're gonna be
hacked.
running a
I'm crying.
double
That's
battle,
hilarious.
a format that our team is
Mr. Beast
exactly
crypto.
prepared for. So let's start prepping.
Is the
Yeah, I
little
think the first
picture
thing
with
I
the
wanna do is
phone?
actually
Yeah.
swap.
My friend got clapped.
There's a few TMs that I think I want. And
It looks good. I'd be down to play it. I'd be down to play it. Yo, what is this spawn? Can I get a different spawn? Let me just do... What is Realms? Realms doesn't work. Minecraft. Multiplayer. Let's see if I got a match. I mean, a lobby or whatever. Wait, you guys said I needed a link, right? Or an ID? Yo, Robert, thanks for a 5. Adjust the FOV. Where is it? I mean, we're almost done anyways. It's not really a point in doing this. There's no point in doing that. Thanks for the 5 gift, the rebirth. I appreciate it. I don't know what you did that for, but I appreciate it, dude. Now, at least if I get my shit back. Brother, what is that? Like, how am I supposed to get my stuff back when there's that much enemies down there? You get me out of Elo hell today. Not today. Today's update day. I'm about to get back on Rebels. I'm about to get back on my main account. I mean, I'm probably gonna do alt games later, but that still gonna be way too high rank for you. That's gonna be what, diamond? What rank are you? Elo hell. How you guys in Elo hell? It can't be worse than what I went through today. I literally had teammates arguing my first match on. Like 3 people arguing, just arguing for the sake of arguing. Okay, I'm gonna let them kill me. This spawn sucks. I keep getting trash spawns. One send us 20. Panu and Kingsman 13. Minecraft, this is not Marvel, but I'm down. I'm doing a quick sponsor. Why is there so many of you guys? Oh my god. This island is the world spawn. Need a bed to change your spawn. No, I don't have a bed here, obviously. I have no other beds. Let's go reset the lobby. Where am I at? Oh, there's a peaceful spawn. Nice. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That was a poo-poo spawn. Like, what? You had to beat the Ender Dragon? Oh, hell no. I've never seen that much mobs. I don't know why there was so much mobs. It didn't used to be like that. Official mod doesn't have megas, raid dens. Official mod doesn't have megas, raid dens, and Neumons, like how he said. Did I miss playing Roblox? No. Yo, YG, thanks for the 16. I remember. Thank you for the gifted again, bro. I appreciate it. What's the sub goal at now? We are at 109. Bro, the alert didn't even play properly.
Acknowledge my appreciation.
Acknowledge my appreciation. What the? What the? Did it work? Oh no, it did work. Nice. Oh, I don't have a thingy. You look like Alex. You look like a creeper. You look like a creeper, Homer. Man, you look like an Enderman. You can't call me an Enderman. That'd be racist. Fish better review this shit and be like, what are they paying me for? That's crazy. I'm playing Minecraft, no? POV, a gun and ball gamer tries to play Minecraft. POV, a gun and ball gamer tries to play Minecraft. Oh, hell no. We taking our money back. Oh, hell no. We taking our money back. To be fair, this is vanilla though. Like, there's not much you really can do. I'm not doing that Ender Dragon stuff. So you do roleplay and stuff. When does Rivals get this update? It's a new game mode. It's a new game mode. It's actually a lot. But like go to the Under realm or whatever. Nah. Done that before already. Got bored of that super quick. Go fight the warden. Warden? Deadlock? That character is goated. Oh, he just put people in chains. This shit is so tough. Wait, that sounds so crazy out of context. Oh my god. It's not a chain. He puts you in a cage. Wait, that's not any better. Bro, okay, like what I don't know, man. It's a fish. He puts you in a cage. That's not that's different. He puts people in chains. He's so tough. He puts you in a cage, bro. If you don't escape the cage, you literally just get stunned. That shit is hype. You just sit there watching them run. It's hilarious. I'm sorry to me. I'm sorry, Roblox is dead to me. No good games really coming out. New ones that come out just keep re-releasing. And for Big Dog, learn Mace. I promise you're gonna love Minecraft combat. Mace. Like the fucking pepper spray. Hey yo. Bro said learn how to mace. Is that a horse? You were Mace is a new weapon. Okay, that shit was not. That's not real. That wasn't even a weapon when I was playing. What? That a bee? These are new. Oh, it stung me. Last time bro played the added the nether. Yo, how long is this last? This is not canon. Oh, it's a beehive. Oh. There's actual mace now. That's new. It works like the distance you're falling down, you do more damage with the mace. That's supposed to be tough. I can like literally go whoop people in fighting games or something, bruh. Now that's tough. Hit them with a 10 combo. Want to see infinite? Now that's tough right there. You don't know bowl. You ain't a bowl nowhere. You ain't a bowl nowhere. Oh, I have cobblestone. God damn it. Oh, I forgot to get cobblestone. Oh wait, no, I do. I don't have enough of it. Whoops. Want to see a net impact infinite? Oh my god. You saw? Yeah, I saw they just added a Zeno. They just added Zeno. Kill his grandpa. He looks cool too, but like you can tell they stopped trying with the characters now because he doesn't really have any like nothing unique like that. They just made his move set. That's it. He don't got like a unique gimmick or nothing. All he got is just like just packs. I think the coolest thing I saw him do is that he shot the dragon and like he can like ride in the dragon, but I don't think it does anything unique or nothing. I feel so bad for them. You can just tell they stopped trying. I mean, but like, I feel bad for them, bro. I mean, that's their fault for launching the game like that. I don't know. Like, that game was unbalanced as hell. And also, the game has no crossplay. They got rollback though, but like, there's no crossplay, so it's bound to die. Some games I would rather have crossplay than rollback, because at least you can get players. It's better than having rollback, but you got no one to play with. You got rollback, you got nobody to rollback with though. So it's like, oh, what am I supposed to do? Oh, and the rollback is buns, yeah. The buggy mess. The rollback is a buggy mess, yes. Then impact next stream? Hell no. Hell no. How's the day been so far? Pretty good. I was testing out blade buffs. I'm about to go test more of it after this. So we're about to be done. Did I ever get paid for that impact stream? I got sponsored to an impact stream. I don't remember if I got paid by it. I'm pretty sure I did though. That was a long time ago. If I didn't get paid, that would have been really bad. Use the pickaxe? Oh, I forgot. Bro, you ain't ever just like punch something with your hands to break something, bro? Come on. What they call that? What they call that? You're fist maxing. I'm fist maxing, bro. I'm breaking my hands on purpose. They're gonna come back stronger. Views are going up. Keep playing on the runs do. Let's go to that front page. I'm about to get off this game though. Big shout out to Minecraft for sponsoring though. Shout out Minecraft. Make sure I check it out. You can craft and you can mine. Don't check out Smash though, because it has Steve in it. You don't want to play him in there. If you play Steve, you're a villain. I'm sold? Oh nah. Oh wait, you sold on this game? Okay, yeah, bet. Says a my player. Yap. You just hate girls. Quoting you. Yeah, mods ban him. He's sexist. Already a villain, damn. Says the Clive player. Clive the goat. Ow. Oh, that creeper burning. I play Kunimitsu, I don't play Clive. Yeah, I ain't see that. I play Kunimitsu, I don't play Clive. Rat coat play, bro. Lab coat is balanced. Y'all still, yeah. This is how I know that girl's in y'all head. Y'all are still hung up on lab coat. She did emotional trauma to y'all. Y'all are still hung up on lab coat. Y'all got farmed. That's a self-report of doom. She's nerfed, and y'all are still talking about her, bro. Y'all still mad. Y'all still mad. Oh man, that's crazy. Y'all still mad. She got nerfed and y'all still mad. Y'all still mad. She's in y'all head. She's in y'all head, bro. That's crazy. Rapcoat never beat me yet. Rapcoat the GOAT, bro. I love Rapcoat, bro. Lapcoat the GOAT. I need to get better at that new Goku. I want to get better at that new Goku. We need new fighters, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Feed families, bro. But they gotta find someone other than Arxis to make a DBFZ2. That's why we haven't got another one, clearly. Because that new Goku isn't made by Arxis. It clearly isn't. I only play meta and grimy characters? What are you talking about? Oh, yappers, bro. The character I play every stream is literally not meta. Y'all are yappers. You don't even play the current one? You don't need a new fighters? I don't play the current one. Last time I played it, I played at Evo Japan. Also, I don't play the current one. You're a yapper. Oh, great. It's nighttime. I forgot. But we're about to be done anyway. You don't. Bro, I played at Evo Japan, bro. There's so many. Like, if I don't play this fighting game, you guys will be like, oh, you don't play this other fighting game. You don't play this. Like, I can't play every game at once, bro. Yeah, fellas won't be playing every game at once. SSJ3 Vegeta. What's he even gonna do? Shoot more Key Blast? What did he do? I still haven't watched Daima. I do need to watch Daima though, but I've been streaming too much, so I can't ever watch any animes. Yo, it's a 2-hour segment? Nah, we're done right now. His hair is longer. He's faster. He can swim. He didn't use anything unique moves in the thing. What did he do? Another Big Bang attack? He kicked the air and split the sea in half. Okay. Don't come with no blade. Any tips? I did a whole guide. Go watch it, bro. Nah, that's not Minecraft. W Minecraft sponsor, bro. Big shout out to Minecraft for sponsoring, bro. You already know Minecraft Java Edition. Get yours today. Big shout out to Minecraft. He did like a crescent kick. That's it? Yeah, do exclamation blade guy. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, big shout out to Minecraft for sponsoring. Let's get back on Rebels. He did a super final flash. Was last time I watched. Last time I watched was wait, no. I was gonna say Miraniki. No, it wasn't Miraniki. It was give me a second. What was the name of it again? Forgot the name of it. Give me a second. It was the horror one I was telling you guys about. I forgot the damn name of it. Oh, let me change the game on TikTok back to Rivals. That's how I scream when I have to play Cuphead. You couldn't beat Cuphead? No, we're gonna beat it. Don't worry. We're gonna beat it. Don't worry. My bad. The anime was Shiki though. It was Shiki. Anime was crazy. That's all I have to say about that anime. It was crazy. It was hella gore. There's a lot of blood. Yeah, it's just fucked up. Pretty dark anime. Are you gonna play the DLC of Cuphead? I have no clue. I don't even think Eli would want to play it, but I don't know.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't know what she would want to do because sometimes she would, because she likes torturing herself.
I'll fight.
She probably would want to play it.
That spawned me.
But let's beat the main game first, and we'll think about stuff like that.
Now,
Next sub goal. Oh my god.
from this match.
It was so evil. Nah, last night was hype though. You can't deny, bro. You can't deny last night was crazy. That clutch, cinema. The clutches we did was cinema. The clutch she did, the clutch I did, absolute cinema, bro. Clutch after clutch after clutch, bro. Clutch after clutch after clutch. Scam Loso's in Canada. Scam Loso? He's at a he's in Canada because he's at a what is he at? What is he at? Fuck, what is it called? Oh, DBD. He's at a DBD party. I had to think. I couldn't think. He's at a DBD party. He was streaming himself last night. He was
Pick your hero.
driving to the
Or
airport.
villain. I'm not judging.
I be forgetting that you can drop your cars off at airports. I be forgetting you can do that. DVD? DBD. Dead by Daylight.
Alex, you got a tank in you, my boy?
You thought I said DVD? Or it did sound like I said DVD?
Staying in the light is a constant
Best healer in the game right now?
Get ready.
Best healer in the game right now is Firewatch Fox though. Heal pool, stop that. Stop that. It depends on the comp. If you're dive, White Fox. If you're poke, I'd say Rocket. Oh, he's banned.
The battle starts in 5.
And if you need like anti-dive, yeah, what Luna? Like, I don't know.
All you need to do is capture the mission.
Like Luna can actually fuck up people. Like I used to think that character is like, I don't know how y'all play her, but that girl does so much damage, bro.
Incoming. As good as new.
I'm dead. Okay, bro, that did so much damage to me. I don't know what did that much, but something just shredded me. Are you going to Shuri University? You saying going as if like I got in or something? If I get in, sure, I'll go. Can I get a heal?
Much better. Cheers, mate. That's 3. Control lost.
Like, can I get a heal? Like, you're just gonna look at me 1 HP or no bubble, no heal, no nothing. It's kind of sick, no? One trick blade. Why do you like blade so much? Blade's fun. Where's some a one trick blade? I'm a one trick. I think I'd have lords on all these other kids if I was a one trick. It's not even my most played character. My most played is still Psylocke. Oh, I guess you can't see it if you're on TikTok, but no, most played character is still Psylocke. Not much. I mean both of them, do I not?
I fight to end
a lot of Cyclopses, bro. We can't ban this dude because his character's so broken. Because everyone keeps over him.
From this match.
I want to ban him, but can't. Okay, no one's picking a ban. I'll ban Gambit. Blade so wavy.
I fight to end
about now.
What
about now?
End the darkness that spawned me.
I never use this skin. Skin's not that good. It's alright.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
They got lower Cyclops is mid. He's mid in lower ranks. Oh my god, I'd fly through those lobbies. Ooh, give me the chance. Give me the chance. I'd fly through those lobbies. Oh my god, mid. I would fly through those lobbies. Did everybody get off after the tournament? Oh, Panu's still on.
And hopefully, you know, more people start picking up the game that we all know and love. And I think it's a great way to do it, getting the big names, even if they don't play the game. I think it's good.
Big congrats.
Good way to do it. And also, you know, the 300K tournament is coming, right? And that's gonna have way more creators, and it's international,
You'll need a top-notch
and
team to win this one.
you know, that has a lot more spots for people to play. And I think we will maybe see some more rival streamers there, some small local streamers.
Probably.
So, you know,
That'll be small streamers.
I think the community does have a problem, man, with hating on shit. Like, always something to be
How you
mad
feel about the
about.
World Cup? Are you interested? Nope.
You know, I'm part of the problem too. I complain every patch about this shit's broken, that shit's broken, but that just comes with the frustration of the game.
Yeah,
But,
this shit
you
broken,
know, when
chat.
it
Them
comes to an
Spider-Man
event like
players.
this, like, I think we should be
Jeez,
happy.
so let me get started on them.
I think we should be happy. Create
Yeah, there's
opportunities and
Spider-Man.
shit.
Shoot his legs,
You
shoot
know,
his
I'm a small
kneecaps.
local streamer.
Take his wife away.
too,
Take
you
Mary
know,
Jane away. Take all Black Cat.
I
You
try to
can't
shout
do
out
that.
as many people while I had the opportunity, and you know, going
Uncle
forward,
Bill would be disappointed.
you know, hopefully I can get
30 seconds before you
you know,
attack.
some more people
Get ready.
tapped in. You know, bringing the squad with me. So, you know, that I guess, like, in an indirect way, hopefully the smaller streamers can eat. I was gonna say this. I wish we had more time. I wish we had more time. If we had more time, I could get a lot more small streamers involved, right?
I knew I'd warm up to you.
Unleash is calling you. Don't unleash. What the hell?
2.
Ah, no strategist. Nice.
Be careful over here.
Son, do I feel like filling chat? Or should I just take this loss? I giving up on life, bro. There are no more wins in Rivals. What? You guys have a Penny Parker? Oh my goodness, bro. Alright, well, I guess I'm playing support this match. It's gonna be a boring match. Just get no effects.
We didn't ask to be heroes, but we always answer the call.
Is there all effects on this skin? Did I just not buy it? I probably just didn't buy it.
I got you covered.
I'm feeling for a DPS pool. This dude better be the best DPS pool I've ever seen. Or else we're gonna have some problems. We are grooved. We are grooved. You've seen Necros, so probably not. I blame Necros for this. Made a lot of people want to play this support pool character now.
Force my hand.
Most people I've seen play him are horrendous at this game.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Vortex field. Ice up.
I like the sound effects on this skin. There is auto effects on this skin? Oh, I just didn't buy it? Okay, I'll buy it after this. Holy fuck.
This is real firepower!
I got you covered.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Our team is so dead over there.
I am ready to throw shots.
Assemble. Wait, you guys have cap. You guys have so many squirrels. I'm okay. I think he headshot me. Oh, he was damage boosted, I think. That shit one-shot me.
See me again?
Oh man, one-shot me.
No worries. I got your back. Thanks so much.
W. I'll play Sue from Target Band on Luna. Target Band on Luna is crazy. How many viewers do I have on the Purple app right now? Come find out. Come find out, bro. Come find out. The only way to find out is to pull up. course you got the Guna skin. It's summer. Can we not enjoy summer no more? That's crazy. What, you want me to wear like a hoodie? And like, what? Like winter clothes in summer? Like, what do you want from me? Oh, wow. He actually found me. Like it's summer, bro. Making up an excuse. I see you. Okay, buddy. Can't even wear summer skins no more, bro. Why is her ass so fat, bro? What? He dead as hell. At 95, I'm all that. Can my DPSs like kill them before they also spliss? Oh, that was close.
Disappear! Clear the way! I am ready to put on a show! Only 60 seconds left.
Armed and dangerous!
That's much better.
That should make a difference.
Clear the way! Invisible?
My mans are getting blasted down. That guy's super dead. Gotta somehow hit him.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh my god, that guy just got like 2 people.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
No, I tried to heal her. I tried to fucking heal her. She died. Oh my god, I'm so close to ult. Give me life, give me life, give me life, give me life. Get in the fucking hole. What are you guys doing?
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my god, big Chungus is on me. Help. Oh my god. Oh, this guy hate women. I'm sorry. He hate women. He hate women. He hate women. He hate women. Bro.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Tell me we win that, right?
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Oh no, she didn't get the ult. She died. Let's have Raz Beacon. Fucking hell, man. I should play Rocket instead.
The current score is
The hell's a Coomer? Yeah, don't worry about it.
0.
Don't worry about it.
Switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
We are cloak
I'll
and
play
dagger.
Cloak if she doesn't want to play Cloak.
We are hope and fear.
Where's Rifle and Blade? All I see is a swimsuit invis. Bro, I literally have a DPS pool, bro. They won't let me play DPS, bro. We don't have a second healer, bro. Yo, Blossom, that's not a prime. We don't have a DPS. If I have to play healer. Oh, we don't have a healer, so I have to play healer.
You'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
finally do my prom. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Good to know someone appreciates my music. Unlike Star-Lord.
I was gonna say don't switch up the white woman in the swimsuit, but I'll take Dagger and this guy.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Why she walk like this? She walk with her tippy toes.
Thanks for the boost.
Spoiler alert! Next season's new characters are Speedball and Sleepwalk. Leak that, losers!
I'm trying to help. Thanks so much.
This character got buffed this patch, right? My AoE healing's better. I do want to try this buff out. I wonder if she's broken after this. I don't know.
Nice deep freeze. Still, I'm trying to help. My time to shine. Look up, I like the cold.
My
Got my eye on some of the welcome guests.
Us against the world.
Thanks for the boost.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god, where'd my health bar go? Oh my fucking god, son, where did my health bar go? Where did my fucking health bar go, bro? Bro just hunted for me, just to like, okay. Can I play the game? Bro, how does the CC change not kick in after that? Why can he still CC you while, what the? Bro, okay. He exiled me while I was tenacity. What, why can he do that? That is insane. The freaking exile doesn't affect tenacity? It just goes through it? That's insane.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh my god, I got kidnapped.
I was worried. I'm hurt. Glad to help.
Bro said, fuck your tenacity, and just exiled me and just clapped my shit. This shit is cosmetic. The cosmetic ass debuff. Well, buff cleanser. Like, what? Oh my god.
You owe me one.
much better.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Get off support blade now, buddy. We don't have a second support player. I have no choice. Think I want to play support? No, I don't.
I was worried.
Honestly, I don't even think we're gonna win this anyway, but we'll see. Oh my god, the freaking whole bubble saved him.
I am ready to put on a show. I like to cook.
By the eye of Armentor! Dangerous!
That sucks.
Lead them to Khonshu!
We better test this out.
Good medicine. That should make a difference.
Just embrace the light.
All right, let's go there.
You stopped them in their tracks. There they are.
This is real!
Could be game. God, bro. How Rocky gets ult so fast. He's getting faster than me.
Dagger's back.
What the fuck is this placement?
Final score.
What?
1, 2,
What is it? What? What is that spot? Oh, what is it right there? That's not even on site. Yo, this guy's trolling. What? Real definition will just be cackle. What is that placement? They're all just gonna look at us and just shoot us inside the portal. He even like used it as a wall. What in the hell was that? Get off support before I report this. Get off support before I report this stream for misinformation. Okay. This guy, bro. Now, where are the effects at? Oh, it does have auto effects.
Disappear.
Oh, I don't have any thingies. Oh, you can't use. Oh, you can't. Damn. Unfortunate. I don't have any. Hold on. We're gonna get some of the battle pass. Hold on. Nice pull. That portal was buns, bro. That portal was actual buns.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
What's that Cyclops' match?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Can you get anything with Yasuo? Can you
The
see
red
this?
thresh?
Let's see.
No.
Hell no.
Yeah, but not.
Way too far. Hell no.
I can't believe I.
Hell no. Get on Blade or Roblox. What in the hell?
How do we tell him he didn't block it?
Get
Just
shot.
let him believe, dude.
How do we tell him?
What's up, D-Hugger? How you doing?
Oh, I'm so dead.
I played 07? Yeah, I played 07.
Nice pad.
Hands off my man.
We have a whole playlist on the channel. Go look at it.
No pause.
Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Where's the
Thank you.
stomp?
Does that work? Oh yeah. What do you mean? Where's the stomp? I'm not doing stomp there.
Let me see the two framer.
He's playing with K7?
Ooh, I got.
Oh, no, it's twos. Pat in K7 versus Scream and Cloud.
Never mind. That's fine.
Oh,
they dropped.
Bro, drop this combo.
I'm off of you.
That's why Cyclops is in mid.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay. We have Cutie Cakes 13 on tank. They ban support pool. I mean tank pool. That's not a ban no more. I'm not gonna lie.
Victory is in my
Yeah, better. Yeah, you'd be better off banning Groot or Emma.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Victory is in my sight.
Spider-Man ban. Okay.
Are you planning another
I've seen it
Hellfire
all.
Gala yet by any chance?
That's really more Emma's territory than it is mine. Why?
I was wondering if you still needed entertainment, and if maybe you'd put in a good word for me?
Show me
What?
what you can do on the battlefield first, Then we'll talk about
You trying to be at the Met Gala? Oh no, the Hellfire Gala.
2, 1.
Cutie Cake 13. He is a Giga Smurf for Doom, or I don't know.
Doom is a powerful magic enemy. I expect we will face each other again.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Let's find you a path to the map.
Oh my goodness, bro.
A nice deep freeze.
Drive this vehicle to its destination. Full blast! Perfect angle! Maximum impact!
I like the code.
I'm
Maximum impact! Got my eye on someone welcome guests. Power the arm. Perfect angle!
I like the code. Shields up.
armed and dangerous!
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Again!
Spotted one!
Again!
Next free force!
I am ready to put on a show.
What? Huh?
That's what I needed.
Oh, what HP? Sheesh, bro. Bro hopped on last night, but no invite on the real. Yeah, you missed out. You missed out.
Again!
Oh my god, this guy's still going.
Force boost! Maximum impact! That should make a difference.
Get that vehicle moving again.
He missed out. Why is he biting his lips when he's shooting? Is he? Blade is back. Nah. Close. I think he's close to being back. It's not close enough. If they do a gun buff and an ult buff, I think we're actually like 100% gonna be able. Oh my freaking goodness. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed. Oh wait, there was a guy up there. I already know that, Boozy. I literally put that on my guide today.
Force boost!
Only 60 seconds left.
Gambit still insta-ban? Yep.
Amplifier.
Spider Lady to Budokan.
A little protection goes a long way.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Perfect angle. Punch it up. Perfect angle. This should help. Maximum impact. Full blast. Perfect angle.
Son, how? Okay, well, I guess. This fucking tree got in the way.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, I got counter ulted.
Keep going. I suck.
Here is an enemy to pursue. Perfect angle.
killed him.
My legs are almost there. Don't turn back now.
Did we get the checkpoint? We don't even have it yet. We're close though.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Half naked Cyclops going around? There's no half naked Cyclops. Oh, you got nobody.
This is real. That should make a difference.
Okay.
Armed and dangerous.
Fear gust
Oh my god, he was really so low.
Here they come.
He said, bruh. This shit is so silly, bro.
Get that vehicle moving again. Got your back.
Thanks for the boost.
A nice deep freeze.
Blasting through.
I am ready to put on a show.
Am I in it? Oh, I am in it. Couldn't see shit. Oh my god, I hate playing this character with group, bro. Just walling off my beams.
Don't let anything stand in your way. Only 60 seconds left.
Armed and dangerous.
He has ult again? He has ult again?
This is power.
I like the color. Down to 30 seconds.
These Buckies aren't playing no more, damn. So many crazy Buckies today.
The final 10 seconds. So close. This is your big chance.
Yeah, these Buckies are insane today, bro.
I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
My extreme force.
Double KO.
Tried to run away.
The current score is 3-2-0.
Okay.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with this Bucky, but this Bucky's having the game of his fucking life. He was popping off.
Heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
Oh, I didn't buy the other recolor, the black skin. I gotta buy that for this. This Bucky is playing out of his mind. Hands are so damn cold. Where is my... Yeah.
Round 2, go!
A second. Alright.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
He said, imagine if I was on Iron Man. She would have been over already. What is this guy talking about?
Blasting through.
What is rogue buffs? Are they really that good? I haven't tried it yet. I'll probably try it later. Maybe, I don't know. My hands are so cold.
I'm
It's hard to even aim. Let me get the blood flowing. Did he really go Loki?
I had you in my sights. You never heal me up, please.
Yo, Neat, thanks for the streak. I appreciate it. Oh my god.
Protection goes a long way.
I like the cold.
Perfect angle. Got my eye right on target.
Oh, that guy took so much damage.
Anyone willing to help? Us against the world! Shields up!
That should make
Double KO! That's 3!
Oh my god. Oh man. What a character, bro. Oh man.
Nick saw the Spurs infer. Also, are you going to Anime Night?
I'm going to what? Anime NYC? No, I'm not going to Anime NYC. The Knicks to the Spurs? The Knicks. I'm dead. He let his friend get there again. That's crazy. Fair and balanced. Man, thanks for the 4 months. I appreciate it. It's fair and balanced.
There's still a chance to stop them!
Stop vehicle. Right on target.
A nice deep freeze.
Flashing through. Maximum impact. Thanks for the boost.
Only 60 seconds left.
Perfect angle.
Us against the world!
Ugh, power creep is real. Remember when you had to do like a big wind up ult to get like multiple people in it? Days where you have to use like Wanda ult if you want Wanda ult to kill. You need like a massive amount of wind up. No more of that, no more. They're portaling.
Force boost.
Final 10 seconds!
God, bro. Damn, that stuns you for so long, man. Holy shit. And bro, when you get up, you're like stunned as well. It's like you're stunned on the floor. And then once you get up, you're stunned. That shit is so silly.
Armed and dangerous. Now Hulk mad. Propulsion beam.
Final score 3.
He's been holding it, bro. Guys, on my balls. Sheesh, how annoying.
Another epic victory. Big
Yeah, that Bucky went crazy. He had 21 finals. His ult was just going again and again and again. That shit was crazy. The fact that it stuns you when you stand up is so silly. Like, you stand up and you're stunned still. It's like, bro, why am I still stunned? You can't just act the moment you get up. You gotta just, like, you just gotta take it. Like, it's so weird. The only thing I don't agree with is the stun when you get up. The stun when you get up is so silly. That should be gone. You shouldn't still be stunned when you get up. That's just dumb. Alright, we're playing Blade this time.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
As for Hulk nerfs is crazy. Okay, he can get buffed in some other way. Like, what? I'm just like, it doesn't even look intentional that you can't move once you get up.
I'm gonna banish from this match.
It's like you're just standing there. Like, you're just standing there. Like, it's so weird. Like, he's buff something else.
Why we banning Side BZ, bro? He's not that good.
Banning who?
Yo, bro.
Fuck you.
Man, don't say that shit to me, boy.
Nope, here we go.
Shut up.
And don't you say nothing, bro. Don't you fucking say nothing, bro. I'm sorry to hear you got demoted at work, bro. I very am.
Guys, I just got demoted. Can we please win?
You see this lineup? We are not winning.
Don't worry, bro. I'm a champion on everything, bro. Don't you worry, bro. Don't you worry your pretty little head.
Who said champion on everything?
Well, number 6, I'm glad you are still employed then.
So I haven't seen any Cyclops group combo. I just did that last match. What do you mean?
Hero or
I'll
villain.
heal, but
I'm
if
not
y'all
judging.
DPS or ass, I don't give a fuck. I'm swapping. As in Blade, if you don't fucking go another character, I'm not healing. Fuck you.
It's alright, Zagatronian, bro. We finna win this game, bro.
What? I'm playing Blade. You tripping? You tripping? He said, if you don't play a different character, I'm not healing you. Like, what? I'm playing Blade. What?
Oh, yo, number 2 is Avenue, bro. Just peep the stream. We're in good hands, number 1, bro. We're actually in good hands, bro. That's the real Avenue.
Vamps gave me my powers. I'll make them.
Yeah, bro's tripping.
Get ready.
Taking the season is so hard. Taking
Bro,
the
you
season
can't
is
say
hard.
nothing when you ban Cyclops, bro. This is Lord Florp so hard, bro. But I'm gonna do that shit.
Why is bro saying he probably just got his shit ran down from a Blade or something? Blade probably just stole his elo.
Be on my team.
You know what, bro? I can't even diss that logic, bro. I really fucking can't, bro. I actually can't.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I gotta admit, it's always nice teaming up with old friends.
Here is an enemy to
Back in the game. Snack time already.
Lock in. Blade trying to blade my bit.
My spin won't hit him. Oh, that sucks. That guy's snowflake. I can't kill that guy. Go one of their healers.
Kill Blade and strength, sir.
Fix this.
Takes a lot. I was born ready. 1,000 cards.
Why does that guy have one already? What the hell they do?
Back in the game.
That girl is super duper good juper dead.
Yo, we can walk my ult. Just don't push too much.
Oh my god, if this girl doesn't fucking die. Like, if that girl didn't die, I'd have lost my mind.
Nice, that's some good shit.
I'm going first.
Yo, Uno on that. Bro, I'm fucking bad, bro. Uno on that. I lose against that, bro.
We need to fucking get you a better mic.
Bro, I know, bro. I wouldn't go this shit.
Bro, it's on our side.
Every guy can fucking fuck.
I got clear.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I need help, I need help.
Oh my god, I parried that. Oh, thank god my shift does damage now.
I need some help, please.
Help her close, help close. Good stuff, good stuff.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Be strong together.
I am ready to put on a show.
They're not walking with that.
God. I couldn't escape. I got one of their ults. That's not bad. It's good. I got a support ult for my team.
The area's almost yours.
Yo, my fault, bro. I tried to block it.
I like the cold.
Oh, I know you saw that shield. I tried to see.
Got her.
Fantastic first round, team. I'm really proud of y'all. I really am.
Dick riding ass.
He said dick riding ass.
Bitch ass up, bro.
Stop dick riding.
Yo, I'm gonna fucking ride you, bro. Calm the fuck down.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Okay. This team is so unserious. Who said don't threaten me with a good time?
30 seconds before you attack.
My guy is unserious.
Hey, want to know a little secret? Your song Flow is on my slay list.
Slay list?
Yeah. The playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps. Oh, really gets my blood pumping.
People have told me that was a killer
Give me a second, shit. We're done.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Looks like the stakes are higher than ever.
That one hurts. So cold.
Nicely done.
I'm gonna try and go for a ult here.
Okay.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
I got
1,000 cards!
How's bro going? Whoa. Oh, these guys, bro, fucking earphones falling out.
The sword hungers. Taste of 1,000 cards! Somebody's always trying to ice skate up here.
Double KO.
I was born ready.
Checking if he was low. He wasn't low.
Back in the game.
Help.
The moon haunts you. You need something to get wrong.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Doctor Strange.
Disappear!
Oh my goodness, she just keeps grabbing me. It's so annoying.
I'm about to ult.
Bro, I must love grabbing blades. Hey, fucking love it. It's so annoying, bro. That's all they look for.
Back in the game.
What the fuck am I supposed to be hitting? I guess there's a blade here. I don't want the fucking blade though.
1,000 gods! I had you covered this time.
Yo, Joel, steal my finals again, bro, and see what fucking happens, bro.
Okay. That guy is angry.
Another epic victory! Big win!
He said his entire team's been stealing his finals. What is bro talking about? What is bro talking about? Is Blade good or we just all this guy? The angry guy. 24-hour Blade stream. I don't know about all that. What in the hell? 24-hour Blade stream is crazy. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I finished the battle pass? I think I did. Kingsman put BTW into 20. I mean BTA?
Hero, do you think you want
Yeah, he did. We watched it. It was insane. he dropped like 33 finals. That shit was a beatdown.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yeah, we need more Blade players, bro. Tell everybody tap in. Tell everybody tap into the Blade buffs. Dino bound. One above all against grunts. I mean, every team had a one above all player. Flats, Aramori, and J3. He wasn't the only one above all. There was like a lot of misinformation with that tournament. Every team had a one above all player. Obviously, he's the best player in the tournament, yes, but every team did have a one above all player. Now you guys can say, "Oh, he had Panu." Okay, but one of the teams had 7-foot black guy, so like I don't know what. Let me actually pull up the team
Pick your
thingy.
hero or villain. I'm not judging.
One team had 7-foot black guy.
I can only support both.
Armor and 7-foot black guy.
Rockets,
They're like the
maybe.
same rank. 7-foot and Panu are like the same rank. This team has J3. You could say, oh, J3. This team was the only team I could say that's probably like unbalanced. But they have Shroud, but Shroud doesn't play this game, and they have Rage. Rage apparently plays this game. Team 3, Silky plays the game, Tony plays the game, Dylan plays the game, Flats plays the game, Arky doesn't, Ashton plays the game. So like, I don't know. Team 4 is the team that won. Kingsman, Joebert. Kingsman plays the game. Joe, I thought he doesn't, but I guess he half plays it or something. Panu plays the game. Mari, main score girl. Like, I don't know what rank she is though. Sunny doesn't play the game. That was like her first time playing. Zoil doesn't play the game.
Story, but I was actually turned into a werewolf once. You know,
I would say the teams are actually pretty balanced. If you actually like break it down, like people think Kingsman's the only winnable ball player. Armori's winnable ball, Kingsman's winnable ball, J3's winnable ball, Flat's winnable ball. Like, obviously Kingsman plays the most out of all those winnable balls, but like you can't say he was the only winnable ball. That's what a misinformation is. Like I don't know. Kingsman wasn't the only winnable ball. What in the what? Hawkeye is sick work, but alright.
You can go for a second.
God.
Come to me, no.
As good as new.
I didn't know he was diving. I didn't know you were diving. I would have went in with you, Venom, but you didn't say anything. I did not know that guy was diving. He's diving as Venom, but no mic.
That's not strong.
Yo, you got a mic, Venom? Okay, bro's diving with no mic. Okay. Like what? Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. He would have died. She literally would have died, but she CC'd me in her ult, so like obviously that beats my ult. It's a fucking Punisher just shooting my back while I'm getting lasered from the front. Like, what is this? Jesus Christ, bro. Just shoot him, yes, part. I don't really care to shoot him if you want. Don't put even a respawner, bro. Just shoot him. Nice. Oh my lordy.
We're down with 1-4. I'm just hiding. So.
You did go for it.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Got it. Like that stuff was gone. It was only an hour.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
Who's getting farmed?
30 seconds
These
before
dudes are
you
getting
attack.
farmed?
Get ready.
It's not that bad of a beatdown. It feels so nice that my shift does damage. I'm actually so happy about that. It feels so satisfying, bro. I can actually engage and my engagement move does damage.
That would make
How was this?
one.
Oh, hell
The
no.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
1:17 p.m.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
It's today Friday, right? Yeah, it is. Saturday now. 1:17. I think you gotta put both words. Yes, part. You have to type BB as well. So they're like abbreviating it. What? What? My sword didn't hit. What was that no reg? My sword wasn't damaging him. That was so weird. What was that? My sword wasn't even damaging him. My passive wasn't going up. That's why I know it wasn't damaging him. That was so weird. That was so damn weird. What the what? Oh my god, can I play the game? This guy's just beaming the fuck out of me, bro. Like, peep this guy, bro. Please. I know y'all see this guy, man. This Star-Lord and his, whatever his name is, just beaming me. Yeah, I gotta ban Star-Lord, bro. This character's so stupid. He's like Cyclops, but annoying, more annoying.
Well, please call your old next time you can.
How was that guy doing?
Maybe a foot.
Like, bro, I can't do anything about those two. Like, they're literally just butt-butting each other and just pocketing each other. But they're just both shooting the hell out of me. This Punisher and this Star-Lord, or this Star-Lord and their whatever his name is, freaking Cyclops. I'm just getting shot at like crazy. It's like, okay, bro. They're just backpedaling, just shooting me.
That's good, isn't it?
Oh my god, he's so low.
Jury, executioner.
What is he looking for me for, bro? What is this match, yo? These guys are weird. Oh my god, my team's got blown up. Okay, like, I don't know. I can't catch these guys. Yo, Ford, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Damn, why is that guy 3 and 4? What happened to him? Like he was getting cooked. Oh, bro. I can't even get to use this shit, bro. I need a heal, bro.
Going to overtime.
My goodness, bro. How am I even supposed to play the game? I'm getting shot at from like every angle. Hey, this guy's gonna backpedal. I can't fight him. I'm dead. It's just poke slot, bro. Like, I literally cannot play the game. There's just no way.
He's one.
Oh my goodness, so low. Oh my god, we're taking so long to get the point.
Force boost. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh my god, my cap just got a 3K. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
I can't see her.
Blade feels good to wait. I'll read that in a second. Hold on.
Enemy to pursue. Judge, jury, executioner for mutant kind. Right on target.
Hi.
Oh my god, bro. You gotta be kidding me, man. Just comes out of nowhere, just swaps on me. We almost killed his friend, but I fucked up the combo.
no winner
Nice
yet.
start.
Going to overtime.
How annoying. What'd you say? Blade feels good to play now. I wouldn't say he's meta because you always have to play perfectly, but it's so much better. Yeah, I figured. That's exactly how I figured it would go. And yeah, that's how it's going. It's literally exactly what I thought. You'd probably be A tier or something like that. Minimum A tier, my bad. For this character. But for Blade, Blade, I don't know. I don't even know where I'd even put him anymore. He's probably B now, I'd like to say. But isn't that where I put him before?
When you're fighting
Did I put him C? What are you doing here, Feisty?
losing simply isn't an option.
Is that where I put him before?
Why does everything gotta take?
The battle starts in 5.
I wish you would say hello to me. Oh my
2,
goodness.
1.
Here we go.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Maybe I'll say hello when you have watchable streams again.
What about time? It doesn't work.
What's this?
Let's just focus. Let's just focus.
Hostile forces incoming.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Is he gonna chase? Oh, he didn't chase.
Capture the mission
This fucking
area.
Star-Lord just killed half my team.
Perfect angle. Propulsion beam. This should help. Thanks for the boost.
Oh, my frontlining, bro. Please, bro. Get down here.
Perfect angle.
They're fine. Sure, 1 HP.
Just heal, just heal, just heal.
How did it goes?
This should help.
Yeah, we actually don't take the point off that. That's crazy. Why am I frontlining? Oh my god. Oh, this is so annoying, bro. I don't know how we're losing this. It's not that we don't have 2 tanks, it's just that we're just not walking.
I don't give up like that easy.
2 supports, please push up. They have low supports. Low supports.
Trying to walk in to make money. You making us money?
Push
Oh,
up,
that's what's
push up. Low supports.
You making us money, you mean?
I got what you
What the fuck?
Perfect angle.
Walk on. How?
That should make a
Double
difference.
kill.
That's fine. Don't chase kills. Don't chase kills.
Oh my god. Okay, bro. Just runs away. Just teleports their
Team go
teammate.
first.
Plans are going crazy. Really isn't. You don't share your money? So no? What do you mean I don't share my money? I don't have money to share.
Anyone willing to help?
I don't know why I'm frontlining. It's so annoying, bro. It's like my tanks are just sitting like I don't know where they're sitting, like next to our supports or something.
That's the boost I needed.
Oh, you suck. You suck.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I don't think we can win this like this, bro.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost. Disappear.
Please,
Wow.
we need this cloak. You're so terrible.
Yeah, I don't know what that guy was doing. He's 5 and 9. He tried playing tank, he didn't do anything. And he had to switch with one of us supposed to actually play
You can't expect
support.
to win 'em all.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Black Cat feels depressingly bad. Hey man. They nerfed her stupid quick. If only they did the same thing to Phoenix when she was broken. If only they did the same thing to Phoenix when she was broken, man. But they was quick to nerf Phoenix. They got her out of there super fast. They got her out of there super duper fast. Got her out of there duper super duper fast.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight to end the darkness.
Tyson not getting any Jeffs. Lost that last match, but I don't mind losing that last match because I didn't get any Jeffs. I bought the Punisher skin. I have it already.
Now, who am I gonna
After this
ban
match, I'm
from
gonna
this
eat real
match?
quick. And take a break to eat. Because I haven't ate yet. You're 55 and 0 in the tournament and Desert watching? I mean, yeah, but like, they overdid it, I'd say. Cause now she just doesn't even feel good to play. Man, Cyclops are Daredevil.
The right
Probably
heroes
wants to
can
just give
make
up
all the
until they fix her.
difference.
But wants to keep struggling. There is no fix. There is no fix. She's nerfed. Like, I don't know. Like, they did the same thing to, like, tons of other characters, bro. You just gotta play through that shit. If you really like her, play through it. Wait, why is she banned? What? Why did we waste a ban on her? Okay, I don't know why we wasted a ban. Fox nerfs. Oh, that's more White Fox, more Black Cat. If you really like her, you're gonna still keep playing her past the nerf.
Round 1.
Fight is a constant struggle.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Heard a rumor you've been keeping tabs on Gil. That true? Why? Do you want to see what your husband has been up to when you're not?
I like her both ways.
Nah, I trust Remy with all my heart. I just wanted you to be aware that you ain't the only one doing the work.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here they come.
Oops. There's the wall.
Back in the game.
Where did my health bar go? I just feel Blade feel against Cyclops. It feels miserable because Cyclops keeps running away. It doesn't feel good. I would not advise Blade into Cyclops. He's just gonna keep running away. Cyclops has too much mobility for Blade to fucking deal with. Or he just gonna use his F in the air and beam you. And then you have to shoot him down. Like, he's a poke character. Like, he's just gonna... Oh my fucking god. Why are we getting pushed this far back?
There's still a chance to stop them.
That Looney Tunes looking team. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we're getting cooked. I can't even lie. This is bad. We're getting blasted. Wait, Tiger lose enemy team? That's funny. Tiger, why are you playing? In the hell am I looking at? Okay. Why are you playing Wolverine?
One shot.
Yep, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, this is odd. What are you doing?
Slice and dice.
Okay, if I can get a shot.
That's 3.
I don't know what the Jeff is doing, but whatever. Daredevil diamond lobbies. I'm dead. That ult is so hit or miss. Oh my god. It's so easy to dodge that thing. I'm happy someone else shares my pain now with ults. I'm an easy ult to dodge. You know his is just better version of mine though. Did I get his passive? I think I did. Oh my god, I'm getting shot at by someone in the spawn room. Is it a hard counter? I don't think he hard counters Blade, but he definitely counters him. It just feels like fighting Phoenix when I'm fighting Cyclops with the dude's just running away and just shooting me. It's miserable. I thought Dino has that dumb passive where you get less ult game from him. Use the White Fox ult, please. Please. Okay. You said what? I don't know why he didn't use it. Like, we're getting pushed back. We need to use this ult. We could have kept the payload for like an extra minute at least. Oh my goodness, bro.
Slice and dice.
You belong to me. Need assistance.
Open season. Back in the game.
Only 60 seconds left.
Can't see shit. I don't know where my elbows are.
You're not in this alone. I'm cutting in.
You guys are so fucking silly, bro. Like, go play the game, bro.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Where is my team while all that's happening, by the way? Probably not winning, huh? They weren't winning because we lost the point. Like, while I'm doing all that, I could have ulted too. I just chose not to. But, like...
I'm hit. Cover me.
Okay, man, whatever.
It's now or never. Stop them.
1,000 gods! Back in the game.
You watching? New blade. I can actually use my shift in a 1v2 or 3. So I can actually survive stuff like that. And I can actually survive it because I can actually kill people during it since I can anti-heal them. It's pretty fire, no?
I am ready to put on a show.
What are you aiming at?
What?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Okay, I mean, I guess. And what you held, Joe? I mean, I could have ulted. I don't know. I just always waste my ult right there. If we won the point, I would have. But like, we lost the point. Everyone else was dead except me. And their spawn room's like right there. Like, so I don't know.
1,000 gods!
That sucks.
Slice and dice.
I'm dead. Oh my god, if he grabs you, you just die, bro. Yeah, you literally just die. I don't know how we're losing this game. It's quite embarrassing. Hold on, I'll be right back.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Round 2, go!
They went to fight Blade and Tyroom, thought they'd win.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My agents have been keeping a close eye on you.
Norquist isn't on.
You've made quite the impact.
Always do. Question is,
all right,
are you gonna
let's go.
let me do my thing, or stand in my way?
I assure you, I'm here to help Mr. Brooks. Tiger Division.
The battle starts in 5,
Well, you're
4,
a motherfucker.
3,
You
2,
just found them.
1.
Whoa, what was that lag?
That's
Whoa.
The Phoenix chose me for a reason. This battle may very well be.
Down the streets of NYC, I'm cutting in.
I can't believe they made it to overtime. Like, I don't know.
You're lucky I was here. Slice and dice.
I don't know what that Jeff is doing. That guy is trolling.
Somebody's always trying to ice me up. I'm cutting in.
I'm trying to help. You're halfway there. Keep going.
What is that Jeff doing? Oh my god, I gotta avoid that guy. We're going to avoid that guy after this match. Well, actually, after this match, I'm eating, but I still gotta avoid him. I'm not risking that. Like, what in the hell is he doing? He's doing flank Jeff. Like, what season is that guy in?
Hope you got another comeback in you, Bucky.
It's not even like he's annoying anyone or getting value. He's just dying. Oh, I'm so close to ult. Oh, I had 4 people shooting me.
Taste cold steel.
Blade kind of shreds with a dash buff. Yeah. Blade feel better? Yeah, he feels a little bit better. Just a little bit. His ult is still bad, and his... What the hell is gun? Oh my god, I got ulted by 2 people. Okay, I mean, I guess. I might have to switch. I don't want to risk losing.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
It's way too hard playing this into Dino and shit. I'm getting hard focus too.
This vehicle needs our escort.
What is that guy doing? We got fighting back there. We're fighting Deadpool. If that hits me, bro. Oh my god, that fucking shield is so broken, bro. Bro, raise that shit even more, bro. What is that shield? That shit is insane. I wouldn't have a problem with this dino, but that shield is insane. Raise the cooldown even more, bro.
Thanks for the boost. The dangle. The professor didn't train quitters. Propulsion beam.
We're almost to the tower. We can't stop now.
Maximum impact. That's...
Oh my god, bro. This guy. So annoying.
From the Baxter building to Avengers Tower.
Only 60 seconds left.
Did he just ult the Jeff? Yo, these guys don't care, bro. These guys don't care, dog. Damn. What are they doing? Why are they just running it down like that? Oh, Cyclops, he's good. I think he's really good. I understand I got a touch, but damn, bro, give it up. Got him.
Thanks for the boost.
I am Phoenix.
Oh, fucking obstruction.
Behold, the child. Don't let anything stand in your way. Only 60 seconds left.
Nice. I have ult.
Ready to go full force.
The Jeff is trolling? Yeah, that guy is trolling indeed.
You're running triple heal.
Thanks for the boost.
Put on a show.
Oh my god, bro. It's not too good.
I would knit the dimensions back together if it were within.
Okay, well, I don't know how you guys didn't body block that, but whatever. Not body blocking that is a little insane, but all right. She was literally right in front of me.
Going to overtime.
They actually let her get in front of me like that. That's crazy. Right on target. I don't know how they let me get frozen there.
Is 3, 2,
Yeesh.
3.
Oh. Yeah, after this match, I'm gonna eat.
Including which side
We can play some more.
The right heroes could make all the
It's good that I did that Minecraft sponsor. I got that over with. So I don't have to do it next stream. Because I definitely probably would have forgot to do it. I have 12 deaths. I'm dying too much. Fried noodle.
Round 3, go!
Get in here, y'all.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Glad you're here, Rogue. The more X-Men we have on our side, the better.
What's the matter, Scotty? Don't think we can trust these other folks?
Some of them, perhaps. But there are just too many
Monk
variables in
nut?
play.
Monk nut
Too
is
many
crazy.
risks.
That comes with the job, boss. So
The battle starts in 5.
Holy shit, Tiger Lee, you have 18 deaths. Is she here? Why do you why'd you die so much? What are you doing? What do you have 18 deaths? God damn. You are running it down. Wow. I got. Are they on triple? I got hit by like 4 people at the same time.
At the back, blasting through.
Actually got one-shotted down. That Jeff was throwing his team's game. He's still on Jeff. Surprisingly, he has the lowest deaths. He has the lowest deaths doing what he's doing. Funny enough. Oh my god, I'm taking so much damage. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Damn, these portals are so slow.
Might be a good time to stop them.
It's not good here.
What's not good here?
Voxel.
Yeah, that is a good call. I need to go punch for these rules.
See shades of gray.
Who is that? What the hell is she doing?
We are undefeatable.
Watch Brutal, watch Brutal.
Oh my goodness, bro. Can we get 2 tanks, please?
Oh, wait, I just don't know where my tank is, bro.
Didn't we have 2? Why do we get off 2 tanks?
This is not over.
I don't know. We got off 2 tanks. We can't solo tank rogue. It's not a thing.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good
It's
time
fine
to
if my
stop them.
tank just plays in the front line. I don't know where he is though.
Hey, like, I don't know. We got off 2 tanks. Bro, is he trolling?
Better stop that vehicle. There you are.
Like, all right, bro. I guess we're just gonna lose to that. Like, I don't know.
I shot Brutal.
I am Phoenix.
Okay. Like, I don't know. Oh, they C9.
The current score
What do you rate Cyclops?
3,
A minimum A tier.
5.
I think he's a good character. It's really good.
Time to switch things up.
His ult is like the only thing that's like not that crazy because it's easy to dodge. But if it does hit, it's a shitload of damage.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Other than that, I think he has a really strong base. But it's balanced by the fact that his ult is not that good.
Round 4. Go.
Iron Man. Oof. Oof.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Iron Man MK players now understand paying when a character gets a better version of them. Iron Man been in the dumpster, bro. No one plays Iron Man. Iron Man been bad for a long time. I think the ult's not good. No, well, no, the ult is good. It's just, it's very hit or miss. It's high risk, high reward.
From you, man.
Really risky because you can dodge it. It misses very easily. But you get a big reward if it does hit.
Our enemies are near. Scalpel. Now I can battlefield ready again.
Down to 30 seconds.
Stay focused. Smoke screen.
This is gonna be one of the best skins in the game, huh? From the sound design to the effects, to literally everything. It's one of the best skins in the game. Did he just go thing?
No winner yet. Going to the
Oh my god, he takes no fucking damage, bro. Okay, yeah, we lost. Team is troll. Yep, we're back. Team is troll.
final score. 3, 2, 5. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I'm back. Okay. Boy, the Jeff, thank you. Good reminder. Good comms. Good comms. Yeah, that was also a waste of my time. Cause I don't know how we lost that. Did we not have a second tank? We had a second tank. I don't know who switched though. I'm pretty sure it was this fried noodle guy. Jesus Christ, bro. He was doing good on tank. I don't know why he switched. He just switched to DPS randomly second half of the match when we were on defense. I don't know why. I don't know why he switched. It was so random. He just randomly just switched and then we just started losing. We started getting steamrolled. By the time you know it, they already had so much time on us. It's so weird. I don't get it. How would you switch from a winning comp? Like, why do we do? We went 2 tanks on offense, but on defense, 1 tank. Why would you switch? If anything, we would go 3 DPS on offense. If he really wanted to switch, but no, he switched on defense. So it's like, why? That's so weird, no? Hey, yo, man, Ghost possessed him. That's so weird. That's just like not thinking. Like, I don't know. It's like he said, I don't care. I'm gonna just play what I feel like playing. Type B. I don't know. It's so weird. Who's Jeff? And we lose to a Jeff that's trolling. Like, I don't know. I mean, we mainly lost because they're, I don't know, Cyclops had 36 finals and 64 kills. It's almost like I said, oh, the character's gonna be top tier. Like, what? This dude just dropped 64 kills and 36 finals on us. It's almost like I said the character would be strong. But they're like, nah, bro, you're fighting bots. I bet. Bet that. It's not that strong, we're fighting bots. Is what I was told. Oh, okay. TNS on. Who's streaming?
Pacifics 112, sidestep right. When she goes back turn,
Propo's playing
try to
Tekken.
eat the low and punish it. I mean, not punish it. Just
Just
try
watch
to and punish.
Raylene or Panu. What's Raylene doing? He's playing Cyclops. What's Panu doing? Playing Magneto. We can watch Panu. Oh, I forgot something.
I can hold it. Where's that, Miss Fawn?
2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bro got off Phoenix. What you mean?
Magneto yields.
1 in the morning, go to bed. I got another 20 minutes in me. Bro, if anything, the wolf needs to go tank, bro. Give me another tank. These guys are clueless.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like, it's just so depressing. That's 12 and 9. Playing random DPS heroes, he could just go strange, immediately get instant value. I just feel like when you're solo tanking too, it's just like you just can't do it. And then you look like the dumbass because your KD is worse. Because you gotta sit there and fucking eat everything for the whole squad. Then dumbass is like Marchy Mello when I tell me go main tank. Like, how about let's get a second tank? How about let's get the 12 and 9 Wolverine on the thing? Just like an idea.
I don't have. I can rest one. I need care on point, bro. We're knight at the rocket. Keep going, bro. Keep running the clock. Kill him.
I'm muted. Oh, my bad. Give me a second. It's not even rank 1. This title's ranked 1 through 5. It's not even up there though.
Alright, possessed all too. They have Luna, I think.
K7's coaching Lotus. Oh man. Too late. Oh man. Who else is live? Yeah, there's a lot of people practicing for the slam. Isn't the first day soon? First day is on Monday, right? Monday, Wednesday, Friday is usually how it goes. Good luck to them. Oh yeah, Raditz is playing Thresh in the slam. He's not even here. Playing a character that's not. Oh, he is here. His camera's just not on. Playing a character that just came out is so sick. Big respect. Oh fuck, this shot goes hard. Taco got some crunch to it.
I did not mean to do that, but it worked.
Oh, he's playing with Daisy.
Nice crowd. Ouch. Ooh, nice.
Nice parry.
Oh my god, it lagged. Dead.
Nah, I've seen some crazy Thresh combos. He got some disgusting combos I've seen.
To his death. Okay. My rockets just don't do anything, I guess.
Can you do a longer combo if you just pull them?
Where am I?
Ooh, nice parry.
Ouch.
Ooh, styling on him. Styling on him.
Oh fuck.
Or not.
Oh no. Oh my
Okay,
god,
imagine
sorry,
imagine a third one happened though.
that would be insane. What am I doing? Oh.
Oh.
I'm falling to the ground.
Wait, what even happened?
I got a Yasuo super assist.
Oh.
Oh, it was trolling.
I realized Thresh is too.
I'm looking about to watch the Blade guy. I feel like I could do more than 38. I mean, you probably could.
Okay, he's kinda
I don't remember the highest amount of finals I've had. The highest I've had is 40 something. But I was in a Star-Lord video.
Okay, Grim's low-key reading me like a book right now.
That character is so broken.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I got this. I got this.
Yeah, you got this.
Star-Lord is so broken right now. I think Star-Lord's probably the best DPS in the game right now. I think he is. He might be. What's up, Mystic? How you doing? He might be.
The lantern's coming.
The lantern.
Oh, it knocked him.
Oh.
Nice.
Wait, that was sick. Ouch.
Ooh, okay.
Thought we had one same, bro. Sharp 66. Damn.
Oh shit.
Kills or finals? That has to be kills. There's no way.
Ow. Oh my god. Yasuo's fat ass in the way.
Kills figured.
Nice. You didn't even need the break. God damn.
Told you I got it. I got it. Nice.
Yeah, Thresh is so sick. This character is so damn sick, man.
Ah.
Wish he wasn't a big body though. I don't like big bodies.
Wake up attack twice.
He's not that big, but Okay, Bombo. Ooh. Ooh, oh no, he messed it up. He was cooking though.
Nice. Oh.
Yeah, 37 finals. But damn, whatever team you guys were fighting, we're getting baked. What the hell?
He likes to do that. Pick up grab.
Yeah, true. And then, bro, they're actually
It's kind of concerning though.
grabbing Gary.
How was the match going on for that long when you guys were cooking them that hard?
Like that just like across the screen.
It's a big ass button.
Wow. Yeah, I knew it. Oh no. Wow, it's the rest. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Damn. Sometimes what? Is he? I would say Darius, no?
Bro, he just dash grabs non-stop, bro. Like, what the hell?
Dash grab is demonic.
Like, I think
Isn't it
he's
Darius?
not gonna do it
Sometimes
again,
Darius?
but then he does it again.
Was he a little smaller than Darius?
Holy fuck. Wait, Grimm's kind of good with the stance H.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to stop jumping. He's just anti-airing every time.
Oh. Oh, I need to stop jumping.
Yeah, he is anti-airing like crazy right now.
What the hell am I looking at?
Oh my god,
Uh-oh.
he's turning up.
What was that combo?
But he didn't. Wow.
What in the hell? Moving like me. Now, my also ain't that rusty. That'd be crazy. But type of combo I would do. Let's have that for a minute. What kind of games do you play now? Mainly for rivals, but fighting games and rivals.
Okay, he's gonna wake up attack.
That's why you're looking at a fighting game on the screen.
Ooh.
I'm queuing. I'll be right back though.
Nice.
No, I didn't punish it.
Okay.
You got this.
Oh, I'm dead.
No.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hey, they got a Loki player, by the way. Like a champ Loki. Please just play with him.
That assist is so grabbing you. Oh no, I'm jumping again.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
We'll ban Loki last then.
We don't have to, but like he died like 10 times in our match.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Hey,
that
don't
was
do
kind of
crazy.
crazy. That was like low-key bullshit,
Just
though.
so you know in advance, so we can go like mid for it.
I could have gotten hit so many times. Good thing he was blocking.
Save things for last just in case.
Bro, he's gonna dash do it every time. Like, it's crazy.
Wow, wow. Ouch.
Pick your hero.
I thought you could grab the
I'm not judging.
Let's go.
He mixed it up.
Roll am I playing?
Ouch.
Wait, the ban face happened? I'm about to say.
Nice.
Of course I gotta play fucking healer, bro.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Please tell me I don't have to actually play healer.
Mine.
Oh, we in a second tank. Shit, he can do that. He can do that healing. I'm not healing.
Wait a minute.
No, I like to like I want
Oh, the Switch fighting games my roles. We gotta watch more. See your stuff on YouTube, but not Twitch. Oh, appreciate you pulling up to the streams.
Yes.
The only thing stronger than my skin is
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's cool to see
There's
that.
username on the enemy team. Like it's blank. Look.
Look at you with the teeth and the tongue.
Give me a second.
So extreme.
It's cool that the shorts are actually working. I post way too much shorts. Not too much. You can never make too much shorts, but
You should see my face. It's a million times more gross.
it's cool to see that it's working.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We can pull it off. I've been in worse gangs.
What's up, Poddy? How you doing?
Maybe I should have got Angela.
Most fun to Pope? 100% he is.
Going 3, 2.
Careful or we're gonna get it from behind.
That sucks. Oh man.
I don't think I'm not for this. So I can't.
I appreciate it, man.
3. They captured the mission area.
So why does this guy not have a name? Okay, the special letter shit is crazy, bro. Look at the Cyclops' name. Hold on. Look at his name. Because what the fuck am I looking at? Why can you do that?
By the eye of Agamotto.
I mean, I guess.
I'm back, and now there's hellfire to pay. I suppose that helps.
What the fuck is that? I don't know how the fuck he put that his name, but alright. It's like some special characters, but those characters are like invisible.
Judge, jury, executioner.
What? I didn't know the thing moved. Yeah, TikTok can see it. Look at his name. It's crazy.
Please spot some things around, please.
Have my revenge for that.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
To me.
They've almost got it.
Some uninvited guests.
Your powers are mine. Feel presence. Disappear. You did your part.
Behind.
No there yet. Going to overtime. Cover.
Make the cut.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, I wasn't getting healed.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Control lost. No winner
Where are
yet.
we at, man?
Going to overtime.
Oh man. Both gameplay is low-key relaxing.
I mean, that's not my dare dog. Let's fucking another one.
Yeah, if they're really bad, the both gameplay is very relaxing.
They don't give a fuck about this Deadpool, man.
E&D campaign. Nah. Too busy for that.
We have it in this possibility for this.
Everything else.
I mean, our
fucking Deadpool's
Yeah.
not gonna pay him any attention. I'm shooting her, but like I'm also trying to put in fucking death on.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wait.
Can we definitely to
Still hiding
No,
so
she's
much
not.
pain beneath the chaos.
Am I still hiding so many diamonds beneath the diamonds? I'm sorry, can we start over? This one's never gonna be a me.
I assure you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You're trying to kite it.
What is
But you
Victor
keep doing that
gotten us
rocket
into this time?
and tunnel.
There we go. My bad. I never answered your question. But I say at least get a pulse. Wait, what?
Heads up top right.
Wait, what? Wait. My question.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I was looking at chat and I died. Fuck. What question? What are you talking about?
Looks like the
What's up,
mission
hero?
area is yours to capture now. To capture the mission area.
It was. Oh. Oh, you say can't complain. My idea is fun. I'm chilling. I tried out blade buffs earlier. Really good. Feel solid. Oh, I missed. Well, no, I didn't miss. He dodged it. Never moon man. Nice. Okay. Cyclops gameplay. I'm playing a female Cyclops. It's not good enough.
Moon Knight's arc has been dealt with.
This ain't good enough for you.
Thanks for the
Double KO.
Okay. No, you lost a long time viewer now. So you want the men? Got it. Got it. I got your next match. Their laser man is just better. He said laser man. Theirs is better. Hire me out.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the Cyclops diff, obviously. 2 finals, holy. Yikes. That guy doesn't know how to play him. Very unfortunate. 2 finals on Cyclops. That is you have to be trying to do that. Like trying to miss every ability to get something like that to happen on Cyclops. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because there's no way you get 2 finals on Cyclops. I don't know. That was his first time playing him. Wow. That was his absolute first time ever playing him. And he goes to ranked with it. That is, he's a support pool player. Ah, typical. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Does he play on console or something? He plays on console. Why the fuck would he do that? I don't get it. Yeah, that was literally his first time ever playing him. Plays completely different characters on console. Oh, it's just like a different person playing on his console account. He doesn't play nowhere near the same characters on there. I guess there's more. That's about it, though. Everything else is like completely different character. Plays completely different characters on there. Those guy. Was that really this guy's second match on Cyclops and he did that? All right. Yikes. Bo done cooked my damn. What a long ass match was this? What was this? That Bucky had 36 finals. Holy crap. Nah, that Bucky is going stupid. That Bucky is going stupid. Yeah, first time playing the character with the ranked. It's insane.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a play Cyclops because I don't know if I can trust some of these guys to play him.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Phoenix Bam. Oh, Twitter is angry that Team 4 won the Rivals tournament. They said that team was way too stacked. Which I agree, it is stacked, but I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's unbeatable, but maybe it was unbeatable because they didn't lose a single match. Maybe it was unbeatable because they didn't lose a single match, but like, I don't know. Cool stream players? Oh, thanks. You do get, yeah, I got 2 rares buckets on him.
Hero or villain, I'm not judging.
Did he just take my Cyclops? That's kind of fucked up, but all right. I'm not playing support though.
My order is
It's
sharp.
not happening. I'm not playing support. It's
My
dead.
mind is sharper.
They'll took my Cyclops. I guess we're just gonna lose the game then. Yeah, he hovers Groot, right? In loading phase, he hovers Groot. And then the loading phase ends, he takes my Cyclops. Like, what the fuck? Like, what?
My order is
Like,
sharp.
is this guy trolling me or something?
Before you attack, get ready.
Like, play the Groot you hovered. Why are you, like, what's...
Tiger Division has had its eyes on you for a long time, Castle.
Point me towards the Dooms. I owe them some extra scars.
The Dooms. Again, there's 2 Dooms, not just one.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The professor trained me to fight for his dream. I can't lose sight of it now. Thanks for the boost.
Nice. That guy's playing Ruin to Wolverine. Good luck with that. Nah, I'm not gonna stop shooting him either.
That should make a difference. Got my eye on someone welcome guests.
1 HP.
That's 3.
I already have more finals than that guy did last game. That's insane.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
The guy I avoid is on the enemy team. That's pretty hilarious. He's their cloak and dagger.
That should make a difference. This area belongs to us. Don't give it up. Right on target.
The area's almost yours.
Push it up.
Oh my god, I shifted out. Come on. You never reload your eyes before?
Yes, with the
This guy gets ult so fast too.
The professor didn't train quitters. Blasting through.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Taking it all.
Perfect angle. Punch it up. That should make a difference.
Double KO.
Team strike. Efficient.
Damn. Just damn. What a character. You be up with the shift? Yep. You could be up with us. I can't do it in here, but you can do it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, you meant alt, not his blade when you were typing that? Oh.
Pop sensation Luna Snow. I'm so
Yeah, I'd be down
excited
for
I
it,
could
bro.
scream like a little girl.
You know me?
I don't just
Okay. Man. It's pretty late at night, huh? How long have I been live? Oh, 4 minutes till quota. Hold on. I'm hyped. 4 minutes to quota. 8 hours. 8 hours. I got the green light to end stream anytime I want.
1.
Pretty productive day.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
First, I take out the bad guy. Then, the jerks who left me off the launch roster.
I think I haven't done it. I haven't worked out today. I might work out after this. The stream's over. Late night workout? That almost got me.
I'll always have your best.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Right on target. You haven't lost your touch, Rogue.
The mission area is yours. Double KO.
Maximum impact. Punch it up. That should make a difference.
I am ready to put on a show.
Force boost. Let's get
It's the grand finale.
full blast.
Wow. Yeah, get off this meta character? Meta? What do you mean? You literally told me to get on this character. That's the only reason I'm playing it this match. You said, where's the Cyclops gameplay? And I'm playing the Cyclops and I want me to get off the character. Yeah, I literally said, okay, so you want to see, I said I'm playing female Cyclops. And then you said something, and I said, okay, so you want to see men? I said, got it. So now I'm playing Cyclops. Now you're mad at me for playing Cyclops. Oh my goodness, bro. Could have killed him, but I missed my combo.
I'm an X-Man. We go force boost.
Is he emote on you? That's how he upgrades his skills.
That's a victory if I ever see it.
Extreme force. Maximum impact. Maximum impact.
What? I got one-shotted.
That should make a difference.
What the fuck was that? Okay, I got hit by like 3 people at the same time or something because there's no way.
Propulsion beam.
What the fuck was that?
Perfect angle.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my god, I pressed F. It didn't come out for some reason? Oh, okay. I think it was right when it was about to come back off cooldown. Well, we won already. I'm so happy I avoided that guy. I'm telling you, that guy is a completely different person. Whoever, that guy does not own that account. That CXMP Blitz guy, that guy doesn't own that account. It's either probably his like little brother on his PC account or something, because they play completely different characters on console. And he has a higher peak on console. That is either not his account or it's like his little brother plays PC and then the actual account owner plays console. Because they like, this guy gets 1 final and then last match he had 2 finals. That guy is really, really bad, respectfully. I don't think that guy's supposed to be in his rank. Or I'm pretty sure it's like a group account with like him and his family members or some shit. And like somebody is like leveling up the account like crazy and then this guy's just lowering it like crazy. Because something's not right. That's the same Cyclops. They were winning the rank playing Cyclops last match. And 1 FES on kick. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the BP1 trick. I'm banning that shit. I'm banning his BP.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in a fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Ooh, and 1 guy. I'm banning his fucking BP. I had him the other day. We lost. I had him another week. We lost. He only plays BP. He won't switch. It doesn't matter if he's gonna counter pick. He won't switch. He only plays BP. Oh my god, we're not gonna ban his BP? He doesn't play Daredevil. Daredevil just got nerfed. I wonder if Daredevil was still good. Pretty sure he's still good. There's no way Daredevil will be bad. I doubt it. Ban Phoenix. Okay, well this guy's just controlling all the bans. So like, okay, it's just never gonna land on BP because this guy's just controlling every ban. I'm not switching it no more. So like, if it doesn't land on BP, I don't give a fuck. He's banning Cyclops. Okay, yeah, this guy controls every ban. He's ball hogging the shit. Okay, like, yeah, I'm not playing no more. So, hey, you can blame this guy. I mean, the BP player is not that good or nothing, but like, hey, I'm not playing no more.
No. Yo, you have a Thing player, a White Fox player, and this. Why are we trying to ban Black Panther? Please tell me.
I mean, he's a 1 trick. I mean,
Salak is not getting healed.
Nah, heal him. Nah, it's fine. You can heal him. Heal him. Just that, like, I'm not playing no more though. But we have one, so it's fine.
Second tank.
I got you.
Isn't there? Cause never scared of BP.
The higher the pressure, the more
Right.
dazzling the diamond.
Like, I'm not playing no more, bro. Like, because I do not fucking feel like playing no more, bro.
Always gets what she wants at any cost.
He's not a good BP. He'll keep diving. He doesn't care.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Bro, literally just took over all the bands, just ball hogging that shit. He ball hogged every single band. I ain't never seen somebody do that before.
Flattery will get you everywhere, my dear.
Now, low-key, I kind of hope this BP just runs the lobby just to prove a point. But I know he's not, because he's not that good of a BP. But I low-key hope he runs the fucking lobby. He just destroys my backline. But I want to win, so I don't know if I should hope that. I just hope he's on some crazy shit today and he just runs the fucking lobby. No, that's him. He's dead. I low-key hope he just runs the lobby, bro. But we have a thing in the more and all this counter pick. He's not gonna switch either, too. Yeah, he runs it down like that. He does it all the time. He doesn't switch characters no matter what, even if he's gonna counter pick. Oops. He's died 2 times in the match just started. He dead again. See what I'm saying? Like, this guy literally only plays VP. Do you know how much elo this guy has stolen from me from being on my fucking team? Damn, can I get a heal? Yeah, he's running it down. He's just dead ass running it down. He does this every time. Nah, if I remember correctly, if you ban his BP plays Iron Fist. I don't remember the last character he plays. It was Iron Fist, and I know it's only dive. He only plays dive. I don't know what the other pick is if his thing is banned though. Was it Spidey? I don't know if it was Spidey. I don't think so. I don't think it was Spidey. I know it was Iron Fist though. I don't remember what the other one was. Because I looked at his profile before. I think he hit it now, but... Actually, I doubt he would hide it. He does. I doubt this guy cares to hide that shit. Oh my god. Did he just ult me?
I thought he was in the background.
He's died 6 times in the match just started.
I will have my revenge for that.
Watch me soar.
Yeah, their Thor is crazy. He's 11-0. Yo, why is this Thor 11-0? Nice.
Only 60 seconds left.
They got fucking actual Thor in this match. Holy shit. Oh my god, this motherfucker don't die. Damn. They got actual Thor in the lobby. What's up, Shadow Games? God damn, this motherfucker don't die. Yeah, we have to kill this Thor. He's 14-1.
And now there's hellfire to pay.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
7 caps. 7 is demonic, bro. The match just started, bro. Got 7. Oh my god, brother. Alrighty.
I'm back, and now
Hmm.
there's hellfire to pay.
No worries. I've got your back.
Another unsuspecting foe.
Behold the god of thunder! My dearest Susan, if only you had chosen more.
About to say like what?
Us against the world!
You might want to look over here.
Please kill that guy, bro. No way he escapes. He has 10 deaths. Yo. Am I so slow?
I was fine, but thank you.
Only 60 seconds left.
Tremble before the amazing Spider-Man!
That guy's 19 and 2. Jesus Christ. I've never seen a Thor carry this hard. I don't know why this Thor is going so hard, but he's actually offsetting the 10 deaths this BP has since he's carrying so hard. What is that? TP to me, TP to me, TP to me, TP to me. Oh my fucking god, bro. Why is she not TPing to me?
A nice deep. Oh! Better stop that vehicle!
Per use the.
Reign isn't over.
Clearly, you needed some help.
Oh, good, thanks. Oh, he didn't just TP to me.
Now or never! Stop them! Only 60 seconds left.
Behold the god of thunder!
Us against the world!
Wow.
Put on a show! Down to 30 seconds.
All they did was make me.
Okay.
Don't give them another inch. Or watch me stall. Better stop that vehicle.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The shield 10 seconds.
Man, tank up that idiot. I don't know, sports use ult.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I know she's mad. She thought she was gonna use her ult. Nope.
Tremble before fast!
Wow. That's not good. I fucking hate this portal shit, man.
The current score is
I hate this portal shit. They actually came back just because they had time to portal.
time to
Wow.
switch things up, including which side you're on.
That damn cursed portal.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Okay.
Round 2.
Flawless as they come, darling.
He said the monkey tank. I can counter dive on Bucky. They about to make me solo tank. GG. They about to make me solo tank. They don't like me.
Get ready.
People think they can see right through me. I bet you've heard that before too, Emma.
Men have said as much.
Good jobs for Rebels on your own stream. Yeah. You stream the game, yeah. Pretty sure I think you do. Yeah.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Wow. I went to the left side. Nah, I was way too far down. I was way too far down.
Why are you on that? Why are you on
So easily, I'm afraid.
Our DPS and tank switched. The hell did you go mag for? What did you go mag for? I mean, I guess. I mean, if it works, it works. There's nothing for him to pull. Yeah, I don't know why you went mag. There's nothing to eat. This guy's just trying to pull people off.
Get off mag, working so full dive stop, get off mag. We don't care if we make a game. This is your evil team.
My whole team's dead. You know
What
what
you saying?
character
Why do
you're
you
gonna
mag
play
is a
next?
full
I was thinking
dive
of picking
stop.
a skin, but I'm really gonna play next. Next match?
Do you not get what I'm saying?
I'm gonna play Psylocke, Cyclops, or Blade. So just pick one of those.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Yeah, thing. Oh god, Rogue, the better pick than you fucking have.
How much even is the skin thing? Very low the price of that.
I was fine. Thank you.
Don't mess with the amazing.
What's up with the audio?
Only 60 seconds left.
My audio on my game, it's bugged. I have a weird bug. No, I'm not fucking surrendering. Lock in? Why are we surrendering?
Because you're terrible?
What? Me?
Everyone on my team is terrible.
What? What? What about you? Like, what the fuck are we saying here? I literally told you guys what we had to do. No one wanted to fucking listen. Might just be a Rivals bug. I don't think so, because I heard the game perfectly fine. It's only distorted from my stream on OBS. They're really just pulling us off the map. That's it. Where I'm at, this is so annoying. Yeah, they just keep pulling us off the map. And that's all they're playing for.
I am ready to put on a show.
And this guy's just standing outside the spawn room.
Yo, all of you guys are terrible.
Zero.
Terrible. Terrible. I can see why I wanted to ban BP.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
We told them the win condition. They don't want to listen to me. Alright, it's 8 hours. I'll do one more match. This sounds fun with voice chat from what I hear. I don't know about that. It randomly does it. I don't know. Clarity edge. All right. Oh, they showed the entrance for Street Fighter. I mean, for Evo. 2,400. Damn, that's way less than last year. A lot of people going to Evo, I guess. It's way less than last year. This was last year.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
That shit's almost half. Holy shit. It's almost half. That's insane. A lot of people not going to Evo anymore, I guess. That shit is too expensive, bro.
Who am I gonna ban?
Shit is
for
way
this
too
match?
expensive. Tekken 8. Tekken 8 has less players too. QX wasn't out at the time. Rivals wasn't out. Wait, no, Rivals wasn't at Evo. Grand Blue. Grand Blue has less too. Oh my god, everybody has like half or almost half. Holy shit. Oh my god, Guilty Gear 15. Guilty Gear. Okay, Guilty Gear has like not half. Everyone is like halved. Jesus Christ. Everyone's way less than last year. The only one that's like not halved is like, yeah, compared to Evo Japan. Evo Japan had like 7,000 for Street Fighter 6. That's all they play over there. They love Street Fighter. Shit is mainstream in Japan. But it's just another game over here. But in Japan, the only fighting game they care about is Street Fighter 6. That's it. They don't play nothing else. Oh, I got the BP. Fuck.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Wait, what? Blade, are you making with the flying punny? Ban BP? Think I'm not banning BP? He's throwing on BP. Oh my god. Yeah, everybody knows who this guy is. He just plays BP and just runs it down. Oh, I wish you can permanent avoid people. Annoyingly, you can't.
Round one, go!
Night. No monsters getting the best of me.
Can't perma avoid people. So sad.
Get ready.
GG, no heals indeed.
Had some time to think when Dracula had me chained up as his prisoner.
Now's not the time for an epiphany, Blade. We're in battle.
Did that guy ban his...
Against vamps,
So that guy banned his BP, so he took his Cyclops, I think.
Does it ever end? I'll fight.
I get it. And you're welcome to have a crisis of faith.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they are.
Yeah, he's about to run it down on Cyclops. It's probably about to be his first Cyclops match ever. That did so much damage, bro. Oh my goodness.
One hurts.
Takes cold steel.
Oh my god, yeah, this is gonna be a loss.
Hope you've got another comeback in you, Bucky. I was born ready.
A nice deep freeze.
As good as new. Prowling the streets of NYC. Now we're talking.
Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my god, this is such a waste of time. That's just actually a waste of time. We have no tank. I keep having to fill because no one wants to play shit.
The only thing stronger than my skin is my mind. I was fine, but thank you.
I'm so serious. Next season needs to be like no DPSs, just really just tank and support, and then the season after that needs to be like double tank or some shit. Because holy fuck, no one wants to play these other roles, bro. Literally nobody wants to play these other fucking roles, bro.
This is real firepower!
I was fine, but thank you. Mind crush.
And the reload.
Getting this robot with just
It's the grand finale.
Those are Hawkeyes. He's sitting in spawn room or something.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! They're on sight.
Yeah, this guy's just sitting in spawn room.
This queen's reign isn't over.
Get that vehicle moving again.
It's Infernasu. He throws every game. I was trying to just ban his CP.
I don't even feel like arguing with the guy. Like, you can't just ban his character, bro. Then he's definitely gonna throw. Like, what? I don't even feel like arguing with the guy. Like, you can't just ban his character if he's on your team.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
And everybody, this game is over.
Halfway there. Keep going.
Isn't Blade? I can't play him. We don't have a tank. I came out the spawn room with Blade, but then no one came out the spawn room with tank. Not that it matters. This match is over anyway.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I'm dead.
This is real firepower.
I'm like the only one trying still.
The current score is 0-0.
Yeah, it's time to get
Time
off.
to switch things up, including which side
It
you're
is
on.
for sure time to get off.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
The higher
Still
the
those viewer
pressure,
games.
the more dazzling the
Customs.
diamond.
I haven't done customs in a long time. See a teaser for Apocalypse for next season? No, I didn't see it.
Round 2.
Nothing stronger than my skin is my mind.
All right, chat. I'm gonna head out. Oh, that was a colossal waste of my time. Yeah. Colossal waste of my time. 2 matches in a row of me not getting to play the character I want because we don't have a support or we don't have a tank. Very fun. Very, very fun. Like, holy shit. I'm gonna go to bed. I will catch you guys later. Appreciate everybody being here. Oops. I didn't mean to press that fast. Appreciate everybody being here. And yeah. Yikes. Just yikes. We'll be back tomorrow though. See ya.